Spots of drizzly rain through this afternoon and into the evening, but really for much of central southern England and much of Wales, it's a dry end to the day here. Through the evening, it's looking pretty wet across much of Northern Ireland and parts of northwest England in particular, and that rain pushing into southern Scotland as well. Across the rest of Scotland, it's looking dry, albeit a few outbreaks of rain continuing across the far north of Scotland for a little while yet. That rain continues to affect, well, the far northwest of Wales, parts of northern England, and central and southern parts of Scotland as we go overnight. Elsewhere, there will be some drier, clearer weather around, and whilst most places will see temperatures holding up in double figures, it's not out of the question that a few rural spots where we get any clear breaks could just about drop into single digits. And then through tomorrow, we kind of have 4 zones of weather to start off with. Some rain across the far north of Scotland, but that will clear away. Then largely fine across much of Scotland and Northern Ireland with some sunshine. Rain lingering across parts of northern England and the far north of Wales. And then across central southern parts of England and Wales, it's looking largely dry. Lots of sunshine and quite warm and humid with temperatures peaking around 26 or 27.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
It's our biggest Great British giveaway to date. You could be driving away with this brand new Benamar Primera motorhome. This 4-berth home from home comes complete with integrated kitchen and bathroom areas and has all of the tech you'd expect from the latest 2025 model. We'll also give you an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash to make sure that any adventures you take in your new motorhome are taken in style. For a chance to win, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB16 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 31st of October. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world, but look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 12 o'clock on Thursday, the 18th of September. I'm Tom Harwood.
And I'm Olivia Utley.
Now, Donald Trump has touched down at Chequers to meet the Prime Minister after a short flight from Windsor. The pomp and pageantry may be over. Today, it's down to business with a joint press conference happening this afternoon. We'll be there at Chequers throughout the day.
We'll bring you all
I'm Christopher Hope here at Chequers. The pomp and circumstance of yesterday, today it's about deals and politics and a big press conference at 2:30 p.m. Stay tuned on GB News.
And as Sakir prepares for those talks with Donald Trump, London's Mayor Sadiq Khan launches a stinging and pretty unhelpful attack on the president, accusing him of fuelling divisions. Critics say Sadiq Khan should look a bit closer to home.
Meanwhile, the first migrant has been deported to France under the Prime Minister's partial returns deal, as Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is accused of putting lives at risk by the UK's anti-slavery watchdog after claiming modern slavery laws make it harder to deport people.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them.
And late-night host Jimmy Kimmel pulled off air after comments about Charlie Kirk's killing. Should he be cancelled?
Well, there's one big show in town today, and that is the Trump train going from from Windsor.
Today there'll be talk about deals. Then we've got this big joint press conference this afternoon at 2:30. Donald Trump loves a long press conference, unwieldy press conference, all sorts of topics that the Prime Minister will be hoping to avoid.
Absolutely fascinating stuff. Now, we can bring you some breaking news here on GB News. The Bank of England's Monetary Policy Committee has decided to hold the interest rate. The Bank of England's interest rate has been held at 4%.
The bank rate, which heavily influences borrowing costs and savings rates, was cut from 4.25 to 4% by the bank's Monetary Policy Committee at its last meeting in August.
Now, this was expected by the markets. We were expecting not another cut at this stage, mainly because inflation is far higher than the bank would want it to be.
Inflation at 3.8% against the bank's target of 2%. I mean, sticking at 4%, it's obviously better than it was a couple of years ago, but it's pretty bad news for people's mortgages. I'm in the process of buying a house, so I'm very, very clued up about this. Pretty bad news for people coming off fixed-rate contracts now. Lots of people who went on in December 2020 at sort of 2%, now coming off and having to go up to 4%. It's going to be tough on ordinary people's bank balances.
I suppose it all speaks to the fact that inflation is far higher than the government or the Bank of England would want it to be. I mean, it's almost twice the target. It had that surprise jump up a few months ago, and it's stayed at that level.
Partly because wages are actually steadily climbing up. Wage growth is at about 4%, really, really high. It puts Rachel Reeves in a really, really tricky position ahead of the budget. She already had very, very little wiggle room, and the economy is now looking in an even more dire state. Is there anything she can do to get the country's bank balances back on track?
A lot of people criticised Rishi Sunak and the Conservatives when they were holding down public sector wages, when they were putting up with strikes in public services because they wouldn't give those bumper, 20% pay rises that the doctors wanted, the tube drivers, the train drivers, all the rest of it. And yet he did manage to get inflation down to 2%.
And
this government comes in, gives those pay rises, and prices rise. Well, I'm not saying as a result, but one follows the other.
Absolutely. So, tricky position for Rachel Reeves and tricky position for you at home if you're getting a new mortgage. But far more after the headlines with Tatiana.
Olivia, thank you very much. And good afternoon. The top stories, that breaking news just now, that interest rates have been held at 4%. The bank rate was cut from 4.25% to 4% by the bank's Monetary Policy Committee at its last meeting in August. It took down that rate to its lowest level for more than 2 years. The decision comes after official data yesterday showed prices were rising at nearly twice the target level, driven by the higher cost of food. And in other breaking news just in, 2 men and a woman have been arrested on suspicion of assisting the Russian intelligence service. The Metropolitan Police said they were detained in Essex as part of a counter-terror investigation. A 41-year-old man and a 35-year-old woman were arrested at an address in Grays in Essex. A 46-year-old man was also arrested at a separate address in the Grays area. More on this breaking story as we get it. And to our top stories today, Donald Trump has been greeted by the Prime Minister at his country residence, Chequers, after leaving Windsor Castle this morning. He and King Charles shook hands as they bid farewell, Mr Trump telling reporters he's a great gentleman and a great king. It follows last night's promise of a £150 billion US investment in the UK. The Business and Trade Department says the agreements with American companies will create over 7,500 jobs in all areas of the country. And the package, they say, reflects the scale of ambition shared by both nations. A large majority of the money will come from Blackstone, the world's largest alternative asset manager, which unveiled plans for a £90 billion investment in the UK over the next decade. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer said the investments are a testament to Britain's economic strength and a bold signal that our country is open, ambitious and ready to lead. Chief Secretary to the Treasury James Murray spoke to GB News about the US record-breaking investment.
There's a US company called X Energy. They're going to be working with Centrica, who own British Gas, to invest in building up to 12 advanced modular reactors. That's small nuclear power reactors. Now, these 12 reactors will create energy for 1.5 million homes, 2,500 jobs, and add billions to the economy. So it's a really important thing. That's going to take place in Hartlepool, bringing jobs and prosperity in that local area. So some of this investment will happen almost immediately. Some of them are ready to go, in the coming weeks and months. Others will be over the next 10 years, because we're talking about obviously sizable investments here in long-term projects. So it depends on which individual project, exactly when the investment is delivered.
Last night, Donald Trump attended the state banquet at Windsor Castle, calling it one of the highest honours of his life. The US president said it was a privilege to be the first American president treated to a second state visit, as the first day of his unprecedented trip drew to a close. King Charles used his speech to reflect on the enduring relationship between the two nations and even referenced support for Ukraine.
Our countries have the closest defence, security and intelligence relationship ever known. In 2 world wars, we fought together to defeat the forces of tyranny. Today, as tyranny once again threatens Europe, we and our allies stand together in support of Ukraine to deter aggression and secure peace.
US talk show host Jimmy Kimmel's late-night programme has been suspended following comments he made about the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Kimmel used his show on Monday night to accuse Donald Trump and his allies of doing their best to fan the flames following Charlie Kirk's assassination last week. A spokesperson for the Disney-owned network ABC said the programme will be off the airwaves indefinitely. President Donald Trump was quick to comment, taking to Truth Social to congratulate ABC in writing that Kimmel has zero talent. Kimmel is yet to publicly comment. The first migrant has been sent back to France under the one-in, one-out deal, government sources have said today. The person was deported earlier today by plane in what is the first stage of a pilot programme to deport those who make the dangerous crossing back to France in exchange for the same number of migrants who have never crossed illegally and likely to have a valid asylum claim. More than 30,000 people have crossed the Channel illegally so far this year, and Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood has vowed to do whatever it takes to stop any more from coming. Previous attempts to deport people this week were blocked by the courts. As a result, the government is reviewing the Modern Slavery Act. Of course, meanwhile, Shabana Mahmood has been accused of putting lives at risk by the anti-slavery watchdog. She had said the use of modern slavery legislation to block deportations of migrants made a mockery of our laws. The Home Office is to lodge an appeal today against a High Court decision temporarily blocking the deportation of an Eritrean man under the UK-France migrants return deal. The man, who cannot be named for legal reasons, had been due to board a flight yesterday morning but remained in the UK after a judge granted him a short period of interim relief. And an Egyptian asylum seeker who was jailed for raping a woman in London's Hyde Park is a convicted Islamic terrorist, according to reports. 42-year-old Abdul Rahman Adnan Abuela was found guilty in his absence of being part of a bomb-making cell in Egypt and given a 7-year jail sentence on May the 5th of 2015. Abuela, along with 6 other men, was said to be responsible for making explosives in a safe house flat in order to carry out terrorist acts, including blowing up electricity pylons and gas pipes. He's said to have been a member of the Muslim Brotherhood and fled the country before he could be convicted, the Daily Mail reports. He arrived in Britain in April of 2023 and claimed asylum. Those are the latest headlines for now. More from me in half an hour.
Tune into GB News Radio wherever you are. Online, on DAB digital radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
Here's a quick snapshot of today's markets. The pound buying you $1.3640 and €1.1531. The price of gold, £2,691.17 per ounce. And the FTSE 100 is at 9,240 points.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 11 minutes past midday. Now, Donald Trump has arrived at the Prime Minister's official country residence, where he was welcomed by Sir Keir Starmer and a guard of honour for the second day of his state visit.
The two leaders are holding a bilateral meeting, followed by a press conference later this afternoon. Let's cross live now to Chequers, as GB News political editor Chris Hope is there for us. Now, Chris, this press conference at 2:30 could be pretty explosive, couldn't it? What are the issues which Keir Starmer would really rather weren't brought up?
Well, what aren't the issues, frankly, Olivia? I mean, so many issues it could be an awkward moment for our Prime Minister. It won't be the familiar fireside chat, as they call it in the trade. I was there in the Oval Office in February when Donald Trump sat there with Sir Keir Starmer when the letter was produced from our King, inviting him for this very state visit. And then in Turnberry, of course, but back in July, when again the same structure, we all stood around in a half moon, looking down at these two individuals, Keir Starmer and Donald Trump. This will be behind podiums. It'll be much more free-form, we're told by Number 10 sources. It won't be a kind of, normally in this situation, you have two questions from the UK press and two from the visiting foreign press. That won't happen. So really, frankly, anything can happen. And that's why all sorts of questions will be asked, notably, I think, about the steel tariffs in this country. Will they go to zero from 25% for exports from UK to US? Of course, in the EU, it's 50%. We're doing better than them. And of course, we've been told that's a Brexit dividend. But why not get that to naught to help our steel industry? Palestine, Gaza, recognition. Last night, the Lucy Powell, who's challenging to be deputy leader of the party, said she'd be at an event to commemorate that happening. Well, it hasn't happened yet, and the rumour is it may happen this weekend. What will they think of that? The PM said he'd do it before the meeting of the UN General Assembly next week. The issue of one in, one out. The fact that we sent an individual to France the first time, a migrant arriving here illegally, that's a boost for Number 10. But what will happen next? We'll get one back, will we? And will it go anywhere? What's the answer? Maybe leave the European Convention on Human Rights. Other questions too. Jeffrey Epstein, that looms large. Do you miss Peter Mandelson as ambassador to Donald Trump, maybe? Sadiq Khan, London mayor, he of course has said that President Trump has been fanning the flames of divisive right-wing politics around the world. What does Donald Trump think of that? Well, I think we can guess on that one. And also maybe a question about the pair of them. I asked both Keir Starmer and Donald Trump in the Oval Office in February a simple question, which is an interesting one. What do you have in common? You're a left-wing politician, you're a right-wing one. Why do you appear to get on so well? That could be a good one to ask.
I think there'll be a lot of people wanting to ask a lot of questions. Interestingly, that there aren't those normal restrictions we see on press conferences. I wonder if this has been a behind-the-scenes negotiation between the teams. Donald Trump not getting his sort of fireside sit-down free-for-all. It will be more structured with podiums. But in the same to the same ends, it will be more free-for-all than we're expecting, perhaps, when a staged podium event like that happens.
And I would have thought that that format would suit the President better than it would suit the Prime Minister. The President loves a free-form press conference. The Prime Minister sometimes looks a bit like a rabbit in the headlights when asked questions that he doesn't want to answer.
Yeah, and the crucial thing here, of course, is who's in charge. Now, both in Turnberry in the summer and in February in the Oval Office, the person in charge is the President of the United States, even though Turnberry is UK soil. This is Keir Starmer's country house as Prime Minister of our country. He's in charge, so he can really coordinate and make sure that he keeps it ticking along. If it gets embarrassing, maybe he might overrule some questioning. I don't know. Let's wait and see. I should say that right now, or very shortly, the Prime Minister and President are meeting with business leaders. Of course, overnight we've heard of a £150 billion tech deal signed. There's a business reception ahead of the press conference, so they'll be keen to talk about what they've been up to, trade, frankly, and we'll be trying to work out where the grit in the oyster is, where is the stone in the shoe of the special relationship. But you're both journalists I've known for a long time. What would you ask him?
I think there is a really interesting question around free speech. Currently a big row in the United States. Pam Bondi was saying that perhaps hate speech isn't free speech, which seems to run counter to the First Amendment in the United States. It would be an interesting one to ask what Trump's position is on his official, and also the Prime Minister always says we have free speech in the UK, but that doesn't look like it's true. I mean, we've got a whole raft of legislation that limits what we can say, notably the grossly offensive test of the Communications Act 2003, which the Home Secretary under the Online Safety Act has a power to scrap, but the last government plans to, and this government hasn't.
Yeah. Well, but particularly we're in the home of where Magna Carta was signed a few miles away. And don't forget the Jimmy Kimmel cancellation overnight for those remarks about the killing of Charlie Kirk and the MAGA, the right reaction to that. That will be a question, I'm sure, that the US press pack will be keen to push, and will raise maybe Lucy Connolly, maybe Graham Linehan's arrest by 5 armed policemen, an Irishman tweeting from America, not even in the UK, but being arrested on arrival. Olivia, any questions?
Well, that was a very erudite and important question from Tom there. I think I'd quite like to throw the cat among the pigeons and ask both of them whether they think that the Mayor Sadiq Khan is doing a good job in London. Keir Starmer is obviously good friends with the Mayor Sadiq Khan, but Donald Trump has had some very choice words to say about him in the past, saying that he's a nasty person. I'd love to see what sort of division we would get if the Prime Minister and President was asked that question.
I'm making notes here for you both, so we'll try and get some of those into the press conference at 2:30. But no question, when that question was asked, I think again of the President in Turnberry, the President Trump went on an attack against Sadiq Khan. There's a bit of a kind of they like doing it, having a bit of row in public. But I saw very awkwardly Sir Keir Starmer must have shifted uncomfortably and said he's a friend of mine. So is he still a friend to be saying these things about the leader of our closest ally? Question.
Big questions there, Chris Hope. We'll catch up with you later on in the programme. But of course, we've been speaking about the London Mayor, Sadiq Khan. He himself has launched a fresh attack on the American president.
Yes, in a piece for The Guardian, Khan claimed that Trump has fanned the flames of far-right politics and that the US president had deliberately used xenophobia, racism and otherness as an electoral tactic.
Well, critics, however, argue that Sadiq Khan should focus on London's pressing issues instead of attacking the American president. So, is Khan right to speak out, or is he distracted from his own responsibilities?
Well, joining us now is social policy analyst Rakib Ehsan. Now, Rakib, what do you make of Donald Trump's, of Sadiq Khan's comments? Was he right to say this just before the state visit?
Well, I think that the Mayor of London is no stranger to making unhelpful political interventions, and the recent piece he authored for The Guardian is no different. I think one of the accusations he's made of the US president is that he is ultimately responsible for fanning the flames of global far-right extremism. But Olivia, I'd say that that's a fundamental misunderstanding of the US president's winning coalition in the 2024 presidential election. Now, it's true that he defeated his Democratic Party opponent, the former Vice President Kamala Harris, among white voters. I believe it's by 15 percentage points or so. But in that presidential election, he also won 46% of Latino voters, 2 in 5 voters of Asian heritage, and quite remarkably, one of the strongest predictors for voting for President Trump in that election was if you were a Native American. And he also won high-profile Muslim endorsements in the key battleground state of Michigan. And now that doesn't sound like someone who is responsible for exacerbating far-right extremism on a global scale.
It's an interesting dichotomy, really, isn't it? I mean, as you say, Donald Trump's voter base is very, very diverse. I wonder what it would look like if you got a picture of the average Sadiq Khan voter in London. I think perhaps it might be quite a white middle-class sort of a person.
No, absolutely. And I think that's a very important point to make, that the kind of patriotic, multi-ethnic, religiously diverse coalition that President Trump has been able to build in the United States is the kind of coalition that the modern Labour Party could only dream of building here in the UK. But I think just look at this more broadly. I think that the Mayor of London should focus on things closer to home. In London, there's a myriad of social, cultural and economic problems which have taken hold. I think some parts of the capital have unfortunately descended into vicious lawlessness. And I think that he's better off focusing on that as opposed to continuously criticising the US president, especially ahead of this unprecedented second state visit.
Well, isn't the truth of it that perhaps he wants to distract from a lot that's going on in London? The rampant antisocial behaviour, the graffiti, the degradation of the public sphere. I mean, the frankly, thievery of everything from mobile phones to bicycles, with the Met Police simply not doing anything about it. Surely the mayor would much rather people think, oh, look at this guy, he's standing up to a US president who is unpopular in the capital amongst his own electorate. Perhaps this is the best sort of distraction tactic at his fingertips.
I think that's very possible, Tom. And I think that even though this current mayor of London, he's won 3 mayor elections, I think that masks over the fact that he is a fairly unpopular figure in the capital. I think much of the reason why he's won on 3 separate occasions is because the Conservatives have failed to put on, in my view, a candidate that's been able to challenge him properly. And I think that's largely because the Conservative Party in recent times, they've seen London as a kind of, there's no chance of us winning there, that they haven't been optimistic in terms of its electoral prospects. Even though if you see in recent times, some of the most impressive local elections that the Conservative Party has been able to perform really well in the country, it's actually happened to be in the capital. So I think that overall it could very well be a distraction tactic, and they may be pandering to certain elements of his base. But the reality is that the Mayor of London should very much focus on things closer to home. We've talked about the decline of the public realm, and I think that some parts of the capital, law and order has pretty much become a myth in certain parts of London.
I wondered, I'd just like to quickly get your take on this, Rakib. I wondered, it hasn't gone unnoticed to Sadiq Khan, presumably, that Sir Keir Starmer is in a bit of trouble electorally, not popular with his backbenchers. Do you think this might be Sadiq Khan making a bit of a play at the leadership? These comments will go down very well with the left-wing Labour base.
Possibly. I think the chances I think the main problem for Sadiq Khan there is that even though he might be reasonably or relatively popular in the capital, I think that on a nationwide level, I think that his kind of politics would go down like a bucket of cold sick in any case. But saying that, I think that Sir Keir Starmer's leadership of the Labour Party, I think that his days are numbered. But I think if you're thinking about a possible replacement, I'd be looking more towards Andy Burnham being a far more likely possibility. But first, he has to get in the House of Commons to begin with there.
Well, Rakib, thanks indeed for analysing all of that. There's certainly a lot going on with the Mayor of London. It'll be interesting to see if it does come up in this press conference later on today. But thanks for your time.
And from Monday, we'll be bringing you more coverage of events from America and news from the White House when our new show, The Late Show Live, launches in Washington, D.C. Here's what you can expect.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show Live starts Monday night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Very much looking forward to that. But time now for the Great British Giveaway. Your chance to be our biggest winner to date with a prize package worth over £104,000. Here are the details.
It's our biggest, greatest Great British giveaway to date. Your chance to win a prize package worth over £104,000.
You could be driving away with this brand new Benamar Primero motorhome. With thanks to Marquis Leisure, this 4-berth home from home comes complete with integrated kitchen and bathroom areas, sky view roof lights, and has all the tech you'd expect from the latest 2025 model.
We'll also also give you an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash to make sure any adventures in your motorhome are taken in style.
For another chance to win, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB16 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 31st of October. The winner will be contacted live on GB News, week commencing 10th of November. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
This is Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. Lots more coming up on today's show.
Yes, we'll have all the build-up to Donald Trump and Sir Keir Starmer's joint press conference later this afternoon. But after the break...
The first migrant has been deported to France under the Prime Minister's partial returns plan. We'll have all the details.
All that and so much more to come. You're with GB News, Britain's news channel.
Five hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
GB News Breakfast. Every day from 6 a.m.
Liz Mitchell, MBE, gracing us with her presence on the sofa this morning. Liz, so good to have you with us.
I am happy to be here.
You have the most incredible voice, a voice of a generation, the whole disco era. It is down to you. What do you think has made your songs so timeless? I mean, everybody knows them, don't they?
Everybody knows them.
Everybody.
One thing I'm very grateful for is the temper of our music, because it seems to be very friendly, warming, and even our slow songs. I was playing one just the other day for my 2-year-old grandson, and he said, more. I was so happy.
I'm with him on that. There's a real sense with your music, though, that it is uplifting.
Yes.
And you feel happy listening to it. I mean, despite whatever it is you're singing about, almost, it's just there's a joy to it.
Yes, and that is really a gift, I think, that most artists would want to have, is that when they make their music that is lasting and that is bringing happiness to people. Because for me, that's the whole point of singing. You know, you should be able to make the people you're entertaining feel happy, hear something good, forget the pain for a moment and just want to dance and just feel good.
And Boney M music is all over TikTok, isn't it? It's being remixed all the time. How do you feel watching your music being reinvented like that?
It is really wonderful. This has been going on since the 90s, even before the 90s, people were remixing our songs. So it's the uniqueness of the vocals, because that's what is given to them, just the plain vocals, and then they put new music on it, and it still sounds like Boney M.
The People's Channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m. only on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's coming up to 12:30. Now, breaking in the last hour, the first migrant has been sent back to France under the one-in, one-out deal, the government sources have claimed.
Well, joining us now is GB News Home and Security Editor Mark White. So I guess good news for the government that one migrant has finally been removed from the UK. But if it takes this long and there's this much effort to get one migrant out, Is this one in, one out deal really going to come to anything?
Well, you're right to say it's good news, I guess, for the government because it's underway, and they are certainly trumpeting the fact that they've finally got the returns deal underway 3 days late, and so far with just one migrant, an Indian national, returned to France. So we understand that France had requested an Indian migrant because they've got this new deal, this returns deal with India. So they can effectively on-pass the migrant...
Mark, what's the point? What's the point in sending... Why can't we have a deal with India? I mean, this is just deporting to India with extra steps.
Good point. Well made. But this migrant will go to France, will be there for a number of days. Steps will be put in place to return this individual to India because, look, you know, there are very few, you would imagine, legitimate claims coming from India. Apart from some issues in Kashmir, it's not a war-torn country. Those coming are seen as coming for economic reasons.
Mark,
and that's certainly what France believes.
Parcel here with economic migrants. I mean, it does seem just extraordinary that, let's not forget, this isn't just to send one Indian to France so that then he can be sent to India because somehow we can't send this guy to India ourselves. But we're also getting someone from France in return for that. So we're net neutral.
We are neutral, and the whole policy is about trying to undermine the criminal infrastructure, the sort of the way in which the people smuggling gangs operate, their business model. But you're never going to undermine a business model if all you're ever doing is sending a handful of migrants across, when in the time since this deal was operationalised, 5,600 migrants have crossed the Channel. That is just not going to break a business model. It needs to be, you know, you would imagine 100% of those coming get returned. If not 100, then a very high percentage that would significantly undermine the business model.
And of course, the very first migrant who was supposed to be sent back a few days ago from Eritrea, there was a pyjama injunction. He was allowed to stay in the UK. Not quite clear why, perhaps because of modern slavery laws, which have long been seen as a loophole for illegal migration. Is Shabana Mahmood going to do anything about the sort of thicket of legislation that the government seems to get tangled in every time they want to send someone back?
I think she'll try, but they will get tangled in this every time they try, because you've got teams of lawyers, charities, NGOs all wrapped around each and every migrant who is earmarked for return to France, and they will try to frustrate it at every turn. This particular claim, of course, was under modern slavery rules that they were appealing. It's been described, that particular appeal, by Shabana Mahmood as a vexatious appeal. She wants to look again at modern slavery laws to ensure that they are not being, you know, somehow subverted by the legal process here. Good luck to her on that, because I think that will be very difficult to do, to try to prove, because certainly the lawyers are already saying it's not a vexatious claim. You know, it wasn't said at the time. There's lots of underlying reasons why a migrant who comes into the country might not, first of all, own up to being a victim of modern slavery, because there could be, you know, elements of that modern slavery trade here in the UK that they're bound by lots of other issues, which they are very expert in being able to argue before judges. We see that. And I think going forward, what we are going to see, sadly, as far as the government is concerned, and many people in this country who want to see an end to abuses in the asylum system, is more and more challenges as migrants are earmarked for return to France. I should say we have had a comment from the Home Secretary, because it may be one migrant, but for them it's proof that the system is underway. So for what it's worth, let me just read out what Shabana Mahmood has said in response to that one migrant who's been returned to France. This is an important first step, she says, in securing our borders. It sends a message to people crossing the Channel that if you enter the UK illegally, we will seek to remove you. She goes on to say, I will continue to challenge any last-minute, vexatious, that word again, attempts to frustrate removal in the courts. Goes finally on to say the UK will always play its part in helping those genuinely fleeing persecution, but this must be done through safe and legally managed routes, not dangerous crossings, is what the Home Secretary says. So look, they're clearly celebrating as much as they can the fact that at least the returns deal has got underway, but it's very, very modest. We were only expecting about 40 migrants this week anyway. The fact that they've now, on the 4th day, managed to get one migrant off the ground into France speaks volumes as to what they are going to be faced with in trying to do this for other migrants in the coming weeks and days.
The most extraordinary saga. Mark White, thank you indeed for bringing that to us. I have to say, the government has been so clever in branding this one in, one out. It's actually one out, one in.
It is, and I suppose the proof will be in the pudding in terms of whether it does prove as a deterrent for maybe the crossings will all dry up and Mark White will be smirking a little bit less when we see him next week. But we'll have to wait and see.
Booking my leave.
Amazing,
Let me know
amazing.
when
Well,
that
Mark White,
happens.
thank you indeed for being there for us. This is Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. Lots more to come.
We'll have all the build-up to Donald Trump and Sir Keir Starmer's joint press conference happening soon. But first, your latest news headlines.
Good afternoon. The top stories. Donald Trump is at the Prime Minister's country residence Chequers after leaving Windsor Castle this morning. He and King Charles shook hands as they bid farewell. Mr Trump telling reporters he's a great gentleman and a great king. It follows last night's promise of a £150 billion US investment. Mr Trump and Sir Keir Starmer are holding talks before a joint press conference. The first migrant has been sent back to France under the one-in, one-out deal, government sources say. The person was deported earlier today by plane in what is the first stage of a pilot programme to deport those who make the dangerous crossing back to France in exchange for the same number of migrants who have never crossed illegally and likely have a valid asylum claim. Bank of England has held its interest rate at 4% as it said the UK was not out of the woods on inflation, with taxes contributing to rising food costs. The bank's Monetary Policy Committee voted to keep rates unchanged following a 0.25 percentage point cut in August. And 2 men and a woman have been arrested on suspicion of assisting the Russian intelligence service. The Metropolitan Police said they were detained in Essex as part of a counter-terror investigation. Those are the latest headlines for now. More at the top of the hour.
For all the latest from GB News whilst you're on the go, get the GB News app. Scan the QR code now to download or visit gbnews.com/app.
Hello, very good day to you. This is your latest GB News weather update coming to you from the Met Office. Yes, there will be a bit of sunshine for some of us through today, but also some rain pushing in, particularly across some northern western parts. That's because there's a frontal system that's making its way in, and worth bearing in mind the trailing cold front is going to linger across some parts through the rest of the week into the weekend. But for the time being, the rain's mainly across parts of Wales, and the rain will be pushing into parts of northern England and also across Northern Ireland as we go through the afternoon. A bit of rain across the far north of Scotland where we have some strong winds. Elsewhere, some drier, brighter weather, some sunshine breaking through. And in the south-southeast, here temperatures should get to highs of around 23 or 24 Celsius. Worth bearing in mind that across some southern parts, the cloud will be thick enough for a few spots of drizzly rain through this afternoon and into the evening. But really for much of central southern England and much of Wales, it's a dry end to the day here. Through the evening, it's looking pretty wet across much of Northern Ireland and parts of northwest England in particular, and that rain pushing into southern Scotland as well. Across the rest of Scotland, it's looking dry, albeit a few outbreaks of rain continuing across the far north of Scotland for a little while yet. That rain continues to affect, well, the far northwest of Wales, parts of northern England, and central and southern parts of Scotland as we go overnight. Elsewhere, there will be some drier, clearer weather around, and whilst most places will see temperatures holding up in double figures, it's not out of the question that a few rural spots where we get any clear breaks could just about drop into single digits. And then through tomorrow, we kind of have 4 zones of weather to start off with. Some rain across the far north of Scotland, but that will clear away. Then largely fine across much of Scotland and Northern Ireland with some sunshine. Rain lingering across parts of northern England and the far north of Wales. And then across central southern parts of England and Wales, it's looking largely dry. Lots of sunshine and quite warm and humid with temperatures peaking around 26 or 27.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from GBnews.com. The A9000 Forth Road Bridge is currently closed to double-decker buses due to high winds impacting driving conditions. Additionally, drivers on the M11 heading southbound should be cautious as vehicle recovery efforts are underway between Junction 9 and Junction 8. In Essex, motorists travelling on the M11 southbound will face a lane closure between Junction 10 and Junction 8 for a vehicle tyre change, expected to clear by 1:10 this afternoon. And on the trains, southeastern travellers face major disruption between Newington and Rochester, while the Gatwick Express is experiencing issues at London Victoria. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's now 20-1, and Keir Starmer faces another free speech row as an American woman is pressured over online social media posts.
That we believe you've written on Facebook has upset someone.
You're here because somebody got upset. Is it against the law? Am I being arrested?
You're not being arrested.
Then what are you doing here?
My plan was, if you were admitting that it was you who wrote the comment, you could just make an apology to the person.
I'm not apologizing to anybody, I can tell you that.
The alternative would be that I have to call you for an interview.
The Free Speech Union successfully forced Thames Valley to drop the investigation as officers turned up at her house following a complaint in June. Well, joining us now is External Affairs Officer at the Free Speech Union, Connie Shaw. Now, can you explain to the viewers what they just saw in that video there? It seems extraordinary.
Yeah, so this is an American lady, Deborah Anderson, who's also happens to be a cancer patient. She's pretty unwell. Had a police officer knock on her door and say that there had been a complaint about one of her Facebook posts, and she was being investigated, or part of the investigation was under the post was being treated as potentially falling foul of the Malicious Communications Act. And when Deborah asked, have I posted, does that break the law? What have I posted that's broken the law? And he said that you've upset someone. And so Deborah was never told what the post was, and the Free Speech Union has asked the police what the post was. We never found out. And now they're claiming to have accidentally deleted the record of the complaint in the first place. When the policeman was saying to her, you know, I've just come round to see if you could apologise to the person who's complained, and she, rightfully so, she said, no, I'm not apologising. And at that point he said, well, we might have to take you for an interview. And Deborah is a member of the Free Speech Union. You can hear at the start of that video, when as soon as the police officer comes in, she says, I'm a member of the Free Speech Union. I'm also an American citizen. If she was in America, the First Amendment would have protected her, hopefully, from this. And when she was told, if you don't apologise, I'm going to have to take you to an interview, she said, well, next time you see me, I'll have a Free Speech Union lawyer with me.
Yeah.
So it's just the most incredible, astonishing video.
I mean, it is extraordinary to see, and she starts filming after the policeman turns up at her door. You get a few seconds in.
Yes, so if you look at the whole video, she seems to be aware of what it is. She might have heard him outside, but she opens the door to him, comes in, and the whole video, the full video, is from start to finish until he leaves the building.
Just extraordinary that a police officer is turning up at someone's door, telling them that they seemingly have fallen foul of the Malicious Communications Act. Someone at least feels upset by something that they've posted, but she's not told what it is that she's posted that has made someone feel upset. She posts a lot of pro-Trump stuff. A lot of people get upset by political opinions. It could be the case that this woman has posted a perfectly ordinary political opinion agreed with by millions of people. Someone has felt upset at that political opinion, and she gets a knock at the door from the police.
Well, what's so extraordinary about this case is because presumably the police did actually know what post they were referring to. So they would have seen that post before they arrived at her door. So Deborah was making the point, but you know what I've posted, so either it is a crime or it isn't. So why are you at my house? Because he said, I'm not arresting you. I'm just here to see if, to have a conversation about it. Maybe you could apologise.
Bizarre use.
And like Kemi Badenoch earlier said, why is it the police's job to make us apologise to one another?
And I've seen lots of Conservative shadow ministers tweeting out about this. What about Labour? Are Labour interested in?
Well, obviously Keir Starmer is very busy at the moment meeting with President Trump, who Deborah is a big fan of. So hopefully it will come up today. I have no doubt that it will.
Well, that is the press conference that we've got during this programme. A little bit later on, Connie Shaw, thanks so much for coming in and explaining this extraordinary Orwellian turn in our politics.
This is Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. Lots more coming up on today's show. The King and President Trump cut sharp figures at Windsor yesterday, but it was the Prime Minister's outfit that stole the headlines for all the wrong reasons.
Yes, we'll tell you more on that in a second. But if you're in search of some holiday sunshine, now it's a bit colder here in Blighty, here's the weather in Europe.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
A northerly breeze bringing a slightly cooler feel to some of the Greek islands for the next day or so. Meanwhile, in the Canaries, temperatures above average, over 30 degrees through Friday and Saturday. 1 or 2 showers over northern Spain, but most of the beaches dry, fine and sunny, and some lovely sunshine to be had across Italy. Sunny in Greece. As I said, there is a bit of a breeze blowing. Temperature will be rising in Santorini as we go through the weekend. At the same time, we'll see those temperatures dropping off a bit in Tenerife.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show Live starts Monday night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m.
only on GB News.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's just coming up to 10 to 1, and here's an interesting one for you. The Prime Minister's baggy suit has raised eyebrows during President Trump's state visit.
Yes, former Home Secretary James Cleverly took to X to comment, did Keir Starmer borrow that suit from someone a lot bigger, crumpled at the ankles, cuffs too long and loose enough to fit another person inside? And someone, please remind him about the buttons.
So, did our Prime Minister look quite scruffy yesterday when meeting the American president?
Well, joining us now is fashion designer Jeff Banks. Jeff, it's really great to have you in the studio today.
Pleasure.
What did you think of the outfit?
I think it's a bit like Keir Starmer's prime ministership. In tailoring, you say somebody either dresses very soggy and not very sharp. So I think that actually sums up the suit. I actually think it sums up Keir Starmer as a Prime Minister.
It is extraordinary. I mean, perhaps if you were just sort of walking down along a street and you saw it, you wouldn't think it's the worst dressed man in the world or anything. But when he's standing next to the King, who traditionally is seen as someone who dresses very, very well, and President Trump, who's clearly sort of dressed to the nines, as everyone is there, he looks so out of place in this photograph with his very, very long sleeves and two buttons done up on the jacket, just everything wrong.
It comes with getting free suits, I think, but he's obviously got them for nothing, so there's a question mark there. The King, he goes to Anderson and Shepherd, which is just off Savile Row, and he's been going there for years, since I think he was 19. So everything he wears is absolutely perfectly done, the right length, length of his trouser, showing the right 2 centimetres of cuff, everything right. Donald Trump, I'm not sure who makes his suits, but he wears them like a uniform. He's probably got 50 of them, because always immaculately done. And you would think our Prime Minister, knowing those pictures were going to go around the world, would have actually made a bit of an effort.
Famously, Donald Trump's tie is not always regulation length. It can sometimes droop very, very downwards towards the floor. But he does seem to be, at least yesterday, smartening up the sort of the length of his tie that he's so famous for having, perhaps, at a less usual length.
Well, I think he's quite tall. I think he's about 6'2". So the distance between your neck and sort of like the end of your belt is going to be quite longer with him. I suspect he has his ties specially made to a special length. So normal length is about 79 centimetres. I think he gets extra long ones done. Yeah. And Keir Starmer should take a tip. If you're representing Britain, and after all, I think we are recognised as the home of good tailoring, you would actually think our Prime Minister would actually make a bit of an effort to dress a bit sharper.
Now, Jeff, I'm sure a lot of people sitting at home will be thinking, gosh, I don't want to pull a Starmer. How do I avoid these faux pas that seemingly the Prime Minister walked into? Could we perhaps stand up and come along over to... let's come along to this part of the studio and let's just see, what are the biggest faux pas that people generally get wrong when it comes to wearing suits?
There's a few things. First of all, on a 2-button or a 3-button, ever doing the bottom button up. One should never do that.
No.
And the reason that goes back to military tailoring, that in the old days, the military would have a buttonhole here, and they would button the coat back so they could ride a horse. So you never do the bottom button up.
That is so interesting.
The next thing is always me. I go for 2 centimetres of cuff, and on a bespoke or tailor-made suit, you always leave the bottom buttonhole undone, so it shows you've had your suit made to measure.
Oh, that is so
That
interesting.
goes back to military tailoring again, where surgeons in the field of battle would have buttons all the way up. So if they had to amputate a leg in a battle, they could undo the buttons, fold the sleeve back, and that goes back to there. The other thing, obviously, is your length of your trouser. Me, I prefer it not to break on my shoe. Very often people like just to see a small break. I prefer them made to the correct length, the right inside leg measurement, and that really, those things are essential. then the
Famously, Rishi Sunak had very short trousers, and they came up to about here.
Very short guy.
Yeah.
Was that to try and make him look like he was a little bit bigger?
I think so, yeah. Tried to make him look as if he was 6 foot tall when he's like 5'5". So,
oh gosh, they're always a problem. What was the final thing you were going to say?
I was going to say again the width of the lapel. That's again critically important. It tends to be a trend, but the other thing is you should never have a tie wider than your lapel, because that makes you look a bit flash.
Well, these are excellent tips.
So many rules. Who knew? Fascinating.
Well, thank you so much, Jeff, for coming in, talking through all of that. So much more to come. Do stay with us here on Good Afternoon Britain.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, very good day to you. This is your latest GB News weather update coming to you from the Met Office. Yes, there will be a bit of sunshine for some of us through today, but also some rain pushing in, particularly across some northern western parts. That's because there's a frontal system that's making its way in, and worth bearing in mind the trailing cold front is going to linger across some parts through the rest of the week into the weekend. But for the time being, the rain's mainly across parts of Wales, and the rain will be pushing into parts of northern England and also across Northern Ireland as we go through the afternoon. A bit of rain across the far north of Scotland where we have some strong winds. Elsewhere, some drier, brighter weather, some sunshine breaking through. And in the south-southeast, here temperatures should get to highs of around 23 or 24 Celsius. Worth bearing in mind that across some southern parts, the cloud will be thick enough for a few spots of drizzly rain through this afternoon and into the evening. But really for much of central southern England and much of Wales, it's a dry end to the day here. Through the evening, it's looking pretty wet across much of Northern Ireland and parts of northwest England in particular, and that rain pushing into southern Scotland as well. Across the rest of Scotland, it's looking drier, albeit a few outbreaks of rain continuing across the far north of Scotland for a little while yet. That rain continues to affect, well, the far northwest of Wales, parts of northern England and central and southern parts of Scotland as we go overnight. Elsewhere, there will be some drier, clearer weather around, and whilst most places will see temperatures holding up in double figures, it's not out of the question that a few rural spots where we get any clear breaks could just about drop into single digits. And then through tomorrow, we kind of have 4 zones of weather to start off with. Some rain across the far north of Scotland, but that will clear away. Then largely fine across much of Scotland and Northern Ireland with some sunshine. Rain lingering across parts of northern England and the far north of Wales. And then across central southern parts of England and Wales, it's looking largely dry. Lots of sunshine and quite warm and humid with temperatures peaking around 26 or 27.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
It's our biggest Great British giveaway to date. You could be driving away with this brand new Benamar Primera motorhome. This 4-berth home from home comes complete with integrated kitchen and bathroom areas and has all of the tech you'd expect from the latest 2025 model. We'll also give you an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash to make sure that any adventures you take in your new motorhome are taken in style. For a chance to win, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB16 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 31st of October. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
This week, an extraordinary art discovery was made on an estate agent's listing in Mar del Plata in Argentina. Above a velvet sofa hangs an old master portrait lost for more than 80 years, looted by the Nazis. Its reappearance has reignited interest in the long quest to restore stolen heritage. Joining me now is historian Michaela Hume.
It's a fascinating story. So a lady who is a descendant of a former soldier who worked with Hermann Göring has, it is believed for years, has had some art that has been looted, that was looted during World War II. And I think people have approached her about this over the years, and she's categorically denied having any looted art. And she goes then to put one of the houses, I think that was owned by her father, up for sale, and hasn't realised that art that is believed to have been looted is actually on these images that the estate agent has taken.
Although it is extraordinary, it's kind of not entirely a surprise in the sense that the flat did belong to a Nazi official, is that right?
That's correct, yeah. And we know that Hermann Göring himself was a collector of art. I think during the 1940s, it was said that he was getting, on average, about 3 paintings, what we would call masterpiece paintings, a week. So we know that a large percentage of this looted art was going to him. It was even said that he had masterpieces just hung up in his cabin in the country, So it's highly plausible that he has given a piece of art to one of his right-hand men that has then been, passed down to his daughter.
The People's Channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 1 o'clock on Thursday, the 18th of September. I'm Olivia Utley.
And I'm Tom Harwood.
Donald Trump has touched down at Chequers to meet Sir Keir Starmer after a short flight from Windsor. The pomp and pageantry may be over, but today it's down to business with a joint press conference happening this afternoon. We'll be there throughout.
That starts at 2:30 p.m. And what's fascinating is the personal, special relationship of these two men, one a left-wing politician, one a right-wing. And I'll be talking to an expert on why they get on in just a moment.
Elsewhere, as Sir Keir Starmer prepares for those talks with Donald Trump, London's Mayor Sadiq Khan launches a stinging attack on the US president, accusing him of fueling division. But critics say Sadiq Khan should look a bit closer to home.
And the first migrant has been deported to France under the Prime Minister's partial returns plan, as Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is accused of putting lives at risk by the UK's anti-slavery watchdog after claiming modern slavery laws are making it harder to deport people.
Well, that small boat migrant, an Indian national, left on an Air France flight this morning. And brace yourselves, we're told that a second migrant may be leaving on a flight this afternoon.
Wow.
With the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them.
Yes, late-night host Jimmy Kimmel over in the United States pulled off air after comments about Charlie Kirk's killing, seemingly blaming the right for the assassination. Well, should he be cancelled? A second migrant?
A second migrant?
Oh, we're spoiling you. We're spoiling you here.
What on earth is going on? I mean, OK, to be fair, it's not the 40 on day one that we were expecting.
No, but 2 out, 40 in.
Yeah, two in a day is it's
embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It was only ever going to be a modest number that were sent this week, but by modest we mean 40. The fact that you can only 3 days late get one migrant away to France is clearly embarrassing for the government. They can at least say, as they are saying, that the returns deal is now underway, that they got their first migrant off the ground, but unless they can really start picking up these numbers, nobody's going to take this seriously, because it's aimed at the end of the day, it's supposedly a deterrent to try to undermine the people smuggling model. And if you can't actually get significant numbers off the ground, what are people smugglers in France going to do other than just have a little chuckle to themselves?
I mean, when we're looking at the numbers that are coming across every single day, every single week, we have some weeks where more than 1,000 come across. And if we're sending 1, maybe 2 back, I mean, it is just extraordinary. But I can't wait for the Home Office press release that says, once this second one has been confirmed to be in France, Deportations to France up 100%.
Well, absolutely. The Home Office is going to desperately try and put a good spin on this. We'd love to hear what you think back at home, and we'll hear much more from Mark after the news headlines. Now, over to Tatiana.
Olivia, thank you. The top stories: Donald Trump and Sir Keir Starmer are holding talks before a joint press conference later this afternoon at the Prime Minister's country residence Chequers. The US President left Windsor Castle this morning. He and King Charles shook hands as they bid farewell. Mr Trump telling reporters he's a great gentleman and a great king. It follows last night's promise of a £150 billion US investment in the UK. The Business and Trade Department says the agreements with American companies will create over 7,600 jobs in all areas of the UK, and the package reflects the scale of ambition shared by both nations. A large majority of the money will come from Blackstone, the world's largest alternative asset manager, which unveiled plans for a £90 billion investment in the UK over the next decade. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer said the investments are a testament to Britain's economic strength and a bold signal that our country is open, ambitious and ready to lead. Last night, Donald Trump attended the state banquet at Windsor Castle, calling it one of the highest honours of his life. The US president said it was a privilege to be the first American president treated to a second state visit as the first day of his unprecedented trip drew to a close. King Charles used his speech to reflect on the enduring relationship between the two nations and even referenced support for Ukraine.
Our countries have the closest defence, security and intelligence relationship ever known. In 2 world wars, we fought together to defeat the forces of tyranny. Today, as tyranny once again threatens Europe, we and our allies stand together in support of Ukraine to deter aggression and secure peace.
US talk show host Jimmy Kimmel's late-night programme has been suspended following comments he made about the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Kimmel used his show on Monday night to accuse Donald Trump and his allies of doing their best to fan the flames following Charlie Kirk's assassination last week. A spokesperson for the Disney-owned network ABC said the programme will be off the airwaves indefinitely. President Donald Trump was quick to comment, taking to Truth Social to congratulate ABC and writing that Kimmel has zero talent. Kimmel is yet to publicly comment. The Bank of England has held its interest rate at 4% as it said the UK was not out of the woods on inflation, with taxes contributing to rising food costs. The bank's Monetary Policy Committee voted to keep rates unchanged following a 0.25 percentage point cut in August. Consumer Prices Index inflation stayed at 3.8% in August, official data showed yesterday, remaining at the highest level since the beginning of 2024 and above the bank's 2% target rate. Food and drink inflation rose to 5.1%, the 5th month in a row that price rises had accelerated. 2 men and a woman have been arrested on suspicion of assisting the Russian intelligence service. The Metropolitan Police said they were detained in Essex as part of a counter-terror investigation. A 41-year-old man and a 35-year-old woman were arrested at an address in Grays in Essex. A 46-year-old man was also arrested at a separate address in the Grays area. The Met said the suspects were taken to a London police station and held under the National Security Act. Officers searched the 2 Essex addresses and all 3 have now been released on conditional bail while the investigation continues. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood says the first return of a migrant to France under the government's one-in, one-out scheme shows people crossing the English Channel that if you enter the UK illegally, we will seek to remove you. A man who arrived in the UK by small boat in August was put on a flight to France this morning, the Home Office said. It added that further flights are scheduled to take place this week and next week. The government had been facing fresh pressure over the returns agreement after the temporary blocking of the deportation of a man on modern slavery grounds. The Home Secretary has been accused of putting lives at risk by the anti-slavery watchdog after saying the use of modern slavery legislation to block deportations of migrants made a mockery of our laws. Shabana Mahmood has vowed to fight last-minute claims after the High Court intervened this week in the case of an Eritrean man who argued after arrival in the UK by small boat last month that he was a victim of modern slavery just hours before his flight was due to take off. Meanwhile, an Egyptian asylum seeker who was jailed for raping a woman in London's Hyde Park is a convicted Islamic terrorist, according to reports. 42-year-old Abdul Rahman Adnan Abu Layla was found guilty in his absence of being part of a bomb-making cell in Egypt and given a 7-year jail sentence on the 5th of May of 2015. Abu Layla, along with 6 other men, was said to be responsible for making explosives in a safe house flat in order to carry out terrorist acts. He's said to have been a member of the Muslim Brotherhood and fled the country before he could be convicted, according to the Daily Mail. He arrived in Britain in April of 2023 and claimed asylum. Those are the latest headlines. For now, more in half an hour.
You can now watch GB News live across the United States of America and the world on Truth Plus. Scan the QR code to find out more or visit gbnews.com/truth.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
Here's a quick snapshot of today's markets. The pound buying you $1.3628 and €1.1520. The price of gold is £2,692.29 per ounce, and the FTSE 100 is now at 9,218 points.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's coming up to 1:10. Now, in a few minutes, the Prime Minister and the US President will be attending a business meeting hosted by the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, at the Prime Minister's country residence, Chequers.
Well, let's cross live to GB News political editor Christopher Hope with the latest. The big press conference is at 2:30 this afternoon, but there is going to be this business meeting now. What can we expect will feature in the discussion now with Rachel Reeves?
Open disagreement on some others. Yeah, we know that £150 billion in tech deals have been announced. Some of the world's biggest tech companies are here or have been here in Windsor. There's a reception behind me. A marquee's been erected, we understand. In there, you're seeing them, Donald Trump and Keir Starmer meeting, trying to generate good news, good positivity about this special relationship between the UK and US. But what I think is fascinating about this press conference at 2:30 is watching the body language of these two very different politicians and working out why they have a personal, special relationship. But with me now is Ben Riley-Smith. He's the Telegraph's political editor. He's written a very long 4,000-word article for the Telegraph's website and magazine about this very point. Ben Riley-Smith, it's been a long journey, hasn't it, for these two politicians? I mean, where were they a year ago?
Well, totally different position. If you go back to last summer, they'd never met, they'd never talked. In fact, their parties were pretty much at open political warfare. The Republicans were suing or filing legal complaints about Labour intervening on behalf of the Democrats.
Ahead of the election?
Ahead of the presidential election, yeah. And, you know, Donald Trump isn't a guy who likes somebody backing the other side. So it is quite an impressive political feat for Keir Starmer to get on the right side of this guy. I think one of the key bits is the strategy they've taken, which is essentially don't bite at everything Donald Trump says. Just really think about the things that are important and push him privately. You've seen that in the last 6 months. So say Canada, Donald Trump out there saying we want to be the 51st state. A lot of European leaders issued big public messages of solidarity. Keir Starmer and David Lammy actually said, well, look, we don't really think he's literally going to take Canada, and let's take it all with a pinch of salt. So that idea that you don't publicly challenge the guy is central to it. And I think also there's something in Keir Starmer's personality. A lot of number 10 people I talked to in the Foreign Office said, look, this guy's not a performative politician. He doesn't have that big ego that, say, Emmanuel Macron has. He doesn't feel he needs to show Trump up where he's somewhere wrong or make a big statement for his audience at home. So actually in those public events, Keir Starmer does be quite pared back and deferential.
So he sits back and lets Trump be Trump and then steps in when he wants to. For example, standing up for Sadiq Khan in that press conference in Turnberry when I was there earlier this summer, saying he's a friend of mine after he was attacked by Donald Trump. And how is that personal, special relationship manifest itself? How are they communicating?
Well, obviously you have the normal formal channels, which is meetings are set up and calls, but actually they do have an informal communication relationship as well. We understood when we reported in the piece that they're in touch on Signal, this app that we know the Trump administration uses because it caused such a palaver with those leaked messages earlier in the month. And also, this is very Donald Trump. Sometimes the Prime Minister will get a call out of the blue from the President. It happened just after Christmas when Keir Starmer's brother passed away. He was actually here at Chequers and on his mobile phone suddenly flashed up the President, totally unprepared. There weren't aides on the call, so it shows they do have that direct relationship too.
Extraordinary. I mean, we're not always told when they talk, I suppose. We are told sometimes, but this informal chat just keeps that special relationship ticking along.
Yeah, I think so. And look, there is something about Keir Starmer. He's quite a blokey bloke, ultimately. You know, it's often, you've covered a lot of Prime Ministers in your time. What is Keir Starmer's perfect Saturday?
I'm so sorry I'm going to have to interrupt you. We need to go live to have a look at this business meeting. Let's have a nosy in, be a fly on the wall as we can see the President and the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, and very nice to see you all. And, Mr. President, let me welcome you again for this unprecedented second state visit. And it's a great pleasure for me personally to welcome you to my home from home here at Chequers. And thank you very much for taking the time to say hello to the staff, who are absolutely, they've done a brilliant job, and they've been preparing for weeks, and it's really so good to have you here. So thank you so much. You are among friends, and I think we all agree there's so much to celebrate in the special relationship between our two countries. By standing together in war and in peace, this bond is the very foundation of our security, our freedom, and our prosperity. But what is the relationship all about when it comes down to brass tacks? It comes down to leaders, of course, leaders who respect each other, leaders who genuinely like each other. And it comes down to our unique relationship on defence, the closest the world has ever seen. It comes down to the connections between our people, ties of family and friendship. The President himself is a shining example of that. But it also comes down to business, to all of you here, and thank you so much for coming here this afternoon. It's fantastic to have you with us as the best evidence of that people-to-people, business-to-business relationship that thrives in the special relationship. In so many ways, this story is a story about enterprise. The US is our single biggest, largest trading partner. Companies like BP, GSK, Rolls-Royce and AstraZeneca employ thousands of people in the United States. American companies like Microsoft, Citigroup, Boeing, Amazon and Blackstone do the same here. Together, we support over 2.5 million jobs across both economies. So this relationship is embodied in each and every one of you here today. We have, if you like, the great and the good of British and American business sitting with us. Leading lights in tech like Jensen, Ruth, Demis and Satya. Finance, Jane, Larry and Steve. And of course in pharma, in defence, energy and manufacturing. It is really great to see you all again, I should say, because of course we were together yesterday and we know each other very, very well, which is exactly as it should be. And just look at what we're achieving today together. The deals and investment that you're announcing today break all records. What a day. £250 billion flowing both ways across the Atlantic. It is the biggest investment package of its kind in British history by a country mile. So thank you so much for your contribution on your part in that as the embodiment of that special relationship. And let me spell out what that means. It means life-changing investments across the United Kingdom. It's expected to create 15,000 jobs in Belfast, in Birmingham, Hartlepool, the Humber, and well beyond. It means thousands of working people will feel and will be better off. And it shows the potency of this partnership. US capital and entrepreneurial spirit, combined with British ideas and ingenuity. The UK is one of the world's largest economies. Maybe not quite on the scale of the United States, I concede, but my word, we punch above our weight. And we lead the world in expertise on quantum, on AI, life sciences, financial services and more. We have the only trillion-dollar tech sector in the West, outside of the US, again, I caveat. We have the best investment, the best universities, the most Nobel Prizes, and we have Demis here, outside the US. That's what we bring to the table, and we are proud of it. That's why we both benefit from this incredible relationship. Look at the economic prosperity deal that we struck back in May. It was the first trade deal that the President made. And yes, it was the best deal as well. We have the lowest tariffs in the world in vital sectors, and that is some achievement. It was a tough negotiation, but we did it for a reason. Because it's a win for both sides. And because we knew that by working together, we could deliver more for working people. We could help the businesses here today to thrive and help you create good, well-paid jobs in communities up and down our country. And ultimately, that is the test of the special relationship. How much it delivers for honest, hard-working people to make them safer and better off. We've already taken a big steps forward, and we're going further today, much further. In a moment, the President and I will sign our groundbreaking new technology partnership, the Tech Prosperity Deal. It's a blueprint to win this new era together, shape it according to our shared values, and seize the incredible opportunities that are on offer. I want to thank all of you for supporting this vision. We have huge new investments from NVIDIA, Nscale, OpenAI, Google, Salesforce, and many more, backing cutting-edge British jobs for years to come. And of course, tech needs energy. So to fuel this revolution, we've struck a new deal on civil nuclear power. We discussed this, Mr. President, last time we were together, and the opportunities we had. Generating energy for millions of homes and businesses, driving down bills on both sides of the Atlantic, and driving up energy security. So I want to thank everybody here for supporting this too, with brilliant job-creating investments from Momentum and others, including building up to 12 advanced nuclear reactors in the northeast. So this is a great day for the special relationship, a celebration of what has gone before, of course, but more than that, a moment to deliver investments, jobs and deals which will improve people's lives now and light up the special relationship for years to come. So thank you all, and now it is my pleasure to hand the floor to my friend, our friend, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And great job. Well, this is a very distinguished group, I can tell you. That's what I do for a living. It was before politics. I would have to deal with you, and you are the best. You're the best in the world, and you're here. And it's an honor to have all of these great leaders. Really an honor. But I'm sincerely grateful to Prime Minister Starmer and Lady Starmer for welcoming us to this very special home, this beautiful place. And I was here a number of years ago, but somehow today it looks even better, even more beautiful, and even more historic. Melania and I are forever thankful to His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. We had a fantastic evening last night. But the exquisite honor of a second official state visit, the first ever, it's the first time it's ever been done, was, really was an honor. Such great history, and to think it's a first. It's always nice to have a first. but the ties between our countries are priceless, and it's really an inheritance. It's a beautiful inheritance. Today we're making those ties closer than ever before. We've done some things that financially are great for both countries, and we work together, and it keeps us together, and I think it's an unbreakable bond we have, regardless of what we're doing today. I think it's unbreakable. But this is very big, and I want to thank all of the incredibly talented business leaders, the best in the world, biggest in the world, here this afternoon for investing in the Anglo-American Alliance, and you personify an important part of the unique national bond and really a world bond. What you've done is incredible. Our two countries do a great deal of business together. $340 billion last year was the number. In May, the United Kingdom became the first country to make a trade deal with the United States during my second term, and we sort of wanted to make it the first because the bond is so strong and the relationship so long. That agreement will create billions of dollars in opportunities for American farmers to sell their products into the UK, reduce barriers to trade, and give the U.S. manufacturers better access to the UK's world-class aerospace supply chain, which is really is world-class. A lot of people don't understand it, the importance of that particular asset that you have. It's a beautiful job you've done. There's no more natural partnership in the world. Together, we're building up the industrial capacity of both of our countries, which is crucial to our defense. And we work so well together in defense. I met so many of the leaders of your defending group, and many of them I've known by name, but now I know them pretty well. We had some very good meetings today and yesterday. So we're taking the next logical step with a historic agreement on science and technology partnerships, and this will create new government, academic, and private sector cooperation in areas such as AI, which is taking over the world. I mean, I'm looking at you guys. You're taking over the world, Jensen. I don't know what you're doing here. I hope you're right. All I can say is we both hope you're right. But it's pretty amazing. Quantum computing, fusion, 6G, and civil nuclear energy, and align our nations through the approach of centered deregulation and innovation. And we're going to have a lot of deregulation and a tremendous amount of innovation. It's just happening. But this new accord is already helping spur a massive wave of private sector deals worth over $350 billion alone, headlined by a $136 billion from Blackstone. That's very nice. Steve, thank you. That's why you have the location, I think. It's considered the best seat of the year. Yours is pretty good, too, Jensen. That's good. That's great, Steve. You know what you're doing better than anybody. American company X Energy and British company Centrica has been announcing, and really for a long while they've been talking about this deal, the deployment of modular nuclear reactors across the UK, all across the UK. It's been in the wind for a couple of years, and now we're getting it done, generating more than $50 billion in economic value, creating up to 2,500 jobs, and powering 1.5 million homes. That's a lot of homes. 7 decades after British genius Alan Turing pioneered the field, this agreement will also help America and our British allies dominate the future of artificial intelligence. You need the energy. You have to have the energy. That's one thing I learned very quickly. They need a lot of electricity. In the United States, you need double what we have right now just to maintain that fight. We're right now, and I want to say, leading China and the world by a lot in AI, a lot. And we're creating tremendous amounts of energy and letting you create your own electricity in many, many cases. And we're giving you very rapid approvals. We're getting them approvals like they've never seen before. They used to wait 15 and 20 years to be rejected. Now they wait 2 weeks or 3 weeks to be accepted. That's a pretty big difference. And at the same time, we always have the environment in mind, but we move them along. But we're committed to ensuring that you have secure and reliable sources of American AI and quantum technology. We intend to always be the UK's strongest, closest, and most trusted business partner. Very important to us. The relationship is very important. 1 year ago, our country was in serious trouble. the King of Saudi Arabia, a great gentleman, you all know him. He said, "Sir, your country was dead 1 year ago, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world," and it's true. We'll have more than $17 trillion invested in our country this year, 17 trillion, which is many, many times what we had last year, and we're only in our just about almost 9th month, it's moving along quickly. It's amazing. I was saying we're in our 3rd month, our 4th month, our 5th month, but we're at, it's going to be over $17 trillion. No country has ever had anything like that, even close. GDP last quarter was 3.3%. Despite all of the things we're doing, one of the things we're doing, which I'm very proud of, is the border. We now have a totally closed border, totally secure for 3 months. 0 people came into our country, bad people. And they come in, but they have to come in legally. We have a great process going. And inflation is virtually non-existent. As you know, we're taking in trillions of dollars from tariffs, and they've been so incredible for our country, so incredible. We're keeping our companies happy. We're keeping them solid and sane, and they're very, very thrilled at what's happened. They can't even believe it. And we've never seen investment like this. Without the tariffs, we would have just a fraction of that. And we're really the only one that can do tariffs. Nobody else is able to do them. With us, it works because people have to be there. But we've slashed 30-year-old regulations. And as you know, in my first term, we had a very successful first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And we had the biggest regulation cut in the history of our country. And now we're doing it again. We're slashing them at a level that is even beyond what we did in the first term. The first term, we did more regulation cutting by 4 times at any other time that any other country has done or that we've done. And we think we're going to exceed that this time. And we'll have regulation, but it'll be sane regulation. It'll be regulation that allows you to compete and do your thing, or regulations that you're able to get around and do things, and you no longer have that regulation. But we slashed regulations at a level that's never been done before, and we're doing it at the same level right now. I recently signed the largest tax cuts in our country's history, and the bill includes a 100% expensing for investments in equipment and factories. Nobody's ever seen anything like that, and it lasts for a 10-year period, so it's going to be there for a while. But the countries and companies are coming into our country for the expensing aspect of the bill. It was in I call it the big, beautiful bill, the great, big, beautiful bill. We got so much, the largest bill ever passed in the history of our country. In fact, so big that we really don't have to pass too much anymore. We can just do this for 4 years, implement. You know, I like to implement because the bills are wonderful, but you have to implement. But the expensing is going to be the reason, I think, that bigger than anything else, when you have 1 year expensing, you can write everything off in the first year, including structure. So you didn't even have that in the first bill. I think it was the biggest factor in the first bill why it led to such growth. And this is actually a better form of expensing, and it's actually more significant. So today, America is strong. Our economy is, I think, potentially the strongest it's ever been. We'll see very soon those big places that are being built all over the country. Car companies are moving in. AI is moving in. Everybody's coming in. They all want to be here. The drug companies are coming back. They all want to be there. They sort of have to be there, but they want to be there. But with this agreement, our cherished friendship with the United Kingdom is getting stronger and stronger. And again, I want to thank the Prime Minister. He worked very hard on this and getting this deal done. This is long in the making. They've been talking about it for a long time, and we got it done. And it's a real honor to be with you. And thank you very much. Thank you. Should I sign this, Howard? Where's Scott? Should I sign this? Are you sure, Scott? If the deal's no good, I'm blaming you, Scott.
That'd be great.
It's a great honor. Okay, let's swap it. Okay, hold that up. Yeah.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, we're now going to take some contributions from our distinguished guests from the business community, starting with Sir Demis Hassabis, the co-founder and CEO of DeepMind.
Thanks, Varun. It's a huge pleasure and honour to be here today, and thank you, Mr. President and Prime Minister, for your fantastic leadership on the US-UK tech prosperity deal. This partnership builds on a rich heritage of scientific collaboration between our two great nations, pushing forwards the frontiers of human knowledge and technical innovation. The fruits of that historical partnership, from inventing the
Of DeepMind. It was one of the first ever artificial intelligence companies. It was bought by Google a few years back, but really at the forefront of what's become known as the AI revolution. I mean, before any of the other companies, and it's a London-based company, a real crown jewel in Britain's tech sector. One of the people there speaking to the President and Prime Minister. Well, let's cross back to our political editor, Christopher Hope. Chris, we saw the Prime Minister and President sign this deal, this investment deal in front of them. What was actually in it?
Yes, a big deal there. I mean, what's interesting about it, how this deal has gone up from £150 billion this time yesterday to £250 billion today. Keir Starmer there saying it's the biggest ever investment package of its kind by a country mile. It shows the UK punching above our weight in the world. Jobs all over the UK, he said. It shows the potency of this partnership. Now, he started off, Sir Keir Starmer, talking about the special relationship, which essentially is one of defence and security and deep sharing of information across between the UK and US. And now he says that extends into enterprise too. This is a choice being made by this government. It would be denied by Downing Street maybe, but it seems to me they're increasingly looking towards the US as a big trading partner, trying to bridge both those two competing trading blocs, the European Union and the US, and that's what's so fascinating. Keir Starmer said it's a story about enterprise, BP, GSK, and others. AstraZeneca. The US is our biggest trading partner, he said. Now, this is shows it in contrast to the language we use sometimes about the European Union. You heard there from Donald Trump and his usually flowery language, the beautiful and historic place of Chequers, he said, the unbreakable bond between the two countries. He rattled off the areas this deal will cover: quantum fusion and 6G. So I think this is the meat of today, this political day, of this two-day visit. Yesterday was the royal visit in Windsor, where you're on the streets of Windsor, Tom, of course, and today it's the detail, the nuts and bolts, and what this means for our jobs and people living here. I should say I'll be writing a special snap analysis for GB News of the state visit for those who subscribe to GB News' website on our GB News newsletter. Sign up to receive that newsletter by scanning the QR card that should be on the screen now, or go to gbnews.com/news-newsletter.
So you talked for a minute there earlier about the body language between Keir Starmer and Donald Trump, and I think that is worth mentioning. Keir Starmer was very keen to be friendly to Donald Trump. There's quite a lot of touching him on the shoulder. At multiple points he said, "You're here with friends, you're among friends, you're our friend, my friend, our friend," etc., etc. Labour backbenchers, on the whole, don't much like Donald Trump. What will they make of Keir Starmer really cozying up to the president today?
Well, cozying up because the value of having Donald Trump here. I mean, the scale of this visit is extraordinary. Watching those two Marine 1 and 2 helicopters arrive, Chinooks arriving with journalists in them, the scale of the security operation, it's a big deal, and that's why we are seeing Sir Keir Starmer recognise that. That shows to me he's a grown-up politician. He recognises the national interest is to get close to Donald Trump, and it draws into question, I think, why on earth the leader of the third biggest party in Parliament, Sir Ed Davey, didn't go last night invite to the state banquet? Why didn't he go there and maybe raise the issue of Palestine and Gaza with the president when he had a chance? Well, he's blown it now. He wasn't there. And I think that draws into question the seriousness of the Lib Dems as a party that may put plans, I suppose they all do want to, run the country one day if you won't even meet the leader of our biggest ally.
There were a few little comments from Donald Trump. Now, obviously, he was very friendly to Keir Starmer generally, but there were a few little comments which I thought might be interpreted by the Prime Minister as digs. He said inflation is basically non-existent in the US, presumably as opposed to the UK, where it's at 3.8%. He talked about the biggest regulation cuts in our history, not something that the British Prime Minister has made much of a meal of over in the UK. And then he said, bad people don't come into our country. People can come in, but they come in legally. Was that a reference to the small boat crisis? How will Starmer take all of that?
Yeah, difficult, isn't it? I think the issue of the small boats crisis will rear its head in the press conference starting in just over barely an hour's time now. Of course, we know there's one individual has been sent back to France today. Mark White's been reporting on that, but who's going to come back? And it seems such a kind of tiny attempt to deal with this big problem. The smashing the gangs is such a difficult issue for Sir Keir Starmer. He's up against opponents here in this country in Reform UK, and the Tories probably announcing next month to withdraw from the European Convention on Human Rights to allow our politicians to overrule our courts and get people out of this country quickly. Not a problem in the US, where they're even developing a form of Rwanda plan, deporting illegally arrived migrants and really ending almost completely crossings over the border. I think that issue, that one issue, will be the one upon which Keir Starmer is judged, most importantly, at the next general election. And he'll probably be looking at the action taken by Donald Trump and slightly jealously.
Well, Christopher Hope, thanks indeed for being there for us throughout this afternoon there at Chequers. Really looking forward to that press conference that we have a little bit later on. We'll let you get set up for that. But Olivia, I think what you referenced there with the sort of friendliness that we had between the two men, you know, we're with friends here, delighted to be with friends. I was just reminded, perhaps it was the purple background, of Barney the dinosaur. I love you, you love... It was all very children's television.
All very children's television. And I really want to know what Labour MPs make of all of that. Because, of course, Christopher Hope is right. It's important for the UK Prime Minister to be friendly to Donald Trump while he's here. But left-wing Labour MPs really, really don't like the President. They've been very open in their dislike with the President. What will they make of Keir Starmer toadying up to him, if you like? Do you think this makes Keir Starmer's position within the Labour Party shakier than it was yesterday?
I think it is so interesting. Obviously, we saw people like Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana out there on those marches. Did we see many Labour MPs out there? No. And that's a big change from when the Labour Party was in opposition. In opposition, you get a free pass to be as anti-American as you want to be. I think we're seeing that actually particularly from the Liberal Democrats. I mean, every week at Prime Minister's Questions, you have Sir Ed Davey standing up there and saying something about Donald Trump, because he has licence to. He's not in charge of anything. But I think Labour MPs recognise just how important the UK-US relationship is, just how dependent this country is on having good relations with the US. I think the Prime Minister might be given a pass by the vast, vast majority of Labour MPs.
You could be right.
In the national interest.
We've seen people like David Lammy very much changing their tune from some of the tweets that he made about Donald Trump before Labour came into power, and then we saw those pictures of them fishing together, fishing with J.D. Vance a few months ago. Yeah. So perhaps you're right, Tom. Perhaps this won't do Keir Starmer's rating any damage within the Labour Party. You've got to hope so for the Prime Minister, because at the moment he needs all the popularity he can get with it among his own MPs.
Now, it did seem like this was all incredibly stage-managed. I mean, there was no negotiation today. It was all agreed beforehand.
Rubber stamp.
A rubber stamp was being put on that. I mean, this could have been signed virtually, quite frankly. He didn't need to come over for it. But shall we get some analysis on what actually this deal might mean for both of our countries now? Joining us is the business journalist Ian King. Ian, thanks so much for being with us. We keep hearing just, frankly, gargantuan numbers. 150 billion, 250 billion, almost incomprehensible. What does it all mean?
I think these are genuinely significant announcements. You've only got to look at the galaxy of business leaders that have come over with President Trump to the United Kingdom. Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, Tim Cook from Apple, Satya Nadella from Microsoft. I mean, this is a real who's who of US tech giants. On the investment side, you've got the boss of Blackstone, Steve Schwarzman, a mega investor already in the United Kingdom. He's already invested something like £100 billion in this country, his firm, and they've pledged to more or less double that over the next decade. You've got Larry Fink, the founder and boss of BlackRock, the world's biggest asset management company. These are really, really significant business figures, not just in the United States, but globally. And the fact that they're all here, it's really, really very meaningful, I think.
And this deal, you know, it's going to bring jobs, we're hearing, to the northeast. It's going to bring money into the economy. Do you think that these tech giants will stay in the UK long term? Or will some of the measures that Rachel Reeves imposing with the Conservative government before, you know, high business rates, etc., the UK isn't at the moment a particularly conducive place to doing business. Will these tech companies stay in long term, or do you think they'll get frustrated with regulation, taxes, red tape in the UK?
Well, I mean, clearly the UK is a less easy place to run a business and to employ people than it was 12 months ago. But if you're a company of the order of NVIDIA, of Microsoft, you're really, really not going to be too bothered about that. And actually, this is one of the things where the UK, strange as that may sound, is actually a more attractive investment destination. We have some of the top tech talent here in the UK. You've got, for example, the fact that DeepMind, which is Google's AI business, that's a London-based business founded by a Londoner, Dennis Hassabis, and based here. And the talent here, the tech talent, is actually far cheaper to employ here in the United Kingdom than it is in Silicon Valley. So it's actually a really attractive feature of the UK in that respect to these tech giants. There's another dimension of it, though, which is really important, and this is where the United States does get a benefit from all of this as well. The US is very, very anxious that its AI infrastructure is built out around the world, and effectively you've got a choice. You either try and go with domestic AI infrastructure. Well, the UK's been left behind on that. I've just mentioned Google DeepMind. I mean, that was a British company, but it was sold to Google some years ago. A lot of unhappiness and regret, really, in Westminster and Whitehall that was allowed to happen, but it did. And in credit to Alphabet, the parent company of Google, they have carried on investing in that business. So you either go domestically. If you look at the whole of Europe, there's only really one big AI player, which is a French company called Mistral, that's in a position to compete with some of these US players. And so the other alternative is that you go with the Chinese. And that's something that the US in particular is very, very anxious to avoid. They want friendly countries like the UK, like South Korea, to sign up to having AI infrastructure that is based in the United States and based on US intellectual property to be what takes hold around the world, rather than people getting into bed with the Chinese.
It was really interesting to hear the Prime Minister emphasise that Britain has, outside of America and China, the largest tech sector in the world, the only trillion-dollar tech sector in the West, save for the United States. But really interesting that there are people like Tim Cook there today. I mean, he's just opened a massive new office in Battersea Power Station, the headquarters of Apple now in the United Kingdom. I have to say, on a personal note, I'm going to Battersea Power Station tomorrow to buy new AirPods, Apple AirPods. The reason I bring up this, the AI features in those AirPods, live translation in your ears, where you can talk to someone and hear live translation through AI, that feature isn't available in the EU thanks to their regulations. It seems that the EU AI Act and various EU sort of regulatory arbitrage against companies like Apple, like Google, has lent these companies to actually withdraw certain products or not launch certain products in the EU market. Is there a bit of a Brexit benefit here for particularly these tech companies that see the UK as a bit easier to do business in, certainly compared to the EU?
Yes, that's undoubtedly the case. The UK is seen as a more attractive destination for American tech giants to base themselves. The regulation is different from in the EU and on continental Europe, and that is definitely a strength. That is, again, another attraction for the UK for all of these big companies. I keep coming back to the talent thing. You look at the fact that the UK has 3 of the world's top 10 universities: Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial College. We have, as you've mentioned, the startup culture. We have a startup culture in this country, which is unparalleled outside of the United States and China. More unicorns, as you said. That's a startup that's reached a valuation of $1 billion. We have more of those than in the tech sector than anywhere else outside the US and China. In fintech, in particular, financial technology, that is another real core strength that we have in the UK. Not really a surprise given the historic strength of the square mile, the City of London. We have a financial services sector in the UK that's really only parallel, the only competition to it really is the United States. And again, so it's no really surprise to see, you look at the UK strengths in financial services, you look at the UK strengths in technology. So it's no surprise that we have all these fantastic fintech startups here as well. The big question that I think the Prime Minister will have over the longer term is whether the UK can actually hang on to a lot of these businesses. This has always been the problem. And I mentioned Google DeepMind just now.
Yeah.
In the United States, a business like that would have probably remained American-owned. UK entrepreneurs, they only get so far. And then scale-up capital seems to be a bit of a problem, and they end up invariably selling out.
There is a huge, interesting thing there with regard to how post-financial crisis regulation has perhaps hit the city in London more than just about any other place in the world, because we rely on these big financial institutions, much more VC capital in the United States, all the rest of it. Ian can talk to you for a very long time on this. Unfortunately, we must get to a break, but thanks indeed for being with us on this historic day of investment.
Yeah, nice to hear a bit of a good news story about the tech sector in the UK as well after such a miserable few months. But more of that and much more as we build up to that press conference live at 2:30 this afternoon. You're with Britain's newsroom, GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Now, Dame Helen Mirren has said that despite being a feminist, she believes the next James Bond has to be a chap.
OK, she said that she believes it just doesn't work. And by having a woman as Bond, the project becomes something else entirely.
So we are asking the question, could Bond ever be a woman?
Well, we're joined by a former what is termed Bond girl, Jenny Hanley. And and there is... we weren't expecting you, but it's really 007 podcast contributor John Kell there as well. Jenny, you've been there, done it, got the T-shirt, been involved in it. What's your take?
I think James Bond has to be a male because he came from the imagination of Ian Fleming. If you want a female 007, don't ride on his coattails and take the fame that has come from his character, James Bond. Write your own.
Yeah, you see, that's what I tend to think. But
I just think that you just go 007. The problem is, right, the last Bond film, he died. James Bond died. I mean, there was a... Oh, sorry.
Great, I haven't seen that one.
Sorry, yeah. I think everybody pretty much now knows that he definitely... I mean, there was an absolutely... It wasn't even did he or didn't he, can he or can he not survive. It was 100% gone. So it's now time for a clean... The nice thing about a clean sheet, surely, John, is that you can actually go, right, so 007, let's do the 007, and then we can do different stories because the books that have been written by Ian Fleming have been well and truly milked, haven't they?
GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m.
only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's just coming up to, well, it's 8 minutes to 2, really, and it's a significant day because the Prime Minister, the President, and just about every single senior tech boss, business boss, people worth more money than I will ever imagine to sort of be in the vicinity of in my lifetime, are all in one tent in the grounds of Chequers.
All in one tent, and the Prime Minister and the President, well, they've sort of had the easy bit, haven't they? They've had all that fun with the pomp and pageantry at Windsor yesterday, all the lovely outfits, delicious food at the state banquet. Then this morning they've been signing that tech deal, which is pretty good news for the UK and the US economies. But now is the tricky bit. In the next hour or so, we'll be having that press conference, long drawn-out press conference. There are going to be lots and lots of questions, really tricky questions, some of them, particularly for the UK Prime Minister. Really fascinated to see how this goes down. The two of them are being so matey over the last couple of days. Is that all going to fall apart at that press conference?
Oh, it'll be delicious to watch, won't it? The Prime Minister will have to be subjected to the Trump treatment, and Trump is so open about taking every question under the sun. The Prime Minister not always quite so open, much more often more stage-managed. It will be interesting to see how he fares.
And it was quite telling, wasn't it? There were quite a few little jibes from Donald Trump to Keir Starmer in that meeting we heard a little bit earlier. I think we can expect some more of those to come this afternoon.
Well, do stay with us here on Good Afternoon Britain. On GB News, we're going to bring you that press conference with the President and Prime Minister very shortly indeed. Don't move a muscle.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
It's our biggest Great British giveaway to date. You could be driving away with this brand new Benamar Primera motorhome. This 4-berth home from home comes complete with integrated kitchen and bathroom areas and has all of the tech you'd expect from the latest 2025 model. We'll also give you an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash to make sure that any adventures you take in your new motorhome are taken in style. For a chance to win, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB16 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 31st of October. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie's here. I'm Michelle Duke, Britain's News Channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device. And as long as you have an internet connection, tune in to GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m.
Only on GB News.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show Live starts Monday night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 2 o'clock on... What day is it? It's Thursday, isn't it? It's Thursday the 18th. Very good afternoon to you. This is GB News and my name's Tom Harwood.
I'm Olivia Ratley. Good afternoon. President Trump meets Sir Keir Starmer at Chequers, signing a major tech partnership deal, and both leaders will face questions from the media very soon.
Leaders who respect each other, leaders who genuinely like each other. And it comes down to our unique relationship on defence, the closest the world has ever seen.
It's a great honour. Hey, hold that up. Yeah.
They've dined on Dover sole and key lime pie. They've signed the £250 billion tech deal. Some parachutes is about to land on Chequers, but the press conference will be where all the action is. What will be asked and what will it mean for the special relationship?
That's right, it's all the build-up now, this press conference that we've been waiting for, frankly, for the entirety of this state visit. This is the one moment where things can't be particularly stage-managed.
No, and that suits Donald Trump. He loves that sort of thing. Does it suit Keir Starmer? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Really not very long now to go. So many tricky questions for the Prime Minister. Gaza, immigration, all sorts of things. Free speech that he won't want to come up, but some of it's going to.
And a bit of confusion, too, over just how many hundreds of billions of dollars, or indeed pounds, are pouring into this country. Is it 150, which is what we were hearing before? Or then there was a new catchphrase from the Prime Minister we heard during the business lunch of $250 billion. But was that two ways or one way?
Both ways, not completely clear. Perhaps we'll get a little bit more detail on that tech deal in the press conference in just half an hour or so's time. Yeah, we're really looking forward to hearing more about that. Certainly a good news story for the UK, which is quite refreshing, isn't it? AI super centre. Pretty exciting.
Exciting, although, as Donald Trump said during that sort of brief interaction with the Prime Minister, what do you have to have for AI to run your data centres? Abundant, cheap energy. The United States is doubling the amount of energy it produces. The UK is still expecting on a per-person basis to use less energy over the course of the coming decades, not more. America is going to use twice as much, and we're literally... The government's policy is to use less.
Painted into a hole by our net zero targets, perhaps. I'm sure that's going to come up in that press conference too. Well, send us your views and post your comments by visiting gbnews.com/your say. So much more after the news headlines with Tatiana Sanchez.
Good afternoon. The top stories. The UK and US have an unbreakable bond, Donald Trump said at a meeting with business leaders at Chequers. They will hold a press conference shortly. The pair signed a US-UK technology prosperity deal of American investments in the UK worth £150 billion. The Business and Trade Department says the agreements with American companies will create over 7,600 jobs in all areas of the country. Sir Keir Starmer said the investments are a testament to Britain's economic strength and a bold signal that our country is open, ambitious and ready to lead. The US president said the new cooperation deal will help the two countries dominate the future of artificial intelligence.
Ties between our countries are priceless, and it's really an inheritance. It's a beautiful inheritance. Today we're making those ties closer than ever before. We've done some things that financially are great for both countries, and we work together, and it keeps us together, and I think it's an unbreakable bond we have, regardless of what we're doing today. I think it's unbreakable.
Last night, Donald Trump attended the state banquet at Windsor Castle, calling it one of the highest honours of his life. The US president said it was a privilege to be the first American president treated to a second state visit, as the first day of his unprecedented trip drew to a close. King Charles used his speech to reflect on the enduring relationship between the two nations and even referenced support for Ukraine.
Our countries have the closest defence, security and intelligence relationship ever known. In 2 world wars, we fought together to defeat the forces of tyranny. Today, as tyranny once again threatens Europe, we and our allies stand together in support of Ukraine to deter aggression and secure peace.
US talk show host Jimmy Kimmel's late-night programme has been suspended following comments he made about the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Kimmel used his show on Monday night to accuse Donald Trump and his allies of doing their best to fan the flames following Charlie Kirk's assassination last week. A spokesperson for the Disney-owned network ABC said the programme will be off the airwaves indefinitely. President Donald Trump was quick to comment, taking to Truth Social to congratulate ABC and writing that Kimmel has zero talent. Kimmel is still yet to publicly comment. In other news today, the Bank of England has held its interest rate at 4% as it said the UK was not out of the woods on inflation, with taxes contributing to rising food costs. The bank's Monetary Policy Committee voted to keep rates unchanged following a 0.25 percentage point cut in August. Consumer Prices Index inflation stayed at 3.8% in August, official data showed yesterday, remaining at the highest level since the beginning of 2024 and above the bank's 2% target rate. Food and drink inflation rose to 5.1%. The fifth month in a row that price rises had accelerated. 2 men and a woman have been arrested on suspicion of assisting the Russian intelligence service. The Metropolitan Police said they were detained in Essex as part of a counter-terror investigation. A 41-year-old man and a 35-year-old woman were arrested at an address in Grays in Essex. A 46-year-old man was also arrested at a separate address in the Grays area. The Metropolitan Police said the suspects were taken to a London police station and held under the National Security Act. Officers searched 2 Essex addresses and all 3 have now been released on conditional bail while the investigation continues. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood says the first return of a migrant to France under the government's one-in, one-out scheme shows people crossing the English Channel that if you enter the UK illegally, we will seek to remove you. A man who arrived in the UK by small boat in August was put on a flight to France this morning, the Home Office said. It added that further flights are scheduled to take place this week and next week. The government had been facing fresh pressure over the returns agreement after the temporary blocking of the deportation of a man on modern slavery grounds. The Home Secretary has been accused of putting lives at risk by the anti-slavery watchdog after saying the use of modern slavery legislation to block deportations of migrants made a mockery of our laws. Shabana Mahmood has vowed to fight last-minute claims after the High Court intervened this week in the case of an Eritrean man who argued after arriving in the UK by small boat last month that he was a victim of modern slavery just hours before his flight was due to take off. That's as an Egyptian asylum seeker who was jailed for raping a woman in London's Hyde Park is a convicted Islamic terrorist, according to reports. 42-year-old Abdul Rahman Adnan Abu Layla was found guilty in his absence of being part of a bomb-making cell in Egypt, given a 7-year jail sentence in May of 2015. Abu Layla, along with 6 other men, was said to be responsible for making explosives in a safe house flat in order to carry out terrorist acts. He's said to have been a member of the Muslim Brotherhood and fled the country before he could be convicted, the Daily Mail reports. He arrived in Britain in April of 2023 and claimed asylum. Those are the latest headlines for now. More from me at 2:30.
Tune into GB News Radio wherever you are. Online, on DAB digital radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
Here's a quick snapshot of the markets. The pound buying you $1.3628 and €1.1520. Price of gold, £2,692.29 per ounce. And the FTSE 100's currently at 9,218 points.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
Very good afternoon to you. It is 10 minutes past 2 and the United States President Donald Trump and British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer are due to hold a press conference very shortly at Chequers, that's the Prime Minister's country residence, where they are expected to take questions, a lot of questions, from reporters.
Well, this comes as the two leaders have just signed a major tech deal. We'll cross back to our political editor, Chris Verhoep, who will tell us a little bit more about that. Chris, that tech deal this morning, good news for both the UK and the US. Can you tell us a bit more about the detail?
Yeah, it really is good news, Olivia. £250 billion worth of inward investment. Sir Keir Starmer calling it there. It's the biggest investment package of this kind by a country mile. We thought it's worth £150 billion yesterday. A lot of tech chiefs in a marquee behind me in the grounds here of Chequers, the PM's country home. Jobs all over the UK, we were told by the PM, and it shows the potency of this partnership between the UK and US. A special relationship is normally seen as a security and a defence relationship, but it's also increasingly a trading relationship after that deal was hammered out earlier this year by Sir Keir Starmer. This unusual friendship between these two men, one a left-wing politician, one a right-wing one who shoots from the lip and one who definitely doesn't, but somehow they get on and they're brought together almost by the need for our two countries to work together. Question marks, where does it leave the European Union? That's also our other big trading partner. It looks like we're going towards the US. Is there a choice being made here by Sir Keir Starmer? That might be a question for the press conference. We heard also from Donald Trump. He talked about the unbreakable bond between the two countries. There's a plane circling overhead, I should say, and that's because we're about to see the Red Devils parachute team parachute back down into Chequers. Of course, GB News has an extremely good website, and I'll be writing a special snap analysis for our subscribers on the state visit for our GB News newsletter. Do sign up if you want to by scanning the QR code on the screen right now or going to gbnews.com/news-newsletter.
Really fascinating to read, Chris. I cannot wait to see it personally. But I suppose what really matters here, looking at the fancy building behind you, the pomp, the pageantry that we've seen over the course of the last 2 days, I mean, we really have put on a show, and up until now, everything has been meticulously stage managed. We've seen the sort of signing ceremony. Let's be honest, there hasn't been any negotiation today at all. This was all agreed beforehand. This has all been stage managed until now. Because when those two men go behind those two podiums, that will be the moment that suddenly all of the aides, all of the sort of preparation individuals, the political teams, all their work is done. And these two men are sort of facing the bear pit. Not, of course, that you yourself, Christopher, will be any sort of animal, but it really will be much more free-flowing.
Yes. Yes, well, I'll be there with, of course, Bev Turner, our colleague of The Late Show on GB News, launching this Monday night. She's also here with the US press pack. We'll be doing our best to get our questions in to both the Prime Minister and Sir Keir Starmer. I've been very lucky to ask him three questions over the past 12 months of Sir Keir Starmer. Once of, well, Keir Starmer definitely, but also of President Trump. Once in Trump Tower last September, then in the Oval Office in February, and then also in the Turnberry Golf Resort in July. It's fascinating watching Donald Trump. He likes the engagement, he looks around, he tries to engage with people. The difference here, though, is this is Sir Keir Starmer's show. It won't be what they call a pool spray. We stand around the two individuals in chairs. There'll be podiums, it'll be more formal. I imagine Sir Keir Starmer will be hosting the President, and therefore we will be able to try and work out where the best questions come from. It won't be the free-for-all where, frankly, you start speaking and keep speaking until Donald Trump points at you and you carry on speaking. That is the kind of chaotic nature that this President likes to take questions. What will be asked? A good question too. Free speech. I mean, I think that will come up, the issue of Lucy Connolly, the cancellation of the Jimmy Kimmel show last night for inappropriate remarks about Charlie Kirk. Steel tariffs, 25% on British steel going to America. Should that be 0%? We were told we wanted to refine that trade deal. Has that happened? Palestine-Gaza recognition expected by the UK this weekend. What does Donald Trump think of that? Are we rewarding Hamas by doing that, or should we hold off? Of course, the deadline is the UN General Assembly starting next week. Immigration, illegal immigration. Donald Trump has done so well to stop that almost completely at the border. As we know, we can't, but one person has gone back to France today under the one-in, one-out deal. And also Sadiq Khan, of course, the London mayor, Sir Sadiq Khan, saying today that Donald Trump has fanned the flames of division for right politics. What will Donald Trump and indeed Sir Keir Starmer make of that? Will he defend him? So much to ask, and I know what your questions are too.
Yeah.
What about Jeffrey Epstein, Chris Hope? That's something that you haven't mentioned, but that could be awkward for both parties because Keir Starmer's got to tread a very thin tightrope here, hasn't he? He's got to be very critical of Peter Mandelson, show he's serious about condemning Peter Mandelson, but he also can't say that, you know, anyone who is friends, has ever been friends with Jeffrey Epstein is a bit of a bad egg, because that would go down very badly indeed, wouldn't it?
Well, that's right. There's a school of thought, Olivia, that we've now got rid of our US ambassador, Peter Mandelson, because of his link to Jeffrey Epstein, exposed by those emails published by Bloomberg last Wednesday into Thursday morning. Don't forget, he was only sacked a week ago. A week is a long time in politics. We've dealt with the Epstein issue. How would you address it? Now, I wonder whether Donald Trump could say, well, he didn't really engage with Epstein after he was convicted. The problem with Peter Mandelson was he did engage, apparently, according to the emails, after the conviction, and that is where the problem emerged, I think. So unless there's more emails to show that, that could be where Donald Trump escapes on that one. But yeah, I think that issue of Epstein, I think, will loom large over this press conference.
Now, Chris, before we let you go, of course, you have asked 3 questions of Donald Trump so far this year. On one of those occasions, he pointed out you, he picked you from the crowd because, in his words, he said, you have a beautiful face. He referred to your beautiful smile. Will you be grinning at the President this afternoon?
Yes. Yes, well, my experience about it, when I was in Trump Tower, when he was speaking then about migration, I looked along the line of journalists, and they're all so bored of him speaking. I think they were just scrolling on their internet. But I looked at him and grinned at him, and he looked at me, and he wants to ask somebody who's smiling at him. So he did the same trick in the Oval Office, looking at him and then smiling. And then he said, oh, you've got a nice face. And then he's always smiling. And Keir Starmer goes, yeah, I've known him for quite a while. And then he said, anyway, I'm sure I'll ask a killer question. So we'll try and make sure we ask a killer question. The one question I'm looking at doing, I made a similar one, in the Oval Office, is why do these two guys get on? They are not meant to get on. All the rules say they shouldn't be close, but we saw that body language about an hour ago in that business summit, all this touchy-feely stuff. They clearly do get on. What is the secret there? And back in the day, of course, George W. Bush and Tony Blair, or George Bush said he shared the same toothpaste as Tony Blair, Colgate. I wonder if they share the same toothpaste.
Yes, big questions. Of course, one of those difficult ones from Blair and Bush was, do you pray together? I'm not sure we're quite going to get that one with our current Prime Minister. But Chris Hope, thanks indeed for being there for us. Very much looking forward to this press conference, that moment of perhaps some jeopardy for the Prime Minister and President.
Well, absolutely. Could be very, very awkward on so many fronts. And joining us now to discuss this a little bit more is Andy Twelves and the head of media at the IEA, Reem Ibrahim. Reem, I'm going to start with you. What would you like to see come up at this press conference this afternoon? And what might be the bear traps, if you like, for Keir Starmer?
Oh, this is such a fantastic question. I think it's so interesting because, of course, free speech, Ukraine, Jeffrey Epstein, all of these issues that may come up and, of course, may trip up Sir Keir Starmer. I think you alluded to this at the beginning, Olivia, sort of their differences in their approach and how they answer those questions. So, for example, I think Trump is much more able and much more willing to take direct questions and sort of make a fool out of journalists, whereas Starmer, we haven't really seen him take on that style of questioning. I would like Starmer himself to be pressed on some of the free speech issues that we've been facing very recently. I mean, the fact that Lucy Connolly was ever imprisoned in the first place was obviously abysmal. And, you know, the Trump administration, including J.D. Vance, have been rather critical, very vocally, about the issues that this country are facing in particular. I do think it'll be interesting to see if the details of the tech deal are actually being announced and whether or not they're being pressed on specifically. The UK-US trade deal that we saw at the beginning of this year wasn't very comprehensive. It was almost certainly something that could have gone a lot harder and a lot faster, and I would like to see some more of that. I mean, I heard the number $400 billion of investment from Nvidia and Microsoft. So I don't know where the numbers are coming from or where we're going to get them, but it's almost certainly a positive direction for our country, at least.
It is one of the most frustrating things that I keep hearing whenever Keir Starmer and Donald Trump are together. One of the refrains Donald Trump says is, you know, they've been trying to do this trade deal for 4, 5, 6 years. We finally got it done. But that's not at all the trade deal that was attempted and indeed began to be negotiated during Trump's first term as president. That would have been a comprehensive free trade agreement that's not just about eliminating all tariffs, but also mutual recognition of standards, being able to almost treat each other's markets as sort of one market. But all we've got with this, I'm not even going to call it a trade deal.
No, it's an insult to free trade to call it a trade deal.
It's a tariff mitigation deal.
Yes, it is, and it's interesting. The digital services tax was always something that was seen as sort of the red line that the US, you know, they would not sign a proper trade agreement with the United Kingdom until the digital services tax was scrapped. Of course, today we're sort of seeing a bit more of that, what it looks like when it comes to our relationship with technology companies. You alluded to this, I think, earlier as well, Tom, the fact that, you know, a lot of this is going to be contingent on whether or not we have the energy requirements. You know, if we don't have cheap and abundant energy, then it's going to be extraordinarily difficult for any of these new, exciting projects to really bear fruit. There's also the other aspect of this, which is the sort of regulatory frameworks. You know, chlorinated chicken was always a thing that we discussed and is something that was sort of seen as our red line. We weren't going to accept chlorinated chicken, although in my view, if you're a British consumer, you should be able to pick between British or chlorinated. It's up to you. It's interesting, I think, because those things that were sort of already seen as the standard, the red line, no trade agreement was going to be negotiated until those particular requirements were met. None of that was seen earlier this year, right? And part of it is because the trade agreement wasn't as comprehensive as it, you know, could have been. A lot of them we saw quotas and tariffs, and a lot of it is really dependent on that. But I would like to see both Trump and Starmer pressed on what is going on in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, OK, well, before we get to Andy Twelves, we do have to get to our British giveaway. Yes, it's your chance to win our biggest winner, be our biggest winner to date, I should say, a prize package worth over £104,000. It's a motorhome and 30 grand in tax-free cash. Yes, Rachel Reeves can't get her hands on it. Here's how to enter.
It's our biggest, greatest Great British giveaway to date. Your chance to win a prize package worth over £104,000. You could be driving away with this brand new Benamar Primero motorhome. With thanks to Marquis Leisure, this 4-berth home from home comes complete with integrated kitchen and bathroom areas, sky view roof lights, and has all the tech you'd expect from the latest 2025 model. We'll also give you an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash to make sure any adventures in your motorhome are taken in style.
For another chance to win, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB16 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 31st of October. The winner will be contacted live on GB News, week commencing 10th November. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Well, this is Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. Lots more coming up today.
Yes, Donald Trump and Sir Keir Starmer will hold a joint press conference and we'll be giving you that live. Plus, that Red Devils display.
Yes, we're expecting in just a few minutes' time the famous Red Devils of the British Army. They're going to be performing live in front of the President and Prime Minister. Do stick around for that. gbnews.com and indeed GB News, Britain's news channel.
Miriam, you can't be serious. Scrapping the triple lock on state pensions? Madness.
Andrew, we just can't carry on pretending. The numbers just don't add up. We've got to be honest with people. We've got to face the facts. That's what people want.
Well, that's what you get on GB News and on Britain's Newsroom. Lively debates, lively conversation.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first, and we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show Live starts Monday night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel. At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's
news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 26 minutes past 2. We're going to take you back to Chequers now, where we were expecting to see the most remarkable display by the world-famous Red Devils. They're the British Army's parachute display team. We can see there, outside the historic country residence of the Prime Minister, a number of those business leaders, executives and, frankly, incredibly wealthy people who are pouring out in order to watch this display.
And all showing Keir Starmer up, rather, I'd say. All their suits, from this distance at least, look very well fitting.
Absolutely.
Joining us now in the studio to discuss what we're going to be expecting this afternoon at that press conference is Reem Ibrahim and Andy Twelves. So, Andy, what do you think is going to come up at this press conference? What do you think would be the most awkward thing to come up for the Prime Minister?
I think probably, the elephant in the room is Peter Mandelson. His dismissal, losing the US ambassador mid-days before the US state visit is absolutely just a disaster. To be honest, and I say that as a Labour Party member. I didn't want this to happen, but it's just diplomatically a nightmare, particularly as the revelations come through that Trump wanted Karen Pierce, the former US ambassador, to stay on for a bit longer. They rushed through Mandelson, through the FCDO vetting. It just isn't very good. I think particularly the stuff about Jeff Epstein, obviously on Windsor Castle, they had images of Trump and Mandelson with Epstein beamed onto it. I think they had an advertising van going around Scotland a couple of days ago that the police confiscated. I think Epstein is certainly something that will be kind of sitting quite heavily.
And of course, something that we perhaps haven't dwelt on enough is the fact that, half the journalists there are going to be the American press pool. So there will be questions not just relevant to this country. I suppose everything's relevant to this country in a certain way, but there will be questions being asked of the president by the domestic team, and that could link into the Epstein stuff again.
Yeah, you had Kash Patel, the Trump-appointed director of the FBI, in front of, I think it was the Senate a couple of days ago, wearing, oddly, a Liverpool Football Club tie.
Yes, he's worn that several times.
I know. I didn't know he was a big Liverpool guy. I didn't know that they had a branch out in Virginia, but he was there saying that there was actually he had seen no evidence that Epstein had trafficked young women to anyone but himself, which is quite a change of tune from the kind of Trump campaign and a lot of the kind of campaigners over the last couple of years.
I should say we are looking at the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, there, with Lady Victoria Starmer by his side. Lady Victoria in a
lovely dress,
green dress, and the Prime Minister in that light blue tie we saw him in before. Donald Trump behind him in that famous red tie, blue suit combo that we've become so used to, with Melania by his side as well. The two world leaders there stepping outside of the historic Chequers mansion, because we are expecting this Red Devils parachute display from the British Army. This live parachuting, performative parachuting to impress and inspire.
And you can see Keir Starmer there sort of showing some details of the Chequers estate to Donald Trump. Apparently, at the end of this visit, the Prime Minister will be gifting the President with a jar of jam made on the Chequers estate with Chequers raspberries, apparently. Oh, look, a little bit more touching there. We've seen lots of Keir Starmer putting a hand on Donald Trump's shoulder. Body language extremely friendly here. Donald Trump doesn't yet seem to be returning the friendly little pats on the shoulder. Let's see if that comes a bit later. They're looking up to the sky now. I think we could be heading for that Red Devils display coming very shortly.
Absolutely. It is interesting to watch the body language between these two men ever since that first Oval Office meeting where that invitation for this state visit was handed, obviously the invitation from the King, handed by the Prime Minister. He sort of whipped it out of his inside jacket pocket as his sort of Trump card to hand to Donald Trump there to get on the best side of him. But you could see from that press conference with the media, the world's media around them, how tactile Keir Starmer was. Clearly the man has had advice. Clearly he's spoken to coaches, to body language coaches, to people who have been able to, maybe even vocal coaches, or perhaps Keir Starmer's vocal coach is not someone that's been in the news quite so much in recent months. But very clearly he has been advised to try and assert some level of dominance within this relationship.
You can see it with every gesture here on your screens now, just pointing to something, showing Donald Trump more of the estate. He's trying to look as though he's in control of this visit. He owns this visit. It'll be interesting to see whether that's reflected in the press conference. Will he be the one sort of directing the questions? Will he be choosing which journalists get to speak?
Because so interestingly, at Turnberry, up in Scotland, just a month or two ago, it felt like Keir Starmer was very much the junior partner. In that press conference that went on, I think, for the best part of an hour and a half. It was meant to be maybe even 10 minutes, but it went on for an hour and a half. And Donald Trump was fielding just about every question, the Prime Minister sitting quietly.
And I think here, is that the Red Devils display kicking off now on your screens? It's a bit cloudy there, can't quite
Certainly
see.
is, just in the distance, but that plane, as perspective works, will be getting larger as it gets closer.
Oh, God, you've got to feel a bit sorry for them all with that wind there. Poor Victoria Starmer trying to keep her hair behind her ears. A very, very tricky weather that we've had for the whole state visit.
I think it's interesting that Starmer's gone for the non-button suit option. Trump has got kind of his top button done up there. Starmer's got a bit more riskier with the wind, I think.
Well, I think Keir Starmer probably is reeling from the fashion faux pas last night where he had both buttons done up on his suit, which, as we've learnt in the programme today, is absolutely not the done thing. It's top or none when it comes to a two-buttoned suit jacket.
Oh, what a fool.
I think Melania is the real star of the show, though, isn't she? I mean, she looked fantastic last night. She looks brilliant today. She's a woman that knows how to dress.
That yellow dress yesterday.
The yellow dress.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Something very American about it, as well, contrasted against the Princess of Wales and the Queen. And
it is.
Here we have the first Red Devil parachuting down. We're expecting to see more, of course, but the display from the Red Devils, the British Army's parachute regiment and parachute display team.
Wow, it is pretty amazing watching those swooping movements from those parachutes, and they're all transfixed by it down on the ground at Chequers.
Now, of course, people might have seen the Red Devils perform in air shows around the country. This is what they do. They are sort of performative parachuters, but we should be able to see a bit more clearly what they're doing. One of the things about this state visit is it's been the best of British in so many ways, apart from perhaps the weather, because these... there they are. It's an enormous American flag that's being carried by one of those parachutists. Some of it is rather obscured by the fog, sadly, but there's an enormous British flag too. I mean, it's hard to explain the scale of these flags. They are much, much larger than the humans who are carrying them. That must be quite a technical feat.
Well, these guys are also active soldiers. These are the elite of the parachute regiment. You know, the Red Devils actually get their name from the nickname that the Nazi German army gave them during the North German campaign. They called them the Red Devils, or whatever that is in German, for the German speakers amongst us. And that's where they took their name for the performance side of it. So,
that's fantastic.
There you go.
You can see a bit more of the scale of it there. Look at that enormous flag with, as Tom says, a very small little parachuter by comparison, flying it over there. Great pride in the Union Jack on display, the Union flag, I should say. Wow, what an amazing spectacle.
I mean, it is just... Looking at it in the distance, it didn't look that big at all, but I mean, it's the size of a tennis court, that thing. Blimey.
And a safe landing, even in extremely windy weather. I wonder if that makes it far more difficult.
Or dangerous. Yeah. What I love is the symbolism behind this. I mean, it really is them showing how unbreakable the special relationship is and how wonderful it is to have their two flags flying side by side.
Absolutely, and rounds of applause there from the world leaders who stand there outside the Chequers mansion itself, a piece of history and a piece of pride in this nation. It looks like Donald Trump giving a little fist salute there to perhaps the American flag, as he is wont to do. But the world leaders now heading back inside. Of course, we are expecting this press conference very shortly indeed. They'll be heading back inside to prepare for standing behind those lecterns and indeed facing the questions from the world's media.
And you can see Keir Starmer there just holding on to Victoria Starmer's hand, perhaps holding on for dear life, a bit nervous about that press conference maybe.
Well, still with us in the studio are the political commentator Andy Twelves and the head of media at the Institute of Economic Affairs, Reem Ibrahim. Andy, I did Google it. I don't know German, but it's Die Roten Teufel.
I think Red Devils is a bit cooler. Red Devils is a bit cooler,
Red Devils does sound better, doesn't it? But this is all, of course, about how it's clearly stage managed to try and butter the president up ahead of the one element of this entire state visit that is a bit more freeform.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, even yesterday with the King, because obviously this actually isn't Keir Starmer's visit. He's visiting the King as the head of state. You know, Trump is, I think, probably one of the most pro-England presidents we've had in quite a while. Like, when he was in the carriage yesterday, he was gassed. He was absolutely loving it. So I think that kind of diplomatic side of the royal family has really gone a long way with the goodwill.
Not just England, Scotland too, because, of course, there was so many bagpipes yesterday. And I think he really did enjoy that. I mean, he clearly has great affection for his late mother, herself born a Scot, moved over to America, had a great affection for Her Majesty the Queen, who, and we didn't really see these pictures, but the President going to the Queen's grave, laying a wreath.
Yeah, I thought it was... I mean, you know, obviously he had a couple of kind of tradition errors when he came, but, you know, walking in front of her, but there was no doubt that he hugely respected...
An error.
Oh, no, I suppose, no, it wasn't. Was it not?
That's protocol.
Is it protocol that he was in front?
Absolutely.
Was it the angle of the camera? Is that what it was?
No, it's very much protocol that when a guest comes to inspect the troops, the guest goes in front, walking alongside the military figure, and the monarch goes behind. This time round, exactly the same thing happened, but they were clearly very aware of the furore online with the walking in front of the Queen and how everyone who didn't know royal protocol, which I must admit I didn't, but everyone immediately was outraged because it was Donald Trump. This time round, what happened was the King walked forward, tapped the President on the back, invited him to go in front. So very obviously for the cameras, the President was invited to walk in front of the King because it is the President who is inspecting the troops, not the King who is showing the troops to the President.
Well, there you go.
It's interesting that there is a bit of a double standard. I don't think there would have been that much outrage if it was somebody other than...
Well, Emmanuel Macron did exactly the same thing just a few months ago in Windsor. Nobody cared.
I think the thing was as well, it was the kind of juxtaposition of the late Queen and Trump. Like, she was quite a small woman. He's massive, like just a big dude. It's like on some of the angles on the cameras, he just completely blocked her from view. So I think there is that juxtaposition of he's
sort of uncouth. The late Queen's gentility.
It is interesting, I think, how wonderful British tradition really is and how amazing it is, despite, you know, whatever is going on in Number 10, whatever is going on in this country, and there is so much that we could discuss that is going on at the moment. And yet, Trump still loves Great Britain for what it is, and it does show that no matter what happens, our history, our tradition, the royal family, all matters more than anything else.
I wonder, though, I mean, absolutely true, Donald Trump is a huge Anglophile. I wonder if there's a bit of another side of the coin to that, though, because Donald Trump seems, because he loves Britain so much, he's so interested in the future of Britain, he seems very keen to stick his oar in. He's perfectly happy to criticise Keir Starmer about immigration, for example. I think that perhaps Donald Trump being such an Anglophile might prove a little bit tricky for Keir Starmer in this press conference that we're talking
definitely
about.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. I suppose, and my expectation is that during this press conference, Trump will sort of back Starmer in most things and will sort of say, you know, my great friend Keir Starmer, look how fantastic our relationship is, because his predominant aim here is to prove that the relationship between the two of them is extremely strong. Yes, go on, sorry.
I was just going to note what the President said last night at that banquet, and I don't want to sort of besmirch the President, probably written for him by his advisors, but definitely getting across his feeling of the unique bond between the UK and the US. It's hard to think of a bond stronger between two other countries around the world. This is what the President said. The British Empire laid the foundations of law, liberty, free speech and individual rights virtually everywhere the Union Jack has ever flown, including a place called America. He clearly sees Britain as the mother nation for the country he calls home. And he went on to say, a fifth of all humanity speaks, writes, thinks, prays in the language born in these isles and perfected in the pages of Shakespeare, Dickens, Tolkien, Lewis, Orwell, Kipling.
That sort of patriotism is a lot more than actually we've heard recently from any kind of leader in the United Kingdom, and particularly that proud reference to the British Empire. I haven't heard anything like that from a British leader in a very long time.
I think it's such a beautiful reference, and I really do wish that we had a US constitution, because I think it would add so much more to the way in which we entrench things like freedom of expression and the rights to those particular individual rights. But I think the fact that Trump was able to so eloquently describe them is really wonderful. people. I just wish our own politicians were able to do the same.
But isn't it ironic? In some ways, it's the American Constitution that codified the rules that we had in Britain in the first place. They were, when the Americans had their revolution, they weren't rebelling against the sort of society that they lived in. They were wanting to assert their rights as free-born Englishmen, as many of them had seen it.
Absolutely. But even what's fascinating is even those that try and attempt to remove some of those rights. I mean, one example I can give is Trump signing that executive order saying that flag burning would get you in prison for a year. Whereas, you know, we know from US constitutional law, we know what's happened in the past with the 1989, I believe it was, case against
Texas
the Texas
Johnson.
state. That's right.
Yeah.
And well, the Brandenburg, I think it was Texas versus Brandenburg. Well, what had happened in particular is they said it is absolutely right that under freedom of expression, you are allowed... Go on, Tom.
Texas versus Johnson.
OK, but Brandenburg was one of the first cases that entrenched freedom of expression. But you're right, the flag burning one was Texas versus Johnson. Fantastic memory, Tom, as always. But what that did show is that, you know, even Trump himself, if he wants to try and violate the rights of freedom of expression, even he can't do it because the Supreme Court will get in the way. That is the beauty of individual rights. Nobody can take it away, whether they be a politician on the right or the left.
I think it's been quite interesting, actually, over the last week in the kind of wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, where the kind of MAGA Republicans have kind of recreated cancel culture from first principles, like on Twitter. They're going around, there's this website of everyone who has, you know, said distasteful things about Charlie Kirk dying, and under the First Amendment, they're allowed to say that. They have their free speech, their freedom of expression. They've compiled a big list of everyone who has not celebrated it, but some have celebrated it, some have said some nasty things about it, and are going around ringing up their employers going, we want to get you gone. It was Pam Bondi, the Attorney General of the US, said, if your employees are saying horrible things, you need to sack them. But I don't get the kind of cognitive dissonance of, we love free speech, we love the First Amendment, but you said a nasty, so you get sacked.
Right, so there is a difference between the state and the government. I'm not OK with Bondi saying to employees what they can and cannot do. But if an employer wishes to fire somebody over something they've said because it doesn't align with their views, they have every right to do so. That is what freedom of expression and freedom of association means. They shouldn't be in prison. I don't think anybody that has said something awful about Charlie Kirk, as awful as it may be, should be in prison. I believe in freedom of expression wholeheartedly. But if an employer wishes to disassociate with them, or indeed a friend wishes to disassociate with them, that is completely up to them, and that is what liberty means.
So what's the difference between universities not wanting to have certain speakers on their private property because they dislike their views? Is that not the exact same thing?
Taxpayers fund it, that's the difference.
So anything taxpayer funded, even if it's only partially, can't censor.
Yes.
But if you're a private...
I think that public institutions like universities...
What if it's a private university? Lots of private universities got...
I have no problem with private universities deciding they wish to have different speakers or different one, but when it comes to the case of Oxford, for example, a public university that receives taxpayer funding, I do not believe they have the right to restrict freedom of expression. They have a duty to protect it.
Of course, this isn't about some speaker turning up at Oxford demanding to speak. This is about students inviting people and then the university saying no. That makes it a lot more difficult, because sometimes you say this university, well, who is the university? Is the university its students? Is it its faculty? Is it its executive? I mean, it's very hard in so many of these cases. I want to highlight something else that Donald Trump said last night. It's something that we don't really hear from our politicians, certainly not really in this century, about the spirit of the British people. And I just wonder, perhaps our politicians should speak this sort of language. This is what Donald Trump said. The lion-hearted people of this kingdom defeated Napoleon, unleashed the Industrial Revolution, destroyed slavery and defended civilization in its darkest days of fascism and communism. Britain's legal, intellectual, cultural and political traditions are among the highest achievements of mankind. I mean, that's poetry.
Yeah, I think we've done some great stuff and we've had some great dudes. I think, yeah, absolutely. I think often, I don't know why, but often we've lent, probably Tony Blair, leaning more into European achievements and your more European identity in one Europe rather than British identity. But I think certainly, you know, with speakers like Andy Burnham, you often hear him talking up Greater Manchester, going Greater Manchester, you know, really birthed the kind of British steel, the steel revolution.
Also birthed the free trade movement.
Did it?
I mean, that is where Manchester started, and I think it's really wonderful that we're able to highlight those specific ideas. Also, funnily enough, the Free Trade Hall in Manchester is sort of the first first example of a stock exchange, because they changed prices depending on supply and the demand, and it was sort of a live stock exchange in the same way we might view one today in the city.
Yeah, Manchester liberalism, wasn't it?
Richard Cobden and John Bright.
Yes,
They fought against the Corn Laws. We have had fantastic and brilliant leaders in this country, those that actually fight to protect individual liberty. It's interesting what you just said there, Tom, what Donald Trump said about the spirit of... Was it spirit of liberty?
The lion-hearted people of this kingdom. Yes, I don't think he used the word spirit. He said laid the foundations of more liberty, free speech, individual rights.
Right, and it is so interesting that all of those rights are being entrenched and protected by the US Constitution, and yet we have failed as a country to protect them. We have failed every single day as a result of awful laws and bad legislation and woke judges and huge amounts of regulation that have resulted in this stuff. Well, it's true, and it means that unfortunately people are not protecting their rights to freedom of expression.
It's somehow quite sad that we don't really teach, because I mean, in one way it's beautiful and brilliant, and in another way it's sort of it leads us to be underinformed. That we never had our sort of foundational moment as a country, because we evolved over.
Well, the Glorious Revolution.
Well, this is what I was about. This is what I was about to say. But obviously, England is much older than that. I mean, do we start from Athelstan? Do we start from the Norman Conquest? Do we go back to the Romans? I mean, parts of our cities are foundationally Roman. I mean, it's just the most incredible. Yeah, Magna Carta 1215, or as I'm sure you were about to get onto, the Glorious Revolution 1688 and the Bill of Rights 1689, when Parliament laid down rights in law for the British people to enjoy, which was the inspiration for the American Bill of Rights. But because the Americans have a codified constitution, their rights remain, whereas ours have been chipped away over centuries. I mean, we used to have a right to bear arms in this country. That was part of the Bill of Rights, 1689.
I think it's one of the better things that we had chipped away.
No, I wish we still had the right to bear arms. Absolutely. I would like to make the feminist argument for the right to bear arms. If I, as a young woman, have a male intruder enter my home, I have no way that I can defend myself, because that man, 9 times out of 10, 9.9 times out of 10, will be stronger than me. But if I have a gun, that equalises power.
But then also he has a gun, so he could just shoot you.
Yes, but bad people already have guns. When you make guns...
I don't think most burglars have guns.
If you are a criminal, you don't care about the law. Therefore, you already have access to guns.
Is there a difficulty here with supply? I mean, obviously, I think your argument in America makes a lot of sense. The country is awash with guns. There are more guns than people. If you were to pass an amendment banning guns tomorrow, the guns wouldn't disappear. They just wouldn't. There are so many guns in that country, you can't uninvent them. Yeah. Whereas we're an island with relatively few guns, and the guns that we do have aren't semi-automatic. They're sort of double-barrelled shotguns owned by farmers. I mean, they're not exactly... I mean, we don't even have handguns. I mean, just there are so few guns in this country. I think it's harder to make the argument in Britain that bad people have guns anyway. Sure, some do, but your general criminal who goes around killing people probably stabs them, doesn't shoot them.
Yes. Well, but isn't this the exact point, that actually it's not the tool that should be targeted, it's the criminal that should be targeted. It's not the gun that shoots people, it's the person pulling the trigger that shoots people. That's the person that should be prosecuted. And I really worry. I mean, this is why I was completely against the zombie knife ban, because it's just ludicrous. We're banning different types of tools that people may use, rather than the people that actually commit those crimes should be locked up in the first instance. I know that my opinion on this is extremely unpopular in the United Kingdom, and it's not an opinion I really try and push very often. But when we are looking at the rights, the fundamental rights, and we compare them to the US and the UK, it is a right that, as you rightfully pointed out, Tom, is one that we used to have, and we had before the Americans, and we chipped away at it. And I think that's a grave shame.
That was when we had muskets, and things like it's not the same as a gun that can shoot 30 bullets in a couple of seconds. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that things do change. I don't think we should have guns. I think most people probably agree that the UK shouldn't have guns, because it's like nuts.
I'm not claiming my opinion is popular.
Shall we just take this moment to remind everyone that we are expecting this press conference between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer in the coming minutes. Of course, it has been delayed, but we can take some live pictures now from inside Chequers. Chequers, having a look at what the Prime Minister and President, where they will be in moments' time. It's a busy and painted room. I mean, portraits going through the history of the United Kingdom, adorning the walls there, and we can start to see people gathering inside this room. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, deep in conversation with other delegates in the room, and of course 2 podiums. One of the things I quite like about this setup is that very often when the Prime Minister goes to some gorgeous old established building that the government has access to, they then put up a very boring blank sort of sheet of paper behind them, or one of these like, dreadful backgrounds, and they don't enjoy the case.
Yeah, look at those flags behind them. And that room, there was a moment there of that room absolutely packed there. You can see it with journalists, with photographers. It'll be really interesting to see just how many questions are taken. That press conference a few months ago with Donald Trump, which was supposed to last 10 minutes, ended up lasting an hour and a half. I think it's quite likely that whatever happens here, Keir Starmer is going to be pushed outside of his comfort zone. I interviewed Keir Starmer quite a few times on the election trail leading up to the election last year, and when he was on comfortable terms, when he had his notes in front of him, when he was talking about issues that he wanted to talk about, he was very, very eloquent. He was a fantastic speaker. If you put him on the spot about something which wasn't in his notes, which he hadn't pre-prepared, he looked very, very uncomfortable. He was like a rabbit in the headlights. And in all of his own personal press conferences, he has a very carefully curated list. When you walk in as a journalist, you're told where your question is, at what point, who you're going to be after. That is not the way Donald Trump does press conferences at all. He will take take questions at press conferences from whoever smiles at him. And last time our political editor got lucky grinning at Donald Trump, and he managed to get a question. So I think we can expect a bit of a different kind of press conference to the one that we're used to in the UK. Questions from all different parts of the media, and Keir Starmer will be pushed outside of his comfort zone.
And I think it is interesting, these flags, this setup behind the podiums, that that the Prime Minister is leaning into the history of this country. It's something that perhaps we haven't done enough. It's one of our greatest assets in the world stage. I mean, the fact that, as the President of the United States said last night, I mean, a fifth of people around the world speak, think, dream, imagine, create in the language of our tongue. I mean, the language created in these aisles. I mean, it's such a special element of this country's story. And so not having one of these dreadful screens behind the podiums, enjoying the room and the realness of it, will bring that home too.
I think the only thing that I would add to this really wonderful room is, and I'm sure our friends at the IEA will disagree with spending taxpayers' money on this, but I think it's a shame that the pedestal, like the podiums that they've got, aren't matched to the same wood as the background. I would have really appreciated if they just like panelled it with the same wood. I know that's a waste of taxpayers' money, but
can we find out who is in those paintings? I'd be so interested to know what the paintings are. I mean, my eyesight isn't very good and I can't necessarily see it, but it's interesting, I think, because it is sort of trying to represent the history of the United Kingdom and how brilliant our history really is. Perhaps it's sort of a bit of a reminder in some ways that we are not currently living at our peak, are we, as a country?
No.
You know, things are pretty bad at the moment.
Things can only get better. Things can only get better, you know, as Dream said.
Oh, God. That's D-Ream.
D-Ream, there you go. Boom, 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 boom.
Well, of course, Chequers has been historically, before it was inhabited by prime ministers, I think it was Charles I who might have been the first royal inhabitant, or at the very least his pictures do adorn
famously
this house, as well as prime ministers.
Didn't end very well for Charles I, did it? Not with our elected officials.
No, slightly better for Charles II.
And Charles III. Well, there's still time. There's still time. No. I'm not incited.
But it is, isn't it? It's a reminder that the United Kingdom is not at its peak. We are highlighting the glory of the past, and we have nothing to show for today. I mean, just to talk about economic growth for a second, in July we saw 0%. The Americans in the second quarter of this year saw about 3.5%. You know, we are really trailing behind our American friends, and this is a reminder that, you know, what we are proud of is not the modern day. days, not Britain in 2025. We are proud of our history.
And it'll be interesting to see if economic growth comes up at this press conference, because earlier we heard what I interpreted as a bit of a dig from Donald Trump to Keir Starmer, where he said that in the US, inflation is dropping all the time, as opposed implicitly to the UK, where inflation is at 3.8%. I wonder if there will be a question on that, and I wonder if anything will be said about Rachel Reeves and the upcoming budget. What is she going to do to get that growth started? Growth, of course, was the #1 top priority for Keir Starmer in the election, and so far doesn't seem to be doing too well.
No, not at all. I mean, it really is, when we're talking about the economy specifically, really is an utterly abysmal state. It's interesting, I think, because the Bank of England held interest rates today at 4%. And when we're thinking about what this looks like for the next few months, I mean, Olivia, you're right. Rachel Reeves is probably going to have to increase taxes again this year and again next year unless they seriously look at cutting public spending. The politics within the Labour Party meant that that was entirely impossible. Just trying to restrict eligibility for personal independence payments was impossible. And, you know, 5 people this year got personal independence payments for acne. So clearly there is room for cutting public spending. And I suspect that one of the things Trump may like to show off a bit about in comparison to the United Kingdom is how great their economy is doing, which, by the way, was to a shock of many people, especially those of us on the free market side, in which the tariffs didn't have as much of a damaging effect on the economy.
I mean, there is
the
counter-argument against that, because America is experiencing such high investment now due to artificial intelligence. I mean, just hundreds of billions of dollars being ploughed into data centres across the United States that are requiring, you know, their own power stations to get going. I mean, Elon Musk is building one of the largest buildings that has ever been built in the world that is just a data centre. I mean, OpenAI is doing this, Google is doing this. I've seen some economic analysis that compares this to the railway boom of the 1860s. I mean, there is just so much domestic economic activity going on because of AI. Some people say that that is going to be a bit of a boom and then a bust, but I suppose the counterfactual is, I mean, imagine that was going on and there weren't the tariffs.
Yes.
Imagine, I mean, how much higher American growth could be despite that.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. You're right. You're completely right, Tom. I really hope somebody does ask a question about how any of this is going to be possible in the United Kingdom, where we have, like, no energy.
Well, our energy is at the very least twice as expensive as in America, by some measures more than that. It's hard to see how we can be a capital of this new technology that is so energy hungry. I was actually quite impressed by Donald Trump, and how he... I've just spotted our very own Christopher Hope, I think, right there at the front. Right there at the front. That is cracking placement from our own political editor. Fantastic to see. But I was saying that Donald Trump is actually relatively on top of the detail on this. How energy hungry new technology is. He's got a plan to produce twice as much energy in the United States, whereas in Britain we don't have anything like that at all.
Well, in fairness, I think it was Ezra Klein's book, The Abundance Agenda, was it, whatever it's called.
It's just called
Abundance. It's prompted the abundance agenda, and it's had a real kind of impact on quite a few members of the Labour Party. You know, you've got your Chris Curtis with your Labour Growth Group. First time anything like that's ever happened in the Labour Party. So I think there are movements within the party of government pushing for this. You know,
but it's not the mainstream. I mean, even within the Conservative Party, look, they cancelled new oil and gas licences. They've restricted energy supply.
I think we need to build nuclear. Objectively.
Absolutely.
We need to build
part
nuclear.
of this deal, isn't it? These small modular reactors are going to be sharing technology. There's going to be American investment coming in. Some people are a little bit concerned that we're giving Americans too much, because we've got a bit of a head start on this small modular technology. I've read some concern that we're going to be a bit too lax, you know, giving all our industrial secrets to the Americans. Are they going to steal
They're giving us so much. My God, the least we can do is give them some of our secrets around energy security. It's fascinating, I think, because, of course, the Americans have, well, at least this current government in the US has no problem with dirty energy sources, right? It doesn't matter. I think there are some very hard truths that are being told, which is that if you like to use technology, you need energy. And I'm sorry, but you cannot get that way unless we are able to invest in that kind of energy security in the first instance. And it's basic, right? It's basic economics. You increase supply, the prices come down. If you want cheap energy, we need more of it.
We need to build clean energy, though, because fracking is bad.
Well, the point is...
Like, fracking's objective is like the earthquakes that it created and the communities it destroyed were awful.
Which communities were destroyed?
Across the Midwest, in Ohio. Ohio got decimated. The reason they had to stop it in Scotland was because it was...
Look at the communities that have had fracking. One of the reasons Kamala Harris lost Pennsylvania in the 2024 general presidential election was because she was perceived as being anti-fracking. Pennsylvania has become so much wealthier because they've embraced extracting their own natural gas. Kamala Harris, halfway through the presidential election, had to flip-flop on the issue to say, no, we wouldn't stop you fracking, because it was so popular in Pennsylvania, where it was done prodigiously, because it was making people so much wealthier.
I think Kamala Harris probably lost because of a lot of reasons, more because she was the continuity candidate.
In Pennsylvania, fracking was a huge issue in that campaign.
I'm sure it was, but fracking is still bad.
Well, he was a vote winner for Donald Trump.
Lots of things are vote winners. Lots of things are vote winners.
But Andy, the point is, in the short to medium term, we haven't been able to build any of that renewable energy. And actually, it isn't economically feasible because the government have subsidised huge amounts of them. I am a climate optimist. I mean, I think that a lot of this technology would be feasible had the government not been involved. You know, Nick Clegg famously said in 2010, we don't need to build any nuclear energy because it won't be done until 10 years' time. And of course, we looked at what happened in 2020. The problem is actually government involvement. I really do believe that if we hadn't over-regulated the sector and subsidised certain aspects of green energy and not subsidised others, that actually those distortions would have been removed, and we may have, I'm not saying we would, but we may have seen some better advancements in that sector.
I think the issue is, though, when we leave it to the private sector, often it's other countries nationalising our assets. Like British Steel, it's paid for by China. You know, lots of our railways are owned by, was it France? Is it Belgium? I think that's awful. I think they're subsidising their train tickets, their national assets, by costing us loads of money. I don't think other nations should be owning our national assets.
I don't really have a problem with other countries spending their taxpayer money however they wish to. I mean, if China want to be bad economically, it's not really our job to ensure that
it's not good from a security perspective, is it?
I don't think it really matters when it comes to steel. This is where I'm completely against the reform policy of nationalising steel, because I think that if we went to war tomorrow, we wouldn't be getting our steel from Scunthorpe.
And steel is interesting here, because this is one of the sticking points, to bring it back to this press conference. Steel, under the initial tariff reduction agreement between the United Kingdom and the United States, the Prime Minister kept saying it would be zero tariffs on steel. And we do sell quite a bit of our steel to the United States, and they're one of the countries that's rich enough to buy our steel. Our steel's quite expensive.
So because we don't have very much of it.
Right, it really, really does matter, because America's such an important market for the steel that we do make. And the Prime Minister went around saying we're going to have zero tariffs on our steel. This is a great win. And it would have been a great win.
Yes, and it was supposed to be rubber stamp just before the beginning of this state visit, and then for some reason it all fell apart, and now we're facing 25% steel tariffs, which is better than the rest of the world, which are on 50%. But it's now 4 months since the Prime Minister said that there were going to be 0% tariffs. This is not happening.
This is yet more proof that actually the free trade agreement, or so-called free trade agreement, was actually just the case that we're in no worse of a position than we were at this time last year, but we're not in a better position than we were in this time last year.
Just compared to, I mean, it is true that, for example, the European Union faces much steeper American tariffs than we do. So I suppose we can compare ourselves favourably to our neighbours, but we can't compare ourselves favourably to ourselves 24 months ago.
I suppose, Europe have stepped in quite a lot of horse poo, but we've stepped in a little bit of dog poo. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've still got dog poo on a shoe. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's still not good.
Lovely analogy there.
Do you know how we solve all of these problems? We stop negotiating with anybody and we unilaterally remove all tariffs and quotas and subsidies.
Well,
we would be richer tomorrow.
It's a brave strategy. Of course, the government does say that they need to maintain our tariffs to use as leverage in negotiation to get people to take their tariffs down against us.
We don't need to negotiate. We can just remove all tariffs and quotas unilaterally, and we would be wealthier tomorrow.
Well, I mean, certainly imports would be cheaper, but exports, we might still face very strong trade barriers. And then what would be our means of negotiating?
We wouldn't need to negotiate. Well, we wouldn't be able to negotiate, I suppose, is the point there, Tom. But as long as our consumers actually are able to access cheaper goods from abroad, I'm fine with that. And I would hope, and I would suspect, a lot of those countries, if they saw the United Kingdom have 0% tariffs and quotas, perhaps they would also like to reciprocate.
Now, just to bring an update for everyone, we were expecting this press conference to start, well, some minutes ago, but we are now being told that the press conference is imminent. Donald Trump and Keir Starmer will, in just some moments' time, be walking out from one of those doors behind those podiums.
And we've got our own political editor, Chris Hope, has been spotted right there up in the front row. So hopefully we'll have a question from GB News to the President and the Prime Minister. Room really, really packed full of journalists, both British and American journalists. There'll be questions on the special relationship, and there'll be difficult questions for the President as well as the Prime Minister.
Absolutely, and we at GB News, at no expense spared, have individuals in both camps in In the British travelling press pack, we have our political editor, Christopher Hope. And in the American travelling press pack, we have our very own Bev Turner as well. She flew over on Air Force One alongside the president, and she is now part of the American press pack around the US president. So we really do get two bites of the cherry. No expense spared here at GB News, bringing you the best of both worlds. But this will be a significant press conference. As we keep saying, the only element of this incredibly choreographed and stage-managed two-day state visit, the only element of that is less controlled.
And it'll be really interesting to see if that kind of palliness between Keir Starmer and the president that we've been hearing so much about, all of that really friendly body language, if any of that falls apart when we start hearing about that steel deal, which has all fallen through at the last minute. The differences on Gaza and Israel, of course. The Prime Minister has said it has been leaked that the Prime Minister is going to recognise Palestine as a state. That is very different from the approach that the US is taking. Is that going to come up? Could that be awkward for the Prime Minister?
And of course, this is going to be very, very significant in terms of how people remember this state visit. Yes, people will remember the speech, the pre-written banquet speech. Yes, people will remember the marching band. Yes, people will remember all of that. But very often, beyond the mood music, it's the off-the-cuff elements that actually become the memorable elements of these events.
Well, that's just it. I mean, we've discussed in grave detail sort of the what we would like to see being asked of Trump and Keir Starmer. But I think what is most interesting to me, at least on a personal note, is seeing exactly how Starmer responds to those kinds of questions. I mean, as I think Olivia said this initially at the start of the programme, this is not a very common style of interviewing for Sir Keir Starmer, and it'll definitely be interesting to see how he holds up, whether or not he is able to actually answer those questions in the same sort of effervescent way that President Trump often can, but also whether or not they are actually able to do so.
I think that kind of speaks to his background, to be honest. You know, Trump comes from that reality TV background, the kind of wheeling and dealing background. But, you know, Starmer was a barrister for most of his life. He likes his pre-prepared statements. He likes his kind of situations. He knows what's going to come. He likes his kind of programmed set of events. I think, honestly, the best case scenario for Keir Starmer, and probably for the UK government, actually, is that this is a very boring press conference. Because you don't want to get all Love Actually with it and start facing off with the US president.
About that scene in Love Actually. The room really reminds me of
you don't want to have a UK Prime Minister getting into it with a US President in front of the press.
No, they wouldn't do that, and Trump certainly will be playing nice with Starmer himself. The question is whether or not he outshines Starmer, I think, is sort of the real question here. What I'm really interested in is seeing whether or not Starmer has a side to himself that we've never seen before, because he's not been confident enough to do this kind of style of questioning. Maybe he comes across as a bit less robotic when the answers aren't pre-prepared, and when he has no idea what the questions are going to be. Maybe Trump gives him a bit of confidence on stage. I'm really interested to see how Starmer performs and whether or not he is able to match our American cousins.
I think taking that firm but very secondary approach is what's best. Starmer, you know, you've seen other world leaders, you know, the German Chancellor try and outshine Trump and take that confrontational approach, and they just can't out-Trump Trump. I quite like Starmer's manner with him, especially with that US visit last year. I quite like him being, you know, kind of firm, like a head teacher almost, sitting there with his head boy who's the star pupil.
No.
You know, I do prefer that kind of style of letting Trump do his thing, but also being there as a serious kind of character that engages. I quite like that.
I don't know. He looks like a wet fish out of water, if you ask me. But that's
It'd be really interesting to see who sort of owns the room, because, of course, Keir Starmer does own the room. This is the Prime Minister's home away from home, he called it here. You would expect him to be kind of directing the press conference. It should be he's the one in charge. That doesn't usually happen with Donald Trump.
We know it'll be Trump.
Oh, and we have Melania Trump coming in here. Everyone's standing up.
Absolutely. We're taking you live inside the room. We're expecting to see Donald Trump and Sir Keir Starmer head to those podiums at the zenith of this state visit, at the moment that, frankly, the entire state visit has been building up to. We will hear from the leaders of the free world and the United Kingdom just now.
And here they are. We have Keir Starmer is standing at his podium. Donald Trump has joined him there.
Mr. President, it's a pleasure to welcome you to Chequers. This historic second state visit is a moment to celebrate the unique bond between our two countries. But today we've gone far beyond that. We've renewed the special relationship for a new era. The United Kingdom and the United States stand together today as first partners on defence, first partners in trade, with the groundbreaking deal we struck in May, and now with the new agreement that we've just signed this afternoon, we're confirming our status as the first partners in science and technology, ready to define this century together, just as we did the last. This tech partnership has the power to change lives. It's our chance to ensure that technologies like AI, quantum, and others amplify human potential, solve problems, cure diseases, make us richer and freer, strengthen the cause of democracy, not tyranny. This is the territory on which the future will be won. So this partnership today is a signal of our determination to win this race together and to ensure it brings real benefits in jobs, in growth, in lower bills, to put more hard-earned cash in people's pockets at the end of each month. That's what we're determined to deliver. And we're bringing businesses with us. We've just come from a fantastic meeting with business leaders where we set out this vision. They have responded with new deals and investment, breaking every record that we have. £250 billion flowing both ways across the Atlantic. That is a record. Expected to create 15,000 jobs here in the United Kingdom. High-skilled jobs in cutting-edge sectors where people can build careers for the long term, changing lives in communities up and down our country. And look, while we shape this bond for a new era, the fundamentals have not changed. Security remains the cornerstone of this special relationship. We have the deepest, most advanced defence relationship in the world. Our warriors train together and they fight together. Our industries build together, everything from fast jets to the new AUKUS-class submarines. So now, as we drive up defence spending, we're going to sweep away the barriers to working together on new defence technologies so we can stay ahead of our adversaries. We're united in defence and security, yes, absolutely. But we're also united in the pursuit of peace. We are working together to end the humanitarian catastrophe in the Middle East, get the aid in, free the hostages, and ultimately bring Israel and the region back towards a comprehensive plan which can deliver peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians alike. We're also working together to end the killing in Ukraine. In recent days, Putin has shown his true face, mounting the biggest attacks since the invasion began, with yet more bloodshed, yet more innocents killed, and unprecedented violations of NATO airspace. These are not the actions of someone who wants peace. So we've discussed today how we can build our defences further, support Ukraine, and decisively increase the pressure on Putin to get him to agree a peace deal that will last. And President Trump, you have led the way here, and we will continue to stand and work together for security and for peace. Mr. President, next year we'll celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States. We've come on a long journey together since 1776. But it's no exaggeration to say that the partnership our two nations have built has shaped the world from the beaches of Normandy to the founding of NATO, to the creation of technologies that have revolutionised our lives. Time and time again, it is British and American men and women side by side, changing the path of history and turning it towards our values, towards freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. In Britain, we take huge pride in that. And let's be clear, this relationship is not just about history, it's about the future. It's about the benefits it delivers now and for decades to come, to make our people safer and better off. We've shown today that we're delivering those benefits, improving people's lives. So we will go into that anniversary year more optimistic than ever and more confident than ever about our two great nations and what they can achieve side by side. Thank you. And it is now my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, very much. Prime Minister Starmer, Melania and I are tremendously thankful for the wonderful hospitality that you and Lady Starmer have extended today at Chequers. Quite the place, I must say, quite the place. And we're grateful beyond words for the spectacular honor of the state visit yesterday at Windsor Castle, hosted by His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. These are two fantastic people. We will never forget it. As I said last night, the bond between our countries is like no other anywhere in the world. The United States and the United Kingdom have done more good on this planet than any two nations in human history. That is thanks in large part to the traditions of British liberty, which grew up on these isles, these beautiful, magnificent isles, and were carried by our ancestors to the New World. We're forever joined, and we are forever friends, and we will always be friends. This enduring connection is why I was thrilled that the United Kingdom was the very first country with which we made a historic trade deal, and a very good trade deal. He's a tough negotiator. I think it was a better deal for you than us, but these are minor details.
It's a very good deal for both of us.
He's a great negotiator who will extend our unparalleled security alliance into the realm of economic security for the first time, and I look forward to finalizing it very soon. We'll have it done very quickly. We have also just signed a historic technology prosperity deal, one of a kind, to ensure our countries lead the next great technological revolution side by side. In fact, we just left the business leaders, the biggest in the world. Some are in this room right now. And that was quite a meeting we had on business and trade and technology. This trip has galvanized $350 billion in deals across many sectors, and we're committed to ensuring that the UK has a secure and reliable supply of the best AI hardware and software on Earth. And we supply that, and we'll make sure we supply it in quantity to the UK. And we also are joining forces on quantum computing and nuclear power, a natural partnership for close allies. The United States, as you probably have heard, is doing better than it has ever done in terms of business and investment. The stock market has hit a new high, as you know, and that's for many, many days out of our fairly short 8 months. And we seem to be hitting new highs, and I think we're going to do much better even as time goes by. Jobs are at a record, and most importantly, we have more than $17 trillion, $17 trillion, and this is during an 8-month period being invested in the country, which is not only a record, but if you compare $17 trillion to the last year of the Biden administration, they did $250 billion. They didn't do $1 trillion for the 4-year period. We did $17 trillion of investment coming in. A lot of it's because of tariffs, and a lot of it's for a lot of other reasons, but there's never been anything like it. It's an economic superstar. That's what's become. It was mismanaged and badly handled for a long period of time, but it's not badly handled anymore. So that's a record, and remember, that's up until 8 months. We have another few months to go, and that number is going to get significantly higher, especially if we win a certain case that we're waiting to hear. That will be something like the world has never seen. I want to congratulate the United Kingdom on making the vital commitment to spend 5% of GDP on defense at the NATO summit this year. We've worked together very closely in so many ways. I'm very honored to tell you that we've solved 7 wars, wars that were unsolvable, wars that couldn't be negotiated or done. The U.S. has done 7 of them. The one that I thought would be easiest would be because of my relationship with President Putin, but he's let me down. He's really let me down. It was going to be Russia and Ukraine, but we'll see how that turns out. But that turned out to be, I thought it might be among the easiest of the group. But we had settled just about every conflict, and as you know, we're working very hard on Israel and Gaza. All that's happening over there. Complex, but it's going to get done. It'll all get done right. And likewise, Russia and Ukraine will get done. But you never know in war. You know, war is a different thing. Things happen that are very opposite of what you thought. You thought you were going to have an easy time or a hard time, and it turns out to be the reverse. As we saw in the unforgettable parade yesterday at Windsor Castle, what a place it is. The British Armed Forces carry on one of the finest military traditions in the world, one of the greatest marching bands, one of the most magnificent sights I've seen. I know that our service members look forward, and we do look so forward to working even more closely with yours as you push toward that 5% goal. And I think, Mr. Prime Minister, you're just about there. You're going to be there very quickly, along with a lot of other great countries. I want to thank NATO and our wonderful head of NATO, who's really worked very hard, Mark, for the job they've done. As you know, NATO was at 2% GDP, and they didn't pay it. Now they're at 5%, then they pay it. And we appreciate that. And we're sending a lot of weapons to NATO. NATO is paying for those weapons in full. But we're sending them, and we're doing a great job at getting them what they need. And we appreciate the fact that they're taking care of it, because the United States is into that war for $350 billion. And just really very sad. Just got out of control. They didn't know what they were doing. But over the generations, British and American warriors have shed their blood side by side in defense of liberty and freedom. And that's why it's so imperative that the United States and the United Kingdom stand together for these fundamental rights and values of the English-speaking world. And we've always stood together, and we will continue to. Just last week, a great American, Charlie Kirk, was heinously assassinated for speaking his mind. He was a great young man, incredible future. Some people said he might be president someday. I told him, I said, Charlie, I think you have a good shot someday at being president. And he just wanted to take care of youth. He loved youth. I've never seen anybody relate to youth like Charlie, and they related to him, and they're devastated. But I appreciate the many British citizens who have offered their condolences. And again, Charlie was a great person. We'll be going out to a service on Sunday. I'll be leaving with some of the people in this room just to celebrate Charlie and all that he's done. So incredible. Never seen anything like it. But I hope that together our nations can lead a movement to defend the glorious traditions of freedom on both sides of the Atlantic. There could be no greater tribute to the immortal bonds of affection and loyalty that unite the British and the American people for all of time. We have a relationship like no other. It will always be that way. We will always be united. We'll always be together. And I just want to thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for the great job I think you're doing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We're going to take some questions. I'll call 2 or 3 to start with, and then I'll pass over to the President. I've got Chris Mason from the BBC first. Chris.
Thank you both. Chris Mason, BBC News. Mr. President, the UK is expected to recognise a Palestinian state in the coming days as the killing in Gaza continues. It often seems that you're the only person that Israel will listen to. What more can you say to them to tell them to stop? And why is the UK's position on a Palestinian state, in your view, wrong? And Prime Minister, what will the recognition of a Palestinian state actually achieve? Is it not just gesture politics to appease people in your own party? Thank you both.
Well, Chris, let me just start with that, because we discussed this amongst other things. We had the best part of an hour, I think, upstairs earlier today, just one-to-one, going through a number of affairs, world affairs, in private. And we absolutely agree on the need for peace and a roadmap, because the situation in Gaza is intolerable. The hostages have been held for a very, very long time, and they must be freed. And we need aid to get into Gaza at speed. And so it's within that context of a plan for peace, which we're working hard on, which not only did we discuss this morning, but our two teams have been working together on, that the question of recognition needs to be seen. And so it's part of that overall package which hopefully takes us from the appalling situation we're in now to the outcome of a safe and secure Israel, which we do not have, and a viable Palestinian state. Thank you.
Well, simply, I want the hostages released now, right now, not 1, 2, we'll give you 3 more tomorrow, and, you know, like it's been, but we're the ones that got all the hostages released. We got many, many came to the Oval Office, and I've heard stories like I've never thought even possible. There was no humanity, no anything. I said to them, I said, was there any warmth shown during this stay? Like they offered you a little extra meal, they gave you a little smile, and they said, don't worry, you'll be okay. And every one of them said, not even a little bit. Amazing, you know, to think that during this stay, long stay in some cases. We had a man the other day, 451 days he was there. I always ask that question. And was there any warmth shown? Just a little word of, you know, encouragement. And the answer is every time, absolutely not. I'm shocked to hear it, because in the worst cases, there's always somebody that comes through. We have to remember October 7th, one of the worst, most violent days in the history of the world, not just there, the history of the world. And I got to see the tapes, and I wish I didn't see them, actually. But I got to see them. And I want an end. I want the hostages released. And I think it's going to be okay, but it has been a brutal period of time. But this has been going on for a long time. This is not something that's over the last year, 2 years, but this has been for decades and decades. But we want it to end. We have to have the hostages back immediately. That's what the people of Israel want. They want them back. And we want the fighting to stop, and it's going to stop. But a lot of bad things. You know, Hamas said that they're going to put the hostages up as bait. They're going to put the hostages in front of any attack. And that's pretty brutal. We haven't heard that one in a long time. So we have to remember that. So I have a disagreement with the Prime Minister on that score. Okay? One of our few disagreements, actually.
Great. Can I take Jack from The Sun? Jack.
Thank you both. Jack Elson from The Sun. Mr. President, in the 9 months you've been in office, you've been incredibly successful in all but eliminating crossings on your southern border.
Yep.
Meanwhile, illegal migration is at record levels in Britain. The Prime Minister is trying to tackle that. What advice would you give to the man standing next to you on trying to stop illegal migration in Britain? And Prime Minister, if I can just ask, the President is all about drill, baby, drill in terms of trying to secure American energy and cut bills for Americans. Meanwhile, you are turning Britain's back on oil and gas in favour of renewable energies, such as wind turbines. Why do you think that you are right and he is wrong?
So we had millions of people flowing in, totally unchecked, totally unvetted from the Biden administration. 25 million, in my opinion, that would be about 25 million. They came from prisons, they came from mental institutions, they were gang members, they were drug dealers. They came from the Congo. They came from all parts of South America. They came from everywhere. Think of it. Prisoners from the Congo being released into the United States. Prisons opened up in Venezuela and many other countries pouring into the United States. And I couldn't believe it. And one of the reasons I decided to run. I decided to run because I don't want to be controversial. But you see what's happened, and you see all the information that's come out. We won in 2020 big. And I said, let's run. We got to run, because I saw what was happening. And the worst thing that I saw was all of these people. You know, we've already solved inflation. We've solved prices. Oil is way down. Energy is way down in the United States. But what I saw happening with millions of people pouring into our country, I couldn't I couldn't stand to watch it. And we've done a great job. Nobody, if you've seen the last, I appreciate your question, by the way, nobody, absolutely zero, and I'm not even sure that's possible, but it's a very liberal group that come out with those statistics. The last 3 months, we had zero. From millions of people a year ago, we had zero people enter our country illegally. And we do have people coming in legally through a legal process and testing and lots of other things. I think it's very important, and we speak about it. And I think your situation is very similar. You know, you have people coming in, and I told the Prime Minister I would stop it, and it doesn't matter if you call out the military, it doesn't matter what means you use, but it's going to destroys countries from within. And we're actually now removing a lot of the people that came into our country. It's a very hard chore. We were given a very, very bad hand. Millions of people came in from prisons and mental institutions. We have to remove them. And we are removing them. We have no choice, and I feel very strongly about it. Thank you very much.
Jack, let me just deal with the question of returns, because this is obviously an issue we're taking incredibly seriously. We've struck a number of deals both on cooperation with other countries, because this is a problem right across Europe, to tackle the problem of actually breaking up the gangs that are running this trade. We have had a record number of returns, over 35,000 now since we came into office. That's the highest number for the best part of 10 years. We struck the returns arrangement with France, and notwithstanding the challenges to that scheme, which you've seen in the last few days, a flight went off at 6:15 this morning, successfully returning someone under that scheme. So that is an important step forward. Obviously, there's no silver bullet here. There's a range of things that need to be done. But given the challenges of returning people, it is important that we're able to prove it can be done. It was done. It was done early this morning. So I can confirm that that flight went. It went successfully. And I'm pleased about that. Now we need to ramp that up at scale, which was always envisaged under the scheme. But it's very important that we have been able to prove that the proof of concept, if you like, that this can be done, and will continue in that way. On the question of energy, firstly, let me be really clear that I am absolutely determined to ensure that the price and cost of energy comes down, so that bills come down both for individuals, for families with their household bills, but also for business, because this is so important. The mix will include oil and gas for many years to come from the North Sea. We've been clear about that for some time, but we also need to mix that with renewables, and it's the mix that's really important. And the approach I've taken on this is the same approach that I take to many other things, a pragmatic approach. Thank you, Jack.
I would like to say that we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. We had inflation, the likes of which we've really never seen. They say 48 years, and I'll accept that, but I really don't. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we had a expression that I used a lot, drill, baby, drill. And as you know, we brought fuel way down, the prices way down. And we don't do wind, because wind is a disaster. It's a very expensive joke, frankly. And we got our energy prices way down. That brought the inflation way down, and now we have very little inflation, and we have a very, very strong economy. So that was very important. Drill, baby, drill. And you have a great asset here, and we spoke about it. It's called the North Sea. The North Sea oil is phenomenal, and I hope, because I love this country, you know. My mother was born in Scotland, and the Hebrides, Stornoway, that's serious Scotland. We were talking about it. And I want this country to do well. And you have great assets that you're going to start using, I believe, under this Prime Minister.
Thank you. And I've got Matthew from The Economist. Matthew.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Mr. President, you say that President Putin has let you down. Have negotiations run out of road, and what are your next steps to compel an end to this war?
Well, he has let me down. I mean, he's killing many people, and he's losing more people than he's killing. I mean, frankly, the Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers. But, yeah, he said, let me down. I don't like to see. It's death. You know, it doesn't affect the United States. We have, other than unless you end up in a world war over this thing, you could. This was a thing that would have never happened had I been president. If I were president, it would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. People Most people agree it didn't happen, nor was it close to happening. And I spoke to President Putin about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. I've said that many times. It was. But he would have never done what he did, except that he didn't respect the leadership of the United States. They just went through the Afghanistan total disaster for no reason whatsoever. We're going to leave Afghanistan, but we're going to leave it with strength and dignity. And we're going to keep Bagram, the big air base, one of the biggest air bases in the world. We gave it to them for nothing. We're trying to get it back, by the way. Okay, that could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back because they need things from us. We want that base back. But one of the reasons we want the base is, as you know, it's an hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. So a lot of things are happening, but I am very disappointed in the fact that that one's not settled. To think that we settled Azerbaijan and Albania as an example, it was going on for years. It was never going to be settled. If you remember, the prime minister and the presidents, they were there for many years. They said, when they were in my office, we settled. And they started off at both sides of the Oval Office, so far away. I didn't know you could be so far away. And as we were together for an hour, they kept getting closer, closer. And by the time we finished, we all hugged each other. And one said, I've been in this position for 22 years, and all I've done is kill their people. The other was there for 7 years, and all he did was kill their people. And we got it settled. And we did others, as you know. The Congo, we settled the Congo with Rwanda. That was going on, and that was a machete war. That was a gruesome war. Many people, close to 10 million people killed. We got that settled. My biggest disappointment, but it's, you know, look, we did 7, and most of them were not thought to be settleable. We did India and we did Pakistan. That's 2 nuclear. That was purely for trade. You want to trade with us, you're going to have to get along. And they were going at it hot and heavy. But the Russia situation, I hope we're going to have some good news for you coming up. But again, it doesn't affect the United States. And look, it doesn't so much affect you. Of course, you are a lot closer to the scene than we are. We have a whole ocean separating us. But I will say this, it's millions of people have died in that war, millions of souls. And they're not American. They're soldiers, mostly soldiers, as you know. The soldiers are being killed at levels that nobody's seen since the Second World War. But they're being killed, and I feel I have an obligation to get it settled for that reason. Thank you.
And just to add on that question, because we have to put extra pressure on Putin. And it's only when the president has put pressure on Putin that he's actually shown any inclination to move. So we have to ramp that pressure up. I think it's important to have this conversation in the context of what's happened in recent weeks. We saw damage and bombing to the British Council in Kyiv. These are targets that it was thought until recently were not targets that would be hit. The British Council, the European Union Embassy, the Council of Ministers, where President Zelensky's ministers work was hit. Again, these were thought to be places that wouldn't be hit. And then the incursion into Poland last week. And if you put that together, what you can see is either an emboldenment or at least an increased recklessness on Putin's part. And that's why I said earlier that they're not the actions of someone who wants peace. So we have to ramp up. And we discussed earlier today, we have built the coalition of the willing with British leadership and French leadership, stepping up with military planning in the seas, in the sky, on the ground, and ramping up what we do with the Ukrainians themselves. And of course, that taken with an American guarantee is now an example, I think, of the challenge of Europe stepping up to the plate, which it has done in the last few months, to show through what we and the French have done that we're prepared to take the lead in this and take the necessary measures.
But that's a war that could have been a third world war, and I don't think we're going to be there now. But that was heading to a third world war, and what a shame it is. What a shame it is.
Mr. President, do you want to call some of the
I would love to call a few of them. Bev, do you want to have a question?
I've got to come back to you.
Bev Turner, GBNews. Thank you. Having been in DC for a few weeks, it's really interesting to see how you run the country as a proud Christian leader. And it really begs the question, to the Prime Minister, if you don't mind, are we still a Christian country? But also...
when you say we, are you talking here or...?
Here. The UK. I'm still British. I might live in America. I'm still British. But also,
I can't give you that answer.
That's for the Prime Minister. But also, despite what we talked about in Scotland a few weeks ago, we still have 12,000 people a year here being arrested for social media posts, for free speech violations. Does that not remain an important area that there is still a lot of disagreement on?
I'd like to have you answer that.
Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of I was christened, so that is my church has been all my life, and we are, that is wired into our informal constitution. Of course, we celebrate many other faiths as well, and I'm really proud that we're able to do so as a country. And on free speech, that has long lived in this country, free speech. It's one of the founding values of the United Kingdom, and we protect it jealously and fiercely, and always will, and we will bear down on any limits on free speech. I draw a limit between free speech and the speech of those that want to peddle paedophilia and suicide social media to children, and therefore I'm all for free speech. I'm also for protecting children from things that will harm them, paedophiles, those that peddle suicide, which has had a terrible consequence for individual, particularly teenagers. And so that's the balance we strike. But we have had freedom of speech in this country for a very long time, and we will always protect it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Brian, please.
Thank you. Prime Minister, it's good to see you again. You have a beautiful country. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for being
Two
here.
questions. One, just recently, President Trump labeled Antifa domestic terrorists. Would you consider doing something like that in your country?
Well, we obviously will take decisions for ourselves. I don't want to comment on the decisions of the President, but we take our decisions ourselves.
And my question to you, President Trump, is there any update on the auto pen?
Yeah, it's just gotten worse from their standpoint. The people that used it, and in particular one person, was never told by Biden to do it. Only spoke to Biden twice, and that was just talking about the weather, not talking about any order. And he was taking orders from people other than Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't giving those orders. You know, Joe Biden didn't believe in open borders. He didn't. I've known him for a long time. He was never the brightest bulb in the ceiling, as we know. You can go back 40 years ago and you'll see that. Go back and take a look at the hearings on Justice Thomas, and you'll see that very much. But he didn't believe in open borders and all of this nonsense that they're peddling now, which is why they're not in office any longer. It's a shame. The auto pen was illegal. It was illegally used. He never gave the orders. He never told them what to do. And I guess the only one he signed, or one of the few he signed, was the pardon for his son. But you had the congressman who, when they got the information, they found out they were guilty, and they deleted and destroyed all information, everything. You couldn't get any of it. They found out that Nancy Pelosi actually was offered the 10,000 soldiers, and she turned them down. They found out many things that were very bad. So they deleted and destroyed all information. You talk about freedom of the press and freedom of speech. How about that one? And there's not a thing. This is after a year and a half of hearings. They destroyed everything. And somebody's got to be held responsible. So Biden, what he did is they knew, I don't think he knew, but somebody knew. I don't think Biden had a clue about anything, if you want to know the truth. But they gave a pardon to those Congress people. They gave a pardon. Those people are so guilty. They gave a pardon, but Biden didn't know about it. The people, whether it's Lisa or any of those people in there that really ran it, I know them all. And they're sick people. They're smart people. They're very smart. They're probably brilliant, but they're sick in ideology. And they were running the auto pen, and it was totally illegal what he did. And I hope it's going to be so adjudged.
Did you want to take one more and then I'll go back to some British?
Let's see. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. In the deal that you're working on for the Chinese to sell TikTok to an American buyer, are the Americans going to have to come up with their own algorithm, or are they going to continue to use the successful but addictive Chinese algorithm?
So what we're doing, and we're speaking to President Xi on Friday to see if we can finalize something on TikTok, because there is tremendous value, and I hate to give away value, but I like TikTok. It helped get me elected. In fact, Charlie said, "Sir, you ought to get on TikTok. You'd be great." I said, "Really? Tell me about TikTok." And we, as you know, we did unbelievably well with youth, like at a level that no Republican has ever even dreamt of. And in what, look, I think we won it for a lot of reasons, but that was a reason we won the election by such a big number. TikTok has tremendous value. The United States has that value in its hand because we're the ones that have to approve it. I specifically get the right to approve it. The people that are investing in it are among the greatest investors in the world, the biggest, the richest, and they'll do a great job. And we're doing it in conjunction with China. But we are getting, the United States is getting a tremendous fee plus, I call it a fee plus, for just making the deal. And I don't want to throw that out the window. I can say this, that you'll have a lot of very unhappy youth. And I use TikTok very legitimately, very straight, just statements every day, little statements, short statements. "Sir, make it short, please." And TikTok Jack, we call him. It was pretty good. Did a good job for me, I guess. But no, I'd rather reap the benefits. I mean, the kind of money we're talking about is very substantial, and it'll be owned by all American investors and, the best investors and the, very rich people and companies are going to be owning it. Very, very straight, very legitimate companies, and really companies that love America. So they're going to be owning it. It's a big thing. And on a much bigger scale, and probably that's why we were able to get that, but on a much bigger scale, we're pretty close to a deal. We may do an extension with China, but it's an extension based on the same terms that we have right now, which are pretty good terms.
And my question for Prime Minister Starmer, if you feel so strongly about officially recognizing Palestine for statehood, why are you waiting for President Trump to leave the country? Why can't you just do it right now? And isn't there a risk in rewarding Hamas with that?
Well, let me be really clear about Hamas. They're a terrorist organisation who can have no part in any future governance in Palestine. And what happened on October the 7th was the worst attack since the Holocaust. We have extended family in Israel. I understand firsthand the psychological impact that had across Israel. So I know exactly where I stand in relation to Hamas. Hamas, of course, don't want a two-state solution. They don't want peace. They don't want a ceasefire. So I'm very clear where I stand on Hamas. Okay. On the question of recognition, I made my position clear at the end of July as to the timing, which has got nothing to do with this state visit, and I've discussed it with the President, as you would expect amongst two leaders who respect each other and like each other and want to bring about a better solution in the best way that we can. Thank you so much. Can I go back then to Robert at ITV?
Robert Person, ITV. Mr. President, you uniquely, you alone in the whole world, have the power to persuade Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the demolition of Gaza City, to stop the starvation of Palestine, and to stop the killing of civilians. If not now, when will you exercise that power and tell him to stop?
Sure.
And then for both of you...
But you do understand about October 7th.
You do understand. So believe me, I understand.
One of the worst days in the history of humanity. What happened, I have seen the tapes. Babies that are 4 months old and just chopped up to pieces. And you've seen the tapes and I've seen the tapes. You're a professional and so am I. And people forget about October 7th. I can't forget about it. So I want it to end, but I want the hostages back. I don't want the hostages used as human shields, which is what Hamas is threatening to do.
But as soon as they're back, that's the moment you will tell Netanyahu
to
stop.
Well, it would certainly help, but I have to have the hostages back. And I don't want them back piecemeal, as I said before. I want them back.
And on a separate issue, free speech. Your Vice President Vance said that free speech is under attack in the UK. Do you agree with him? And Prime Minister, we saw the dismissal of a very well-known chat show host in America last night, Mr. Kimmel. Is free speech more under attack in Britain or America?
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk. And Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you can call that free speech or not. He was fired for lack of talent. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, on the question of Charlie Kirk, can I just express how shocking that is, I think, to everybody who believes in free speech and in democracy. It sent shockwaves through the world. And I know that he was a friend of the president, and I reached out straight away to the president because I understood how impactful it'd be on him and his family. And we all need to be absolutely clear about that. Whatever our political views, it is shocking and is to be condemned. On free speech, not much to add to the answer I gave earlier. This country's had free speech for a very, very long time. It is part of who we are as a country, and it is the values that we fought for. We fought for it during the Second World War alongside each other. So we need no reminding of the importance of free speech in this country. Thank you, Robert. And I go to Beth for the final question, please. Beth.
Thank you so much.
Sky.
Thank you, Beth Rigby, Sky News. Thank you, Prime Minister. If I could start with you. Prime Minister, President Trump has said he's ready to impose major sanctions on Russia if NATO countries stop purchasing Russian oil. He's got a point, hasn't he? Is that what you now believe is needed to bring Putin properly to the table? And what's your message to the President on US sanctions? And Mr. President, if I may, the King praised your personal commitment last night to finding solutions to the world's most intractable conflicts. You have invested much of your time and effort in Ukraine, but even as you seek to broker a deal, President Putin is escalating the war. He's firing drones into NATO airspace. You say he has let you down. Was it a mistake to invite him to Alaska? Do you regret it?
No.
And is it time to squeeze him, sir, and scare him and impose sanctions? And finally, if I may, the elephant in the room, Lord Mandelson, he is no longer the ambassador. Do you have some sympathy with him that he lost his job over historic links to Jeffrey Epstein? Thank you very much, sir.
I don't know him, actually. I had heard that, and I think maybe the Prime Minister would be better speaking of that. That was a choice that he made, and I don't know. What is your answer to that?
Well, I mean, it's very straightforward. Some information came to light last week which wasn't available when he was appointed, and I made a decision to come out, and that's very clear. On the question of the pressure on Putin and on Russia, and on Russia, which is obviously really important. Look, I think it is a challenge to Europe. There are a number of European countries which are too reliant on energy from Russia. The UK actually obviously has almost got nothing at all, but we do need to bear down and work with our European counterparts here. There are one or two countries, I think, that do need to look again at the question of energy. There's no one silver bullet here. We do have to have a wider suite of sanctions, which we've put in place a number of times, working across Europe and with the United States. And, of course, we must, and we are, making sure that Ukraine is in the strongest position now, because one of my long concerns here has been that whilst we talk about a ceasefire, and we all want a ceasefire, and we talk about what might happen after a ceasefire, we mustn't forget that Ukraine needs our support now, and we've said we stand with Ukraine from the start to finish, and that means we must continue to supply them with what they need in order to fight this war, which of course resulted from and is a result of Russian aggression. We have particularly done the sort of leadership role in the coalition of the willing, so that if there is a ceasefire and if there is a deal, and I do hope there is, that is then lasting and not then broken, because given previous history, I don't trust Putin. Thank you.
very simply, if the price of oil comes down, Putin's going to drop out. He's going to have no choice. He's going to drop out of that war. And when I found out that the European nations were buying oil from Russia, and as you know, I'm very close to India. I'm very close to the Prime Minister of India. I spoke to him the other day, wished him a happy birthday. We have a very good relationship. He put out a beautiful statement, too. We have, but I said, I sanctioned them. China is paying a very large tariff right now to the United States. But I'm willing to do other things, but not when the people that I'm fighting for are buying oil from Russia. If the oil price comes down, very simply, Russia will settle. And the oil price is way down. We got it way down. We're drilling and we produce more oil than anybody else in the world. We're doing a lot. But I was disappointed to see that, and the Prime Minister was disappointed to see that. And it wasn't him, it was other countries. And you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't. That's not playing fair with the United States, and we can't have that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the Martin Daubner Show there. Yet another unmissable press conference with Donald Trump, this time with Sir Keir Starmer at Chequers. Hugely anticipated, so many elephants in the room, and they were mostly addressed. So much to talk about. I'm joined in the studio by the former Conservative Special Advisor Lauren McAvett and also the political commentator Andy Williams. Let's just go through a few of the main points there which leapt out. Let's go straight into the fact. Bev Turner was the first choice of question for Donald Trump. He went straight to Bev Turner. Bev, you've come a long way, baby, and so has GB News. The first journalist was GB News that Donald Trump went to. Let's get back to the meat of what came out. Illegal immigration. The president was asked about the impact of illegal immigration and what does Sir Keir Starmer need to do. And he basically said illegal immigration needs to be tackled and you need to send in the military if necessary, he said. He said illegal immigration brings down countries from within. He said nobody, absolutely zero people entered illegally into the USA next month. I think your situation is very similar here in the UK. He said if you need to stop it. Even if you need to call on the military, illegal immigration destroys countries from within. Sir Keir Starmer then mentioned the fact that his one-in, one-out policy has finally got off the ground. A solitary Indian left Britain today on the recognition of the state of Palestine. This was something we anticipated would be highlighted, and indeed it was. You could see that Sir Keir Starmer was squirming. He was skewered by an American journalist saying, why are you waiting until Donald Trump leaves the country before you recognise the state of Palestine? If you believe it, why don't you do it now? It's probably the most uncomfortable I think Sir Keir Starmer looked during that entire thing. Said, it's nothing to do with the timing now. And President Trump said this is probably the one area where we disagree on the most. So that is going to be a huge political hot potato. On the subject of drill, baby drill, it was fascinating to hear how energy costs, and I think this is going to be a huge conversation moving forward. There's billions of pounds worth of investment come into the UK, AI investment, very, very dependent on cheap energy. The UK has the most expensive energy in all of Europe. He then said, I think this Prime Minister will make use of North Sea oil. He said, you're sat on a huge resource and you should turn to it. He said, I'm Scottish. My mother was Scottish, beg your pardon. I want to see this country prosper. And for that, he said, forget about wind farms. They are, quite frankly, a joke, an expensive joke, he said. And then next on free speech, and that was the topic of Bev Turner's question, free speech, where are we? And Sir Keir Starmer, again, I think, floundered. He read straight from the script on free speech. It's one of the founding values of the United Kingdom. We will defend it fiercely. I draw the line at paedophilia and suicide content, but we will always protect free speech. Now, this was despite the fact that Bev Turner correctly pointed out that we still have 12,000 people being arrested in the UK for social media posts. An astonishing and I think, frankly, shameful statistic. And then, just finally, on Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump did admit, he said, Putin has let me down. A huge amount to discuss there over the next 2 hours of the show. Let's get into my panel. Like I said, I'm joined by the former Conservative Special Advisor, Lauren McAvet, and also the political commentator, Andy Williams. Andy Williams, I'm going to start with you. I think we can all agree now that Sir Keir Starmer getting that letter out of his inside pocket in the Oval Office and dramatically giving it to Donald Trump was a masterstroke. To flatter Donald Trump with the full royal visit, the full state visit, was, I think, a piece of political theatre that's really paid off. Huge amounts of investment have been precipitated as a result of that, showing, after all, that Donald Trump is our #1 ally in the world, certainly in terms of trade. But what, in terms of that specific press conference there, Andy, what leapt out to you?
Well, Martin, one of the reasons I like coming on your show is because you're objective, and fair play, because it was a masterstroke. And after the worst 2 weeks of Keir Starmer's premiership, these were the best 2 days. This visit has been a phenomenal success, both in terms of the pomp and the visibility and all of that sort of stuff, but also in terms of the substantive trade deals that have been done and announced. Just look at the stock markets today. This visit has gone extremely well. This is what Keir Starmer's good at. He is not brilliant on the domestic stage. We know that the first 12 months of the Labour government has gone pretty badly in a range of areas. But when it comes to international relations, building relationships with our closest allies, with America, with France, with Germany, he has done a phenomenal job. And let's be honest, it is not difficult. Sorry, it's not easy, not at all easy, to manage the relationship with this president, and he's done really, really well. What leapt out at me was actually that there is more in common between the United States and the UK than there is that divides those two countries. These are two very different politicians with two very different styles, but actually we have a lot in common and we have shared interests. I think it was really interesting where he said, the tradition of British liberty is something that America has very much taken on. British-American men and women standing side by side to shape the path of history. He's absolutely, Trump that is absolutely right. And I think it was a real testament to the strength of the special relationship today.
Lauren, let's bring you in. You were highlighting there the North Sea oil situation. Energy. Yeah, it's going to be a huge factor moving forward. And like I say, when you've got the likes of Nvidia, Microsoft, very, very heavy energy-dependent companies coming to Britain, they're going to soon start noticing their energy bills are stratospheric. I think there's a clear direction of travel here that Donald Trump is going to start putting political pressure on Sir Keir Starmer to start unlocking the black gold in the North Sea. But at the moment, it seems, even today, Sir Keir Starmer was sort of shying away from that.
Absolutely, and I think, I've said on GBNews previously that I think that Ed Miliband is going to be one of the biggest blocks to a lot of what Keir Starmer wants to achieve within government, because so much of that hinges upon energy prices. We are buying energy in from Norway, who are still exploiting their North Sea reserves in ways that we have decided through Ed Miliband that we as a nation will no longer do. I think it was the head of Nvidia today who said publicly that there is a real concern about the cost of running data centres because of the energy price. We just, in the last 24 hours or so, we have the leader of Plaid Cymru objecting once again to new energy infrastructure because of planning consents. There is a planning issue in this country. There is an energy extraction issue in this country. There is an energy cost issue in this country. And we've seen companies like Merck pull out of their investment recently. If this government doesn't change tack on planning, doesn't change tack on energy, all of these deals signed today can be undone. And it is too expensive to invest in this country right now. And if the United States companies that come here make the decision in 12 months' time that it is not worth the investment to come over here, we are going to have a problem.
I think you're exactly right. Andy Williams, let's talk about illegal immigration. It was always going to come up today as a topic. And when it was pointed out that open borders in the USA was a huge problem, a defining issue in the presidential election, and Donald Trump, of course, always humble to point out he's got it down to absolutely zero,
which isn't true.
But it's a huge problem for Keir Starmer. We've seen, frankly, a border farce today. This ridiculous notion of a single person being flown back to Paris who's Indian anyway. They should be flown straight back to India, not via Charles de Gaulle. It's an international embarrassment. And I digress. And Donald Trump said today, you need to stop it. It destroys countries from within, even if you need to call in the military. it'd be a cold day in hell before Sir Keir Starmer calling the army to close our borders.
Yeah, and I think rightly so. So firstly,
Why?
Donald Trump...
Why not?
Well, I'll explain why. Donald Trump, not for the first time, is flagrantly lying about the fact that the suggestion that 0 people have entered America illegally for whatever period of time, and that is just utter nonsense. I mean, how could you even know that? Look at the length of their border with Mexico, look at the length of their border with Canada. So that's the first thing. You cannot directly compare...
It's massively reduced since the Biden regime.
I'm not saying it hasn't reduced.
When Democrats were actually defending the rights for automatic citizenship for anybody who gave birth on American soil to their children, therefore their parents could never go. Donald Trump has totally turned it around. It doesn't matter where you go in America. I was in California a couple of weeks ago. Even in California, the sort of woke, sort of central, they're saying, say what you like about Donald Trump, he's controlling the borders.
So it depends on what you prize most highly, right? So if you look at... And reform is an important player in this debate, OK? So Nigel Farage, a couple of weeks ago, set out reforms, plans to tackle illegal migration. I think those plans are morally wrong. I also think they're completely unworkable. Well, I'll explain. I think they're morally wrong and I think they're unworkable. I think they're morally wrong because they would require us, even if we could strike agreements with Eritrea and Afghanistan and Sudan and countries like that. Even if we could, let's say we could strike those agreements. And I think there are practical questions about whether we could. But even if we did,
they're in the EU, they're in the ECHR.
Even if we did,
what's the problem?
Because I don't believe that the 25 to 27% of people who are coming here illegally, as some people would put it, who are women and children, who I do not believe are economic migrants. We know that many of the people coming over are economic migrants, but when it comes to women and children... 75% men, then. OK, but you still have to deal with the 25%, let's say, who are not economic migrants. And Nigel Farage's plan is to send those people back to countries where they could be tortured or killed.
Or France.
And I think that is... No. Places like Afghanistan and Eritrea and Sudan. No. And I think that is morally unacceptable. Now, we just have to be clear about...
I think the French morally unacceptable too.
We have to be clear about the choice that people are making when it comes to illegal migration. If you are comfortable with that, if you are comfortable with running roughshod over human rights... That's fine. Make your choice. But let's be honest about it.
Andy,
you are making a choice.
The human rights of asylum seekers now trumps the human rights of British citizens. We've seen that in High Court rulings. No. We've seen that in the absolute inability, the castrated nature of our deportation system is completely superseded by the
Let me take issue with that because
So what we've got now... Look, what we've got now isn't working. This issue sunk the Conservatives and it's going to sink Sir Keir Starmer unless he gets a grip. That's just the facts. And Donald Trump there said illegal immigration destroys countries within. I put it to you, it's not just a case of the numbers, it's a case of the moral, the cultural and the sense of fairness. The whole fabric is being torn apart. Sir Keir Starmer's got to get a grip, sharpish.
He has got to get a grip, but I look at it from a different moral perspective. I have a different view on it. I think Donald Trump's rhetoric on migration is totally unacceptable. That's my view. That's not a fact. I don't like it. I don't like the way Donald Trump looks at the world from that perspective. I don't like the way...
Nation first. The voters do.
Well, some voters do.
Well, he swept the board. He was always open about controlling the borders and sending people back home who are illegally. He said it right from the start.
Yeah.
And he won the election.
And he won a significant victory. But actually, this is much more divisive issue than the way it's painted.
Well, the way it's happening now is divisive. People are taking to the streets. People are raising flags. It's going to bring down the entire government. And I have to bring in Lauren. We could talk all day. Lauren, you've been very, very patient.
Sorry, Lauren.
My darling. Thank you very much. What's your take on this? Undeniably, this is the massive, massive problem. Say what you like about Donald Trump. The perception is he's got a grip on this, and the perception is he's a strong leader and nation first. And many people watching this today will think, I wish we had a leader like Donald Trump instead, perhaps, of Sir Keir Starmer.
So what he didn't mention in his statement, which I think is as important as what he was getting at with the military, because, of course, the Navy are involved in the Channel, the military and our border forces as a section of the services of this country are involved.
Chaperoning dinghies to British waters.
But that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point is that there's a flip side to that Donald Trump also did, which was the deterrent effect of deporting people. And he did deport a lot of people in the United States, and he began to deport people who were illegally there and who had been there for a long time and shouldn't have been there. We have very little by way of a deterrent in this country. A large portion of the problem that we have with that rests with the ECHR. We saw that this week with, by the way, a charity funded by the Home Office. Taking cases against the Home Office to keep people in this country. Unless we're going to get rid of ECHR, we need to summon in the legislators first, not the military, because the legislators will get us out of ECHR and the appalling 1998 Human Rights Act, which has so butchered our legislative system in this country since then. That is the only way we do this successfully.
Thank you very much. Now, our man who was in that press conference there at Chequers can now join us. GB News political editor Chris Hope. Chris, welcome to the show. It was spicy. It was promised to be spicy. It certainly was, on illegal immigration, on Palestine, on drill, baby drill, on the perilous state of free speech in the United Kingdom, on Vladimir Putin letting Donald Trump down. And Bev Turner was the first port of call for Donald Trump when he was allowed to go to the entire world's media. GB News has come a long way. Not only the People's Channel in Great Britain, but it's now Donald Trump's first choice. You're in the room, Chris Hope. Tell us about the mood.
Literally 6 feet from the President and Sir Keir Starmer, of course, our Prime Minister. It seemed very, very friendly. I think the two appear to get on very well. They've met, by my count, once every 8 weeks since he became President. So they meet quite a lot, and they have forged this rather unusual relationship between two such different politicians, one from the left, Sir Keir Starmer, one from the right, of course, the President of the United States. But they roamed across all sorts of areas there. A big issue coming up, I thought, the American journalist asking a question about Palestine this weekend to Sir Keir Starmer. Are you waiting until the guy next to you leaves the country on Air Force One before you recognise the state of Palestine? That was awkward, I think, for Keir Starmer, but the slap on the back was very welcome, according to number 10 aides. Clearly, when Keir Starmer said we're not going to have Hamas running Gaza, that can't happen. That got a big slap on the back, and that wouldn't happen with the recognition of Palestine. Difficult questions on issues of freedom of speech. Sir Keir Starmer there saying we are the home of free speech and making those points, but asked twice about that. He gave that answer. But I thought the most interesting answer, I think, was one about small boats. What would you do to stop the boats? And the answer from Donald Trump, while it had much more bang for its buck than Sir Keir Starmer. Here's what the answer was.
And we speak about it, and I think your situation is very similar. You know, you have people coming in, and I told the Prime Minister I would stop it, and it doesn't matter if you call out the military, it doesn't matter what means you use, but it's going to destroys countries from within. And we're actually now removing a lot of the people that came into our country. It's a very hard chore. We were given a very, very bad hand. Millions of people came in.
There we have Donald Trump there saying, why can't you be called the military, and something which has been said often by reform UK politicians here. And also news there on Afghanistan. The UK is trying to get back the Bagram Air Base, which Joe Biden, when he was president, he surrendered that to the Taliban, didn't he? But the Bagram Air Base, of course, 1 hour, he said, from where China develops its nuclear weapons or have a nuclear facility, at least, in China. So clearly, America is thinking around the world on this strategic level. But yes, interesting, I think. It was an informative press conference, one much more friendly, I think, than you see with France and and America. I thought in many ways we're back to where we are with this country. Are we going to choose between be the US's best friend or towards the European Union? Again, it was somewhere in the middle.
Chris Hope, I thought another fascinating pressure point was that notion of drill, baby, drill, because here's my reckoning here. We've just seen billions of dollars worth of investment on British soil by US tech companies, and they are very, very energy dependent. They'll have massive electricity bills. It won't take them long to work out that the price of electricity in Britain is prohibitively high. It's going to annihilate their bottom line. And Donald Trump here was intimating, my mother was born in Scotland. You have a huge asset under the North Sea. You wouldn't want drill, baby, drill. He was basically telling Sir Keir Starmer to stop messing around. He actually said wind turbines are an absolute joke, an expensive joke, frankly, he said. And he was urging the Prime Minister to drill, baby, drill. Do you think he will?
Exactly right. He did say there, drill, baby, drill. Wind is a disaster, a very expensive joke. He said you have these huge assets in the North Sea. And he sort of implied, though, that the PM would start exploiting those assets. Well, we haven't seen any sign of that. And, of course, Ed Miliband, the Climate Change Secretary, would be a lot against that. But, yeah, there are divisions here. I think one of the few real divisions was over Palestine, and that's likely to be recognised by the UK government this weekend or early next week before the UN General Assembly meet. But yes, it was a friendly conversation between two close allies. I had my hand in the air, Martin, with your best question. Sadly, I wasn't selected by number 10 Downing Street to ask a question today, but I'll keep having my hand in the air all the time for GB News viewers.
Well, Chris Hope, that's very, very sweet to know, but I'm afraid Donald Trump's eyes were turned by Beverly Turner. Some might say, who can blame him, Chris? I'm not having a go at your debonair, rugged good looks, but Bev Turner there, very, very much Donald Trump's first port of call. Chris Hope, you're giving that lovely affable smile there, but who can compete with Bev Turner?
So there's maybe some. Well, I thought the question, Bev Turner's question was brilliant, of course. It was asking about the issue of Christianity. And the America is a big issue in America, laying out your faith on your sleeve. We don't do it so much amongst our leaders. But I did hear, I never heard Sir Keir Starmer say that I am a Christian. I've been Christian or Christian all my life. He said he had been christened, and that's not what we hear from him. We do know that, of course, he observed the Jewish faith on Friday with his wife, Lady Starmer. But I think I've never heard him do God, if that's how you describe those remarks. And that was quite interesting. And I think Bev Turner pressed him, of course, on issues of freedom of speech, which is so important to us.
Another huge pressure point there. 12,000 people arrested for social media posts. An astonishing piece of information. Chris Hope, fantastic as ever. We'll be coming back to you later in the show, of course, live and direct from Chequers. Let's bring in my next guest now down the line. It's the former Financial Times journalist and the author, Alan Friedman. Alan, welcome to the show. And I believe you've written an excellent book called The End of America. Perhaps that gives us insight into your take on Donald Trump. What leapt out of today's press conference at Chequers for you, sir?
Well, I would say three things. The first is that Donald Trump was in a good mood. And as it can be with a cranky uncle in the family at Sunday dinner, it's important to be in a good mood with people who are a little bit fragile or have a big ego. So Keir Starmer had an easy day. Donald Trump and his wife had enjoyed Windsor. They enjoyed very much their ride around in the little carousel trolley of carriages that took them apparently in a circle in front of the house in Windsor Castle. And they enjoyed the pomp and circumstance, and Trump therefore was softened up by King Charles. Today, I think the difference on Palestine is real. I think Trump has given Netanyahu carte blanche to do what he likes in Gaza and in the West Bank, and anywhere for that matter, including Qatar. And I think Keir Starmer, actually, I disagree with what our predecessor said, because I think Keir Starmer actually is more with Europe when it comes to issues like Ukraine, where he's seen as, believe it or not, one of the European leaders alongside the French and the Germans in supporting Ukraine. Who would have thought that?
You know, I think Keir Starmer has often looked far more comfortable. And I think we saw that today, talking about foreign matters, much more comfortable on Ukraine, on Gaza, on Palestine. Do you think there was something going on today, Alan Friedman, where there was more than gentle pressure, very public pressure from Donald Trump into how Keir Starmer should be running Great Britain on two particular areas? First of all, on illegal immigration, even saying you should consider sending in the military. And secondly, I think it's going to be a huge talking point, formerly of the FT, business, the amount of business that's just coming to Britain, AI-driven companies, big energy bills. They're going to notice how costly it is to operate in Britain. Donald Trump seemingly saying what you got to do is start drilling for oil.
Yeah, Donald Trump saying drill for oil may be an indication that Keir Starmer has mentioned that they're re-examining plans or something like that, and Trump immediately exaggerates. But his comments on the other issues, you know, it depends how much you want an American president telling your British Prime Minister what to do. I am an American who was educated at the London School of Economics. I worked for a British newspaper. And from that point of view, I would prefer that Mr. Trump stick to diplomacy and being a friend. And if I were Keir Starmer, I would have said, why are you making us pay 25% tariffs on steel? You're ruining British industry. The only advantage that British steel has now with a 25% tariff in America is that steel from India costs 50%, so they buy British. So
Yeah,
not
of course. And of course, back to net zero again, the cost of producing steel in the UK, even with those advantageous tariffs, although still pretty punitive at 25%, still we have a competitive disadvantage. May I finally press you on the notion of free speech? It came out there a heck of a lot, and Charlie Kirk was mentioned by Donald Trump, and he revealed there that he felt Charlie Kirk had a good shot at becoming a future president of the USA, and there seems to now be a clampdown. Antifa, we hear, is being declared a terrorist organisation. Kimmel has lost his job. Do you think we're seeing a more hardline approach to free speech in the USA, which you might think is a bit of a tyrannical clampdown?
Well, as an American who loves my country, I love the Constitution and I love the idea of freedom of speech. As a career journalist, I like the idea that newspapers and television stations shouldn't be told what they can broadcast, what the company like. That's North Korea. So to see Jimmy Kimmel fired, who's a comedian, because Trump doesn't like him, and to see companies like ABC and Disney, big corporate Goliaths, multi-billion-dollar Hollywood companies, bending the knee to the White House and firing comedians. And what about Stephen Colbert, now Jimmy Kimmel? And Trump is threatening NBC now, saying you must get rid of Seth Meyers and Jimmy Fallon. So we have a whole White House, unprecedented in our nation's history, of the president directly suing the New York Times for $15 billion, telling people what they can do. This is not the democracy that I love, and it certainly wouldn't go down well in the UK. So think about it. We're in trouble in America a little bit.
Yeah, excellent. So thank you very, very much for joining us. Excellent contribution. Please come back on the show. That's the former Financial Times journalist and the author, Alan Friedman. An absolute pleasure to have your company. Now, got live pictures on your screen now there from Chequers. That is the US military helicopter. I think Donald Trump is leaving the country very, very soon. We'll see him coming out of that entrance. But before that, let's remind you of GB News presenter Bev Turner's question to President Donald Trump and the Prime Minister a short while ago.
Having been in DC for a few weeks, it's really interesting to see how you run the country as a proud Christian leader. And it really begs the question to the Prime Minister, if you don't mind, are we still a Christian country? But also...
when you say we, are you talking here or...?
Here. The UK. I'm still British. I might live in America, I'm still British. But also...
I can't give you that answer.
That's for the Prime Minister. But also, despite what we talked about in Scotland a few weeks ago, we still have 12,000 people a year here being arrested for social media posts, for free speech violations. Does that not remain an important area that there is still a lot of disagreement on?
I'd like to have you answer that. Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of I was christened, so that is, my church has been all my life, and we are, that is wired into our informal constitution. Of course, we celebrate many other faiths as well, and I'm really proud that we're able to do so as a country. And on free speech, that has long lived in this country, free speech. It's one of the founding values of the United Kingdom.
Bev Turner there asking an excellent question. Just to point out again for those tuning in, Donald Trump was allowed, Keir Starmer said to Donald Trump, would you like to ask a question now? Choose a journalist. And Donald Trump, of all of the entire world's media, he went directly first port of call to Bev Turner from GB News, which I think is a real moment in GB News' career, without being too navel-gazing here. Pictures outside there of Chequers. We're expecting Donald Trump to be departing imminently and to be flying back to an airport to get on Air Force One and to leave Britain behind him. Let's continue the conversation back in the studio here. I'm joined by the former Conservative Special Advisor Lauren Macabeth and also the political commentator Andy Williams. Lauren, you're very keen to talk about Sir Keir Starmer there. His admission that Chris Hope said he hasn't really spoken about much before, that he is a Christian, and undeniably, on the other side of the Atlantic, we are seeing a real resurgence in the Christian faith. In actual fact, that was echoed a lot on the United Kingdom march on Saturday. A lot of people carrying crucifixes around, and God, Christianity seeming to come much more into the political conversation now.
Absolutely, and of course in this country, in England, we have an established church. We have bishops sitting in the House of Lords from the English church, a disestablished church in Wales and Scotland, obviously. And we have a Lambeth Palace that has still yet to select a new Archbishop of Canterbury. The Lanyard class have Lambeth Palace by the lapels, and they don't appear to be letting them go anytime soon. It is, I think, the first time I've heard Keir Starmer talk about Christianity. He obviously is part of a blended family. His wife is Jewish, and they celebrate the Jewish faith within their family as well. And I think it's fabulous that he talks and is beginning to talk more openly about both sides of that. Christianity in public life in the United Kingdom is something that has been incredibly difficult for many of our leaders to talk about. Tony Blair famously didn't do God. I found that David Cameron struggled with it. I worked obviously for a very religious member of the cabinet. I come from the same tradition as him, the same tradition as Danny Kruger. So I am devastated this week that Danny has chosen to leave the Conservative Party, because that's very much my wing of the party, and I'm incredibly sad that he has gone. But I think that conversations about faith in relation to politics in this country are important because we have an established church. I find them actually more difficult in the United States because the United States was founded on the principle that it was not a country that had faith within its political system. I have an American mother. That's something that was impressed upon me very much growing up. And so I find that in the American political system, actually I wonder if the dial is tilting too far in one direction because of the way that the Founding Fathers crafted the Constitution and the original the Bill of Rights as it became.
OK, just seeing pictures there live on our screen from Chequers. That is, of course, Marine One. That's a US presidential helicopter which has been key on this trip, of course, taking the President and the First Lady to Windsor Castle from Stansted Airport, now from Chequers back, we think, to Stansted Airport, onto Air Force One to take the President and the First Lady away. Chris Hope, we're coming back to you now. They're live for us from Chequers. We're expecting the President and the First Lady to emerge imminently to aboard Marine One and to put an end to this, what has been a whirlwind state visit.
That's right, we're expecting to see Melania Trump and Donald Trump emerge shortly from Chequers. You're seeing there, I think that's Marine One. There are two of those choppers, if I can use that term, given it's what you call me half the time, Martin. Two choppers which fly the President around, so we're never sure which one he's going in, but we think that is Marine One, and we're seeing shortly that will be taking off, flying, you'd imagine, back to Stansted Airport where Air Force One is, or maybe to Winfield House if it needs to go by the ambassador's residence in London where he was staying for the first night. We'll wait and see. But yes, it's been, I think, an interesting and important and a historic state visit here for the President. He clearly absolutely loves it. I mean, he was beaming with pride, I think, when he walked out there about 6 feet in front of me just then for that press conference. He says it's quite the place. Chequers, he says the two fantastic people he praised, of course, the King and the Queen. He said we'll always be friends. We've got an historic trade deal. He claimed that Britain had got a better deal than America. That prompted Sir Keir Starmer to step in and say it was good for both of us. We'll be seeing an economic security deal agreed very soon on the back of this $350 billion historic trade deal. The UK will be benefiting from American AI tech, quantum capacity, nuclear power. And of course, the President was very keen to praise the UK spending 5% of our GDP on defence. The questions, they went towards Palestine. That's the big story this weekend. The UK is widely expected to recognise Palestine as a country. One American journalist asked whether Keir Starmer would do this only because Donald Trump had left the UK and therefore it wouldn't be embarrassing. That was played down by Sir Keir Starmer But we heard on his own terms there, the president saying that was one of our few disagreements. Clearly, they think the UK is not wise to recognise Palestine before the UN General Assembly next week as a country. They think that could be rewarding the people who have taken those Israelis hostages on the 7th of October attacks and not doing anything about that. That's a concern. But there was a slap on the back, which is seen and welcomed by Number 10 for Keir Starmer by the president, when Sir Keir Starmer said he didn't want Hamas running Gaza. But turning to domestic matters, I thought extraordinary remarks there about wind energy, this focus of this government here, driving towards wind energy in the North Sea. Wind is a very expensive joke, Donald Trump told his audience. That's very important. We have a very good asset, he told us all. It's called the North Sea, and he wonders why we're not baby drilling. He said his mother, of course, was from Stornoway in Scotland. She would maybe wonder why we're not drilling more. That seemed to be the impression I got, certainly, watching the president from a few feet away. He was mystified, the fact that wasn't happening. And also on the small boats, he drew attention to the fact that he has stopped all those cross-border crossings by illegal immigrants down to 0 in the past 2 months, he said. Not the case in the UK. And at one point he had some advice for Sir Keir Starmer. Is it time to call in the military? That, of course, is one option, has been mooted by Reform UK earlier this year, and that one option we may see raising itself going into the next general election campaign. So clearly areas of disagreement, but much more of agreement. And I was just fascinated by the body language. There wasn't a kind of battling for space, battling for airtime between Keir Starmer and Donald Trump. It was led by Keir Starmer. He was the host. It is, of course, his house. But Donald Trump stepped in when he wanted to. He gave a long speech in part attacking Joe Biden, which we're now used to, of course, from Donald Trump. I thought also with Ukraine, the big joint issue that we care a lot about, both in the UK and the US, is clearly running out of patience with Vladimir Putin. President Trump said he has let me down. I think there's a kind of realization, frankly, that that's what Putin does, and the question is what's next. And also, it's on Afghanistan, some breaking news there, which will be a big deal internationally. The US is trying to take back control of its Bagram air base, not least because it's an hour away from where China makes nuclear weapons, Donald Trump said. That's an indication of the importance, I think, of why Afghanistan matters strategically, and why we're always seeing Donald Trump attack Joe Biden for that hurried withdrawal shortly after he became president. And just finally on Bev Turner, she was given the question, the first question from the US press pack, travelling over here from America, of course. And that's because Bev Turner launches a show for GB News on Monday called GBN Tonight. She asked a question about Christianity, which you don't often hear asked in this country, a very big issue, of course, in America. And the answer you heard there, didn't you, from Keir Starmer, I am a Christian. I've been a Christian all my life, and I've never heard him say that. We do know, of course, he observes the Jewish faith on Fridays with his wife, Lady Starmer, who is Jewish, but I've never heard him say that, and that, I think, was interesting. And of course, you heard also Keir Starmer defending his record, our country's record on freedom of speech, and that would have been a question I would have asked had it not been asked. He said that we are a country to which freedom of speech is very important, and that's why he was keen to raise that. I should say later we'll be writing a newsletter for our viewers and listeners for GB News subscribers. So do go on to GB News website, sign up for our newsletter. We'll be giving my best analysis of a very privileged role here, covering this historic state visit. If you want to sign up to it, it's on a QR code that could be on your screen now. Also go to our website, gbnews.com/news/newsletter. Martin.
Chris Hope, you've been excellent there. Ringside seat to history. And we're just awaiting there the President and the First Lady to exit Chequers to go towards their waiting helicopter. I didn't know he'd got two choppers Trump, we could call him. Never mind two Jags Prescott, or three choppers if they include you, Chris Hope. It's been a magnificent time. I want to quickly ask you something about that we've glossed over at the very start of Donald Trump's speech. He said something which I haven't heard a British Prime Minister say in a long time. It really resonated with me. He said, the United Kingdom and the USA have done more good on the planet than any countries in history. We are always friends. And I just wonder if that patriotic spirit that the British public seem to desperately want for our own Prime Minister was actually given to us by the President of the United States.
Yeah, if you step back, you have had these state visits by American presidents going back to 1918. And there is a real connection, I think. We heard from Donald Trump saying there that British troops, American troops, shed blood on the battlefield. Just about, well, 10 feet from where I'm sitting are a line of trees that were planted by Sir Winston and Clementine Churchill to mark their time when they were living here in the 1939 to 45, 40 to 45, forgive me, and 1951 to 55, of course. It's called Victory Avenue. I think that is what unites this country. You're still looking there at some shots there of the Beast, Martin. I saw you saluting the Beast on GBNews yesterday. There are two Beasts as well as two Air Force Ones and Air Force Two. I was just walked past that moments ago as I left the front door of Chequers. We're never quite clear in which vehicle the president's travelling in. There you're looking there at the front door of Chequers where I've just walked out of. We'll be seeing the president walking out there soon, and I'm sure shaking hands with Sir Keir Starmer, Lady Starmer and Melania Trump. In the foreground you're seeing there some American journalists. They've got a special platform there and they travel with the president along with our great friend and presenter and colleague here, Bev Turner. She flies out of here on a Chinook, would you believe it? I mean, these American journalists, I've arrived here in a lovely old car driven by the producer Tom. We've seen better days in the past, but Bev Turner flies by Chinook, and of course we wouldn't want anything different. But yeah, this is what you're looking at now, the front door of Chequers.
Thank you very much there, Chris Hope. As we await the President and the First Lady to emerge there from Chequers and begin their departure from the United Kingdom, let's bring in my next guest now. I'm delighted to introduce the former Leader of the House of Commons and the Conservative MP formerly, Dame Penny Mordaunt. Dame Penny, a delight to have your company. As we wait the President to emerge from Chequers, what are your reflections on what has been an historic second state visit?
Well, I think it's gone very well. We've done ourselves proud, and we always do. But of course, behind all the pageantry and the niceties, there was a serious agenda. And by the sounds of the press conference, that has been very positive too. I mean, the disagreements didn't get in the way of where there were agreements and progress could be made. And for me, one of the most serious matters was obviously Ukraine. I think that the president needs to be tougher. He's given President Putin every opportunity to bring this war to an end, and Putin has not risen to any opportunity that the president has given him for an exit ramp. So, which is obviously very disappointing. So I'm glad that the president seems to be hardening his position towards Putin on this, and we need him to live up to his own policy of peace through strength.
Yeah, and I think the standout line there, Penny Mordaunt, was from Donald Trump when he said, Vladimir Putin has let me down. He said of all the wars to end, he thought this would be the easiest, but Putin has let him down. The hard work starts tomorrow morning, though, doesn't it? After the president has departed, there's going to be a hangover, I believe, here for Keir Starmer, and the top of that list is illegal immigration. We've seen farcical scenes, let's be frank, of a solitary Indian flown to Shoulder Girl. Why on earth they're not flown directly to India is absolutely mind-boggling. And Donald Trump there is talking about how he clamped down on illegal immigration in the USA, very popular with voters, and even said we should be sending in the military. Do you think it's got so perilous now that Sir Keir Starmer should consider that?
Well, look, the first thing I'd say is whatever you think of Donald Trump's policies, he has shown that if you have the political will and if you are prepared to do what it takes, you can stop illegal migration. Clearly, he's got a different border issue than ours, but you can do it. And I think the British public are crying out for their political leaders to ask themselves that question, not let's tinker and see, give this new scheme a go, but to really methodically think through what it is going to take. And yes, there are going to have to be legal changes, but I think there are going to have to be operational changes too. The Royal Navy did a huge amount of work behind the scenes to look at actually what they could do to help this situation. And a lot of it was going to be very ineffective. I personally think they should have used are then 2 amphibious ships, HMS Bulwark and HMS Albion, which are set up. They're ready-made processing centres. You could have had about 1,000 people on each, processed them, biometrically scanned them, done all the admin that you needed to do, and you could have done them on those vessels. But clearly you would have needed somewhere to send them on to. I mean, the public really need the government to grip this. Donald Trump has shown it can be done. And I mean, I've got my own ideas about how you can sort that out. But okay. Really now, I think you've got to change attitude. And what is required is the will to do it.
If I may interject and just bring people up to speed if they're tuning in live. We've got live pictures here now. That is the exit to Chequers. The British military are lined up alongside the majestic sight of the Stars and Stripes and the Union flag side by side, cementing, I think, visually what this is all about. Two historic partners joined, as we heard from Donald Trump there, joined in blood on beaches in Normandy over the centuries. The President Trump and the First Lady imminently about to exit Chequers. And Dame Penny Mordaunt, as I have you here, you, of course, you're no stranger to pageantry yourself. How can we forget you majestically holding that sword for so long at the King's coronation? In terms of the pomp and the pageantry, how do you get to the heart of a billionaire? How do you woo a man who's got everything? The answer is this majestic deployment of a state visit.
Yes, you do this and you do it excellently and exquisitely, and that's what we have done. And it's not just the spectacle of all of this and the care and the attention to detail. It speaks to who we are as a nation. These traditions are so critical and so important, and they remind us that actually we are an ancient nation. Our uncodified constitution has been held together by ceremony and forged over 1,000 years. The US is a young country. Britain was America before America, and they're going through some turmoil at the moment, just as we did centuries ago. And so I think we can still learn a great deal from each other. We can still support each other. And I hope that the President has reflected on what he has seen, the stability, the reliability that Britain brings, and he's able to take that back home with him.
And Dame Penny Mordaunt, as we await the President and the First Lady to emerge, may I ask you a question about what seems to be something of a political comeback, potentially, from yourself? You said it's difficult being a Conservative at the moment, but you feel like you're hearing the calling. And perhaps you might brandish your sword, metaphorically, of course, to try and keep Nigel Farage out of number 10.
Well, look, this is not news. I think it was approximately 30 seconds from the election result being announced to me deciding to run again. I've always said I will do that. Because it is no fun at the moment. I mean, I was involved with the party back under William Hague when we were in opposition. That wasn't much fun either. But it is vitally important that those of us that believe in taking personal responsibility, who believe in strong defence, who believe in all of these core Conservative values, stick together and do the hard yards to build back a policy platform that is going to do what I was describing Trump has done in the US, and that is to deliver for the British people. I'm afraid I think Reform are on a hiding to nothing. I don't understand why Conservatives would want to join a party that, whilst draping themselves in the Union flag, fields candidates standing for Scottish independence and believes that you can simultaneously cut and increase government spending. We need to be serious about this. The public demand that. And to be honest, they don't care whether it's a red cat or a blue cat. They just want some mice caught. And whoever forms the next government has to do that.
I wonder if people just are ready for a turquoise cat, so to speak, because you can say that Reform are on a hiding to nothing, but the polling perhaps doesn't reflect that. The latest polling, they're on 31%. The Conservatives withering away onto 17%. Perhaps it would take your mighty, majestic sword, as it were, to really try and get to the heart of this.
Look, I don't think that Reform are going to be able to deliver. I don't see any serious work being done. And understandably, they're attracting people from across the political spectrum who are fed up with politics as usual.
People like Danny Kruger.
We do need to radically reform. The state as it is at the moment doesn't work. But to do that, you've got to do the hard yards, which is what Kemi is doing. And the worst thing that could happen at this juncture is if you have someone come into Downing Street, just as Keir Starmer has done, that doesn't have a plan, that hasn't done the thinking, and just continues to fail to deliver for the British people. I'm not going to do that. I don't want anyone else in my party to do that. And so we've got to stick together, work hard. It is going to be grim, but it's a worthy thing to do, and it's the right thing to do for our country.
OK, thank you very much for joining us today and sharing your thoughts on the state visit and, of course, the potential comeback to frontline politics. Dame Penny Mordaunt, always a pleasure to have your company. Thank you very much. Now, just to recap, we're looking at, I think, that Chinook that our own chopper, Chris Hope, talked about. Bev Turner about to scramble into that. I believe that's for the press corps to be returning towards Air Force One. And, of course, Marine One, which is the US presidential helicopter, also waiting to be taking on board its two very special passengers, of course, Donald J. Trump, the president, and Melania Trump, the First Lady. We're still waiting for them to come out of those historic doors there at Chequers. Let's bring back in my panel now. I've been here magnificently for the past 2 hours. Former Conservative Special Advisor Laura McAvet and also the political commentator Andy Williams. Andy, I'm going to come to you first now. Looking back on this state visit, Sir Keir Starmer, bizarrely, has probably been welcoming the distraction. Who'd have thought that somebody whose own Deputy Prime Minister previously referred to as a fascist and a white supremacist and a KKK sympathiser would have welcomed Donald Trump here to get away from the Angela Rayner scandal, the Peter Mandelson fiasco, and I think he's just about got through this unscathed.
10 seconds on Penny Mordaunt. I think she was such a loss to Parliament, and hearing her there, what a breath of fresh air. Like, we need more people like Penny Mordaunt in politics. But that aside,
a lot of people on the Conservative side may not agree, but you crack on.
I will. On the visit, I think it has gone as well as it could have done. I think it's been a triumph for Keir Starmer, not just in terms of the pomp, the pageantry, you know, the visual aspects of solidifying the bond between the United States and the United Kingdom, but the very warm words that President Trump reserved for Keir Starmer personally, saying he was doing a great job, that they got on well, that they had very few areas of disagreement. And yes, there are areas of disagreement, but you would expect that from a Republican president and a reasonably left-wing Labour Prime Minister. This has, you know, you said yourself at the top of the show, Keir Starmer's played a blinder over the last few days. He has. This is what he's really good at. Now he needs to turn his attention back to the domestic front, which is where voters and where people really care about what's happening, because that's ultimately what affects their day-to-day lives, and he needs to double down and crack on and start delivering.
And yet, Lauren, let's bring you in now. Probably the overriding sentiment that Keir Starmer will feel is relief that he got through this relatively unscathed. And yet there are still bruises, no doubt, that will be punched at domestically in terms of the immigration fiasco. Are we seeing the First Lady and the President emerge now? Yes, we are. So let's go back to Chequers. This is the President and the First Lady emerging, having a magnificent bagpipe serenade there. Also, and it's Sir Keir Starmer and Lady Starmer side by side. Chris Hope, I believe you're right there. You've got a ringside seat. It looks absolutely magnificent from where we are. And you are down there as the beast pulls in.
That's right. Hi, Martin. I'm here at the about 20 yards away from where they're coming. And you're seeing there, of course, Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, saying goodbye there to Donald Trump and Melania Trump there. The beast is pulled up there. The press are moving in. And there's the bagpipes are playing. I think it's Scotland the Brave. I can hear it from where I'm sitting. You're seeing there's a Melania Trump getting into that car. They're going to be driving about 400 yards, I expect, to where Air Force, where Marine One will take them off and fly them, I presume, to Stansted Airport for the Air Force One flight back to Washington. So this is the end of this historic visit. A visit that has seen the US and UK agree £250 billion worth of trade. We've always been friends. We heard that, didn't we, from Donald Trump earlier. He said of Keir Starmer, he's been a tough negotiator. There's a better deal for you than it was for me. Keir Starmer said politely, it was good for both of us. So at the heart of this arrangement, this away from all the problems and circumstances today is about the deal done. A big deal here. There are points of disagreement between these two countries, of course, notably over Palestine. The US is clearly unhappy. He's driving past me now where I'm sitting there. There's Donald Trump and Melania Trump. And Melania Trump's waved at me, wouldn't believe it. as you drove past where my camera point is. But a lot more that the unite us than divide us, you could say, about these two countries. Definitely disagreement on Palestine and recognise that as a country. We're seeing the US come more towards where the UK is on Russia and Ukraine, and that's to be welcomed. And also some concern, I think, from America about, certainly from Donald Trump, about the issue of wind. Wind energy is a very expensive joke, we heard from Donald Trump. That is very important. We have a good asset, he says. It's called the North Sea. My mother was born in Scotland. We have a great asset, and he says that our Prime Minister will start to use it. There's also an answer there on Lord Mandelson when that was raised. Of course, he was sacked just over a week ago for his links to Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump said he didn't seem to know him. Whether he missed the question, we do know that Donald Trump knew Peter Mandelson, but it just shows how fast politics can move now. We're looking now at footage, for those who can't see, of Donald Trump emerging from his vehicle, the Beast. There he is, in his familiar red tie. He's a short wave there to the awaiting. I think there were some soldiers there wishing him, getting and helping board Marine One, walking around the back of it. Of course, you see in the distance there Melania Trump wearing a brown blazer with some brown trousers. He's boarding now Marine One. There we are, just getting around to the front of it, with a Marine there, of course, saluting him as he gets on board. So this is the end. The end, it might be the last we see of Donald Trump. We'll probably see him board Air Force One in a few hours' time in Stansted Airport, but for now, it's the last we'll see of Donald Trump leaving here. The historic state visit, yesterday Windsor, today in Chequers, and I think you could say this has been a successful visit. So much could have gone wrong, I think, for the Prime Minister, but it hasn't gone, and I think, of course, with the King and Queen, there's no question the fondness with which Donald Trump and Melania Trump regard our monarch and his wife.
Well, Chris Hope, the last time you were in Washington, Donald Trump said that you got a beautiful face. This time, the First Lady gave you a tender wave as she passed you by. You're certainly wooing the most powerful couple on the planet, Chris Hope. Fluttering your eyelashes, well done, my old son. It's beautiful to see, beautiful to witness. On a serious point, though, as this trip now draws to its close, as Marine One goes towards Stansted Airport for the first couple to get back on Air Force One, there will be some political bruises left behind that no doubt the voters, the media, and certainly Nigel Farage will be punching at. Illegal immigration, send in the military if necessary, said Donald Trump. Drill, baby, drill. Wind turbines are an expensive joke, frankly, and should be got rid of. Palestine, recognised as a state, something diametrically opposed to the position of Donald Trump. And I think the political battle very, very much is just beginning now, once again, for Keir Starmer.
Yes, of course, you're right, Martin. Those areas, wind farm, oil and gas, small boats, and, of course, Palestine, but those are areas we knew they would disagree on. What's Number 10 will be relieved by this. There will be no surprise falling out, no dramatic moment to threaten that special relationship. In fact, we have the prospect of, we're told, some form of economic security deal to be agreed shortly in coming weeks or months. Lots of praise there personally from Keir Starmer, from Donald Trump to Keir Starmer. They clearly do get on very well. I think it went as well as it could. A big investment deal has been announced and nothing went wrong. It was quite a controlled press conference for Donald Trump. Normally they're quite free-form. He takes questions from whoever he can see. That didn't happen this time. Instead, it was controlled very much by number 10 with an approved list of questions that was agreed. And although the questioners were agreed in advance, those questioners were notified of being able to ask questions. We weren't given a question. Our colleague Bev Turner, of course, she'll be on a Chinook flying behind Air Force One on the way to Stansted. She's with the US press pack. She was able to ask a very good question about faith to Keir Starmer. And Keir Starmer, he gave us a bit more about the man himself. I was christened. I've been in church all my life. Of course, he does take part in the Jewish faith every Friday, as his wife, Lady Starmer, is Jewish. But fascinating to hear a bit more about him. But I'm still fascinated about these two individuals. They've met by my count, every 8 weeks they've met since January. They appear to get on. No one forecast it coming. They get on very well. They communicate by signal, we are told by reporters. They have a very interesting relationship that you wouldn't expect between a left-wing Prime Minister and a right-wing President. They clearly value the connection between our two countries, and that drives the two together. And I think if you take a step back, we'll be seeing more work with the European Union in coming weeks and the European political community. It looks to me like the UK is leaning towards the US more than Europe at the moment. They might deny that, they'll deny there's a choice to be made, but I think increasingly the UK must choose who's our best friend, America or Europe.
Question we've been asking since the very beginning of Sir Keir Starmer's premiership, and I guess there has to be a decision made. The billions and billions of dollars of investment that are poured into British shores might force Sir Keir Starmer's hand there. Chris Hope, excellent summary as ever. As we can see now, Marine One lifting off from Chequers, that huge helicopter hoisting into the air. What a magnificent sight that is. That we're taking President Trump and Melania, the First Lady, to Stansted Airport to go towards Air Force One. Look at that for a beautiful, controlled, smooth takeoff. What a majestic sight. It sincerely is. It brings out my inner Alan Partridge talking about things like this. Those who saw me yesterday saluting the beast as it left Windsor Castle, well, no, I get very excited about things like this. It brings out my inner child. But look at it. It's simply magnificent. It's taken off. It just looks joyous. Everyone's laughing in the studio because I just find it so fantastic. So let's get back to some serious politics and bring in my next guest now for a much-needed dose of common sense, and that's the peer and the former Labour MP, Lord Wolney. Lord Wolney, always an absolute pleasure to have your esteemed company. I wanted to talk to you about Palestine. Palestine, a clear fracture line, perhaps the biggest fracture line between Sir Keir Starmer, our Prime Minister, and Donald Trump, the President of the USA. The two-state solution, something that Donald Trump has always been against, but it seems something that Sir Keir Starmer will press on with, although, as it was pointed out to him by a US journalist, he didn't have the guts to do it while Trump was on British soil.
Sure, that's right. Hi, Martin. And yes, in terms of the management of this visit, he's clearly done pretty well to have such a successful visit when this very significant change in the UK's policy is imminent and has been practically confirmed as going to happen as soon as the president leaves and goes back to the States. And if it was as simple as, you know, President Trump doesn't believe in a two-state solution and we do, therefore we're going to have one, well, I mean, that would be one thing. But what is so frustrating to many of us looking at this is that I am from a tradition within the Labour Party. I'm a former chair of Labour Friends of Israel. We have advocated for a two-state solution for a long time. We remain committed to it as well. But this gesture of recognising Palestinian statehood is not going to do anything at all positive to create two states living alongside each other. In fact, if anything, it's going to make it even less likely by removing Britain from the conversation and negotiation and stopping them being the trusted partner that we have been for a long time in the Middle East.
Well, can I also ask, I know you've spoken to me a great deal. You wrote an excellent report on counter-extremism in the United Kingdom. And Donald Trump there was directly asked by an American journalist because, of course, he has classified Antifa as a domestic terrorist organisation in the United States. Yeah. And it was put to Sir Keir Starmer, would that be a good idea in Britain? He kind of fudged it. He floundered it. But do you think that we need to be taking it very, very seriously about what is a clear rise of extreme left terror, in fact, in Britain?
Yes, I do think we need to take Antifa seriously, and I can understand why President Trump is taking that step over in the United States. I think it's really important to say at the moment that the way that Antifa or organizations or individuals that put themselves under the Antifa flag in the States they operate in a generally much more aggressive, potentially violent way than thankfully we've seen in the UK so far. But there are clearly activists here who look to the States and look at those tactics and want to import them over here. Think of the example of Black Bloc, for example, where activists will dress up in quasi-military uniform, hide their identities, with a view to being able to commit potentially violent acts without being caught. There's been some of that so far in the UK. It hasn't been brought over wholesale. So where I think the Prime Minister and the Home Office need to be concentrating is ensuring that those tactics are not imported here. And look, we're going to have a challenge to be able to do that.
OK, Lord Walney, thank you very, very much for your expertise. As ever, it's greatly, greatly appreciated. I'd like to thank my panel who've been here since the start of the show. They've been magnificent. Andy Williams and Lauren McAvat. Thank you very much indeed for joining me on this historic day. Let's have a little breather. It's time for your latest news headlines, and here's Sam Francis.
Martin, thank you, and a very good evening to you. Exactly 5 o'clock. Well, the top story tonight, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has said Britain fiercely protects free speech, but there is a line when it incites real harm. Standing alongside the US President Donald Trump this afternoon, he said freedom of speech is a founding value the UK will always protect. But he stressed the limit is with those who peddle paedophilia and suicide to children online. Well, GBNews presenter Bev Turner pressed Sir Keir Starmer on disagreements with Donald Trump and raised concerns over thousands of arrests each year under communications laws.
I draw a limit between free speech and the speech of those that want to peddle paedophilia and suicide social media to children, and therefore I'm all for free speech. I'm also for protecting children from things that will harm them, paedophiles, those that peddle suicide, which has had a terrible consequence for individual, particularly teenagers. And so that's the balance we strike.
Well, their meeting at Chequers also saw a new UK-US tech prosperity deal with up to £150 billion investment promised by American firms. Mr Trump hailed it an unbreakable bond between Washington and London. Sir Keir Starmer called it a great day for the special relationship. And staying with the news from that meeting this afternoon, Donald Trump did clash with Sir Keir Starmer over Britain's plan to recognise a Palestinian state, calling it one of few disagreements. The Prime Minister says recognition will go ahead before the UN summit unless Israel agrees to a ceasefire and a halt to annexations, conditions already rejected by Jerusalem. On the ground in Gaza, the United Nations warns the situation is nothing short of cataclysmic, with hospitals on the brink of collapse and families forced to flee on foot. Well, Mr Trump, meanwhile, accused Hamas of using hostages as bait and called the October the 7th attacks one of the worst days in the history of humanity. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
We want it to end. We have to have the hostages back immediately. That's what the people of Israel want. They want them back. And we want the fighting to stop. And it's going to stop, but a lot of bad things. You know, Hamas said that they're going to put the hostages up as bait. They're going to put the hostages in front of any attack. And that's pretty brutal. We haven't heard that one in a long time. So we have to remember that. So I have a disagreement with the Prime Minister on that score.
In other news this hour, UK interest rates have been held at 4%, with the Bank of England warning we're not out of the woods yet, as inflation rises nearly twice its target. 2 members of the bank's 9-strong committee voted for a cut, but the governor said any future moves must be gradual and cautious. The bank expects inflation to fall back to 2%, though food costs remain stubbornly high. It's also slowing the pace of reducing its £875 billion stock of government debt, easing fears of more market turmoil. The first migrant has been returned to France under the UK's new one-in, one-out deal aimed at deterring small boat crossings. An Indian national who arrived in August was put on a flight to Paris this morning, the Home Office confirmed. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood called it an important first step to securing our borders and warned those entering illegally will be sought and removed. More deportation flights are planned in the coming days, while the first arrivals from France through the new legal route are expected soon. But the government is this afternoon appealing a High Court ruling that blocked the removal of an Eritrean man who claimed to be a victim of modern slavery. 3 people have been arrested in Essex on suspicion of spying for Russia. That's according to the Metropolitan Police. A 41-year-old man, 46-year-old man and a 35-year-old woman were detained. All 3 arrested under the National Security Act on suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence service and later released on conditional bail. Counter-terror police say foreign recruitment here in the UK is on the rise and say that the Wagner mercenary group, prescribed as a terrorist organisation last year, has already been linked to an arson attack in London. And the late-night show Jimmy Kimmel Live has been suspended indefinitely by ABC after Mr Kimmel's comments about the killing of political activist Charlie Kirk. America's communication regulator threatened action against Disney and ABC unless they pushed out the host. Donald Trump congratulated ABC earlier for the move, saying Kimmel has zero talent. But Democratic leaders are accusing the president of corrupt abuse of power, influencing that decision, and warn the suspension is an assault on free speech. Those are the latest headlines. I've got your finance for you next, and do stay with us for that departure of the president from London.
Tune into GB News Radio wherever you are, online, on DAB digital radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
And here are those markets for you this hour. The pound will buy you $1.3628 and €1.1520. The price of gold is £2,692.29 per ounce. And the FTSE 100 is at 9,218 points.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
Thank you, Sam. Now, a short while ago, President Donald J. Trump departed Chequers after he held talks and a press conference with the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, where they were grilled on a range of issues, including Palestine, Ukraine, immigration, drill, baby, drill, and free speech by our very own Bev Turner. And that was something that GB News presenter Bev Turner put to them both. The first question that Donald Trump chose was Bev Turner. Here it is.
Having been in DC for a few weeks, it's really interesting to see how you run the country as a proud Christian leader. And it really begs the question to the Prime Minister, if you don't mind, are we still a Christian country? But also...
when you say we, are you talking here or...?
Here. The UK. I'm still British. I might live in America, I'm still British. But also...
I can't give you that answer.
That's for the Prime Minister. But also... despite what we talked about in Scotland a few weeks ago, we still have 12,000 people a year here being arrested for social media posts, for free speech violations. Does that not remain an important area that there is still a lot of disagreement on?
I'd like to have you answer that.
Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of... I was christened, so that is... my church has been all my life, and we are, that is wired into our informal constitution. Of course, we celebrate many other faiths as well, and I'm really proud that we're able to do so as a country. And on free speech, that has long lived in this country, free speech. It's one of the founding values of the United Kingdom.
And that was the Prime Minister there saying that free speech is one of the founding values of the United Kingdom. People watching this might think we've lost track of that value. Bev Turner certainly did. Well, let's cross now to GB News' political editor, Chris Hope, who's there for us live at Chequers. Been superb these past 2 days. Chris Hope, on our screens now, we have live pictures of Air Force One at Stansted Airport. Of course, Marine One, the President's helicopter, is en route from Chequers to Stansted. I believe we can see that imminently hoving into view. But before that chopper lands, let's get to you, Chopper, and talk about what's